Hold up.
What's up?
We them boys?
That's right, we them boys.
We
Sorry.
are them boys.
Did we say I'm Stavros Hakis, the
Adam Friedland,
Puerto Rican rattlesnake?
Puerto Rican. Yeah.
And but seriously, you are gonna want to stick around because we have an incredible. This is our biggest get for sure. We've had some great comics on, but this guy. Seriously,
I'm pretty stoked about having this guy on the show.
He's
normally when you guys get famous people, I'm not on the show.
Yeah,
but this is the most famous person we've ever
exactly, and that's without.
So
name.
I'm pretty stoked.
Guys, without further ado, Dr. Evil is here.
Woo!
Thank you, Stavros. Thank you, Adam. It's a pleasure to be here at Come Town.
Oh, we're so happy to have you.
Yeah,
Dr. Evil.
I mean, I've been a fan for years, really.
For years.
Yeah, you're too kind.
I didn't know you were a real person. I thought you were just from movies.
Yeah, a lot of people make that mistake, Adam. They think I'm a silly character, but no, I'm real.
You're a real person.
With a faint Canadian accent.
A very faint Canadian accent, yes. A faint Dr. Evil accent, some people would say. It's almost like I've forgotten my own personality since 2003.
What have you been up to? You've been trying to take over the world and stuff?
Still trying to take over the world.
That's nice.
Really? You haven't made a lot of noise.
I've gone into startups mostly. Evil apps. Perhaps you've heard of Grindr. It's like Tinder, except it's for spreading AIDS.
Wow, you're behind
Dr. Evil.
Grindr.
We making noise. We them boys, dude. Wow. It's incredible.
Wow, we're so happy to have you here, Dr. Evil.
I'm happy to be here.
Do you know?
Huh?
Do you know how we booked Dr. Evil?
How we booked him, Nick knows him.
Nick knows him?
I think he actually saw Nick was using a lot of...
I'll tell you how it happened.
Oh yeah, please fill us in.
I had an email from somebody that knows that I'm friends with him, and they said this guy's harassing women online, Ja. And
Nick is.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
and they
no.
Oh yeah, does he?
Oh yeah?
Yeah. And they asked me if I could help getting him fired.
Oh yeah, we got those emails too.
Oh
Actually.
yeah, that woman.
Sadie Doyle.
Well, don't you know I'm actually enemies with Sadie Doyle?
You are
Oh.
too. Why is
So
that?
you and Nick have a common enemy.
Well, I'm what you call a brocialist. Maybe you've heard of it.
Well,
term?
for the listeners at home, who's Sadie Doyle again? She's a journalist?
She's my arch nemesis. She's a journalist.
A blogess.
A blogess, yeah.
She's a lady who uses computers to spew hatred.
Oh. Who does she hate?
Every white male comedian. All of them. She has a vendetta, as they would say.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Why do you beef with her? What's your problem? You said you're a brocialist.
That's correct. Basically, we all live in, Skull Mountain castles out in the water.
That's very strange because, like, I would have assumed if, like, you were supporting someone in the U.S. election that you wouldn't be supporting, Bernie Sanders.
So you
You'd be
must love
supporting
Bernie,
Donald Trump.
No, I'm actually a Bernie bro. Okay? Might think that I'm not, but I am. I love Bernie. I can't get enough of him. Donald, I just don't like his attitude.
You don't? Okay.
It's too much upfront evil.
Yeah, it's
not
true.
enough subtlety.
Yeah.
What? I let me see Donald Trump end a sentence with a long laughing gimmick like we do.
Yeah, it's true.
Which is your thing.
That's my thing. I think. I think that was in the second movie, the one with Beyonce.
Yes, in the
member.
gold outfit.
That's the third one.
Yeah,
but that's
mainly that's why I hate the identity politics people is because Beyonce dared to oppose me.
Oh yeah, that's their queen, right?
That's their hero.
I just now put it together.
Yeah. Wow. That's a good bit. Wow.
Jeez.
So you're bummed. Bernie's probably gonna pull out soon, right, dude?
Well, I'll tell you what, Adam. We're going to find a way to create a new robot Bernie with freaking laser beams in his eyes.
In your socialist utopia that you want to set
In my
up?
socialist utopia where we can harass women from the safety of international waters or space. I have a base on the moon where Glenn Greenwald sends me updates on the coordinated harassment campaign to bully women off the internet. That's actually what happened. Glenn sent me an email. He said, "Hey, Dr. Evil, how you been? Would you mind threatening to rape Sadie online. I'm too busy raping women in Brazil.
Wow, really?
Yeah, he lives in Brazil with his husband, right?
Sure.
They rape women together.
This is really great.
Wow, Dr. Evil, thank you so much for coming on the podcast, because I know Nick had a bunch of beef last week with Sadie Doyle. She was going in on it.
Right.
Yeah.
I heard about that.
Did you see that? He used your image a lot, actually.
I actually endorse that.
Oh. Do you make
I
all
was on
Dr.
board.
Evil memes?
I make every Dr. Evil meme myself.
That's really interesting.
Wow, that's pretty chill.
Well, I tell you what, we're winning the fight against them, but there's one of these people, a newer online account, who I'm mostly worried about.
Yeah.
It's this guy, Woke Bastard.
Woke
wow.
Bastard. You know what? I would love to hear about Woke Bastard, but I really have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, stop.
So-
Yeah, we're in the middle of an interview,
Dude, I
man.
know. It's very
are you gonna-
unprofessional.
Stop, you can't leave us.
I have
my
to go. I'm
God.
so sorry, you guys. I'm going to go. I should be back really soon, though.
All right,
so.
DR, I'm sorry. You know, DR, I was wondering, your voice sounds a lot like Caitlyn Jenner. I was just thinking
We had the same kind of surgery.
on your voice.
I take the hormones because I like the flavor.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Not this guy.
Wow.
Oh
look
no,
who it is.
it's the Woke Bastard.
It's woke bastard.
I'm dead sexy.
No,
I'm
you're not.
Woke bastard.
No, you're not, Woke Bastard.
Yes.
There's nothing sexy about you.
There's
okay?
no place for that body negativity here. Dr. Evil.
You're too fat to be lovable, okay?
That's not true. Being hot is every body type. Don't listen to what the patriarchy tells ya.
Wow, I didn't. Wow, that's true. That is, yeah, that's a good point.
I'm hot, I'm dead sexy.
What I don't understand is the difference between Fat Bastard and Woke Bastard. I'm pretty sure they're the same person.
I think Fat
I
Bastard is more like less accepting of his
Well,
body.
exactly.
and
Let me
everyone else's
explain.
Yeah.
You might not know because you're not. Even though you weren't in the scene. There's a very emotional scene where Fat Bastard's sad about being fat. No more. Now I love my body. I love my curves. I know that just because society says I'm disgusting doesn't mean I'm not lovable.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does, actually.
Take it
okay?
back.
What you should do is get a tiny clone of yourself that might weigh a fuckable weight.
Oh, are you talking about a baby?
Yes.
So everyone is gonna get a clone in your socialist utopia.
In my socialist utopia,
Oh.
yes, everyone gets their own
that would
mini
be
clone.
gonna be
cool.
baby-sized.
I'll tell you something, guys. If I had a clone, I just would not stop 69 at one clone.
You
I don't know
answer
about
the
you.
question. Are they
Well,
gonna
that's,
be baby?
that's why you get a tiny clone.
Oh,
It
tiny.
can't reach. It has
Oh,
to suck
that's
your dick, but
disgusting.
you don't have to suck
Like the
it.
size of a baby.
Oh, like a shrunken clone.
I love eating babies.
So is Austin Powers still at large? Did you win or did he win? I don't.
Austin Powers has actually been replaced.
Really?
I have a new
Austin
foe by the name of Autism Powers.
It's not so.
Yes.
Wow.
He sounds pretty cool.
Adam, don't you have to go to the bathroom?
Not really. I don't have to go to the bath. I mean, I can go to the bath. I have a call,
look.
actually. I'm getting a call.
Oh wow, Adam's really good at improv.
Yeah,
I'm getting a call. I gotta go, and then I'll be right back in 1 second. I just don't want to be the only host here.
Well, just go. We'll
Okay,
hold
I'll
down
go,
the
I'll
fort.
go. Yeah, baby.
Oh no, it's Autism Powers.
Power.
Do trains make you horny, baby?
Yeah, he's a lot like Austin Powers, except he's mentally retarded.
And I have absolutely no sexual desire for women, baby.
That's essentially what the character is.
But you're lovable. Just because you're retarded doesn't mean you can't have love.
well, hold on a second, Woke Bastard. You're not allowed to say the R word.
I'm doing it ironically.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Because I'm woke, it's okay.
Yeah, baby, that's not very woke of you, baby. I mean, you might wanna
You
stop
don't
that,
know what
baby.
the woke is. You barely know how to tie your shoes.
Can I? Anyway, baby, I was at home memorizing every line to every episode of Gilmore Girls when I heard my arch nemesis Dr. Evil was on the Come Down P-cast. And I'm here to arrest you, Evil.
Uh-oh. Yeah, arrest him for his crimes against the blogosphere.
Frankly, I've done nothing against the autistic community. I don't understand the hatred autism powers.
Listen, all you...
What's wrong, autism powers? Having trouble with your voice over there?
I think maybe autism powers ate too many edibles before the podcast.
No, baby. I've never smoked weed in my life, baby. I'll tell you what I have eaten, though.
Is it pussy?
No,
is
baby.
it
That's repulsive, baby. A human pussy. No, baby.
I didn't know this stereotype about the autistic, that they hated sex.
I eat trained pussies, baby.
Yeah, trains don't have pussies, autism.
Well, that's just a matter of perception, baby.
Wow.
I get in the caboose and I eat that trained pussy. Oh, not long, baby.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've got to go. I've got evil plans I have to attend to.
Dr. Evil, good riddance as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you for having me. Say
I can't
goodbye.
let you go, baby, without arresting you, baby.
Say goodbye
I gotta
to
put you in jail, baby.
Stavros
Autism jail, baby.
and Adam.
We'll
and,
tell him when we get
okay,
back.
thank
Who's
you.
a Stavros? Well, there goes Dr. Evil.
Well, it's just us, baby.
You let him off the hook. You let him off the hook.
Here I am, bitch.
Oh my God,
fellow
baby! It's
sister.
Caitlyn Jenner, baby.
Surprise, girls! Here I am. It's an easier impression to do.
It sounds a lot like Dr. Evil, baby.
Maybe very similar, but I'm, yeah, it's basically the same thing.
Caitlin,
yeah.
you're a hero.
Thank you.
Can I just say you're beautiful?
I agree with that.
You're a beauty.
I've had a lot of surgeries to make this happen. Thank you.
I'm attracted to you sexually.
You know
Okay, well, I have to go now, too. Sorry.
Oh no, I thought I was getting somewhere.
Yeah, baby. Well, I have to go. I have to go fuck a train, baby. So.
Wow.
So I'm gonna
That's
go.
so.
But woke bastard.
It's me, woke bastard.
Yeah, keep it 100.
I will do that.
All right, bye.
Oh, hey, guys. I'm back from the rape convention.
Oh, it's Nick Mullen.
And Woke Bastard is also leaving.
I've got to go now, even though, because I hate Nick Mullen. Fuck, I lost the accent.
And a scene.
Guys, that was
Guys,
actually from the play Hamilton.
that
If
was
you
a
haven't
play?
you haven't seen the play
There
Hamilton
were
yet.
no actors
It's
here,
a
it was
deleted
just
scene
us.
from Hamilton. That was all black people doing that. It's going to rhyme. That's a rough draft. Hamilton rough draft. Give it a couple more weeks, and, that Lynn, what's his face? Is really gonna have
Manuel,
that.
baby.
Lin-Manuel Samantha.
He's going to hammer out the kinks in that. Have any of you seen Hamilton?
No.
No, I saw a performance. That
I
they
guess
did.
I should also just say it's good to be back, guys.
Oh yeah, how was the
Wow,
rape
how
joke
was the
convention, dude?
It was pretty good. They tried to get me fired. Somebody
my
sent an
God.
email to the rape joke convention.
Who was it? Old Sadie?
Yeah, it was Sadie and then a bunch of other,
Wow.
just like angry people online. They said that they sent him an email and saying like, this guy does rape jokes. He thinks it's like funny to choke women.
Wow.
That's actually a direct quote from me. I said that at some point. I don't remember saying it, but apparently I said that.
You said that it's
You said it's
funny.
funny to
I
choke women?
didn't think I did, but a journalist tweeted that I said that, so I guess it must be true.
That's probably true. Top 3: banana peel on the ground, choking a woman, and hitting the balls. Obviously,
Yeah,
classic.
hitting the balls.
Hitting the balls,
And
number
then
one.
the trifecta where a woman slips on a banana peel and her vagina falls into a guy's crotch, and so he has the pain of being hit in the balls, but he's also raping a woman. And
That
that's,
is the funniest thing.
that's
yeah,
the funniest.
They did a study that's historically the funniest joke that translates across all cultures.
That joke was written by the Japanese in World War II. They killed a ton of GIs
Yeah.
from laughter. They died
Well,
of laughter.
that
Yeah.
move is actually how the Russians won the 1980 Olympics, the gold in gymnastics. Yeah, they coordinated it. Svetlana Sharanka, she they put out the banana peel, and everyone's like, "What is she doing? This is going to be fucking ridiculous."
And she did.
And then yeah, she pulled it off with her partner, Igor. Suck kids off.
Igor suck kids off.
Igor suck kids off
With a V.
With a V. It's pronounced off. But it's
That's what I said.
My name is Igor Sakidov.
Oh, Igor's here.
I'm here now. they Skyped me into
the audio fidelity in my headphones is just perfect.
Oh no, Igor's gotta go.
Goodbye, everyone.
Pretty soon the characters are just gonna be 1 second, like just the name, and then
Yeah. Oh, good night, everybody. I'm retarded. See you later.
Who was that guy? The Australian retard.
I've got a good one. Hold on, I gotta go. I've got the trans hatter. Hello, I'm the trans hatter. You're not allowed to call me ugly anymore.
Oh my god.
Legally, you have to say I'm beautiful.
Man, you're only allowed to do impressions of Kate.
What's
It's
that?
mean because she's rich. That's the only trans
It's Caitlin, bitch.
Here I am, bitch.
Here I am, bitch.
Here we are, the real trans wives of Target bathrooms. That's the reality show when they're bitch. We're all here in the bathroom for a big birthday bitch celebration. We're cutting Miranda's balls off. There's like a family coming in. They're like, get out of here. We're having mimosas. And Target has to sponsor it.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the
Well,
rape joke convention was great.
That's awesome,
but, you know,
man.
they sent all those emails trying to
Yeah.
get me fired, and I was just going to go attend, and then they let me be the keynote speaker.
Oh, that's awesome.
So I gave a shout out to
Wow.
Cumtown, and I've noticed there were an additional 80 million downloads last
yeah,
week.
we're making a lot of money off of
Dude, yeah,
Cumtown.
we've got the Patreon. I used to call it Patreon.
Like general betrayal.
Like the guy who was
Patreon.
sucking and fucking
That's
on the
how I
side.
thought you pronounced it, and then somebody laughed at me, and I was like, "Yeah, you know that's not a word. They made up that fucking word for the
Patreon.
Patreon,
Like
Patreon,
a patron.
like a patron, right? But they
Yeah.
couldn't call it patron because somebody already owned that.
So has anyone sent us money for whatever this podcast
Yeah,
is?
every episode we're making about $7,100, $7 million.
That's not bad.
It's
Can
not
we,
bad.
Like grow from
We should
there.
tell the listener at home what we're going to do with the money. So we're not just going to waste
Well,
it
it goes to my crippling Ferrari addiction.
an Adidas addiction.
I'm addicted to Ferraris.
Yeah.
I melt them down.
For real though, we will buy custom Cumtown
tracksuits.
Man,
100%.
Oh
if,
my God.
If you
Well,
give us money, we will.
Yeah, Adidas wouldn't make them because they have refused to acknowledge my presence on the internet.
Damn.
No matter how many times I tweet at them or send threatening emails to their customer service department.
We could get that shit and just sew on like a Cumtown patch on the back or something.
That's what we should do, and then we
Yeah.
should
Of
sell
course.
those at 800, or 9,000% markup or whatever.
Of
I'm
course.
down.
That's
Why don't we get fake bootleg shit and make that? Now we're talking.
Yeah. Why don't we get Coogee tracksuits
Okay,
and then put the Cumtown logo on them?
I'm done. We'll talk about this more.
No,
Do you
these
know-
are all. What's that?
Cosby is like a majority shareholder of Coogee and private prison industry.
That makes sense.
No, I just made it up.
Oh. What if he ends up in his own prison? And then he's the hero of the prison. You think anyway, people are like, I hope Cosby goes to jail. It's like he would be the king there. There's no way that they wouldn't,
high-fiving him.
everyone in prison wouldn't love Bill Cosby. That would be the greatest time. His life would end beautifully. People would be bringing him cigarettes and Doritos from commissary or whatever. That'd be great. Hey, Bill, how's it going? You're the reason I almost didn't end up in here.
Well, if you just stop with the cuss words.
Oh my God, Bill Cosby's here, everybody.
I was at a restaurant with my wife,
Restaurant.
and she said, if you just stop with the cuss words and the raping the women
damn.
and the jalom
Oh,
pudding.
Bill Cosby had to
I had to
go.
go, yeah. I mean, Cosby, okay.
It's me, everybody, the other
yeah.
Bill Cosby.
That's better, yeah.
I'm more at the Cosby that you remember from growing up as a kid.
Why are you doing an impression of me right now?
I'm not doing it.
Professor,
I'm not. I
Doctor
whatever you do, I'm not
Emeritus.
fucking you.
Well, that's me, Bill Cosby.
Oh, it's me. I'm retarded.
On trim.
We should just bring those
boy, what
French
a
guys.
the French guys.
Guys, guess how long this episode's been so far?
6 minutes.
20 minutes.
That's not bad.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Can I talk to you guys about something that's been fucking me up?
Sure.
Okay, so I looked at the Forbes richest people in the world list, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Number 1, easy, Bill Gates, right?
He's number one.
Bill Gates.
Okay.
No, it's Carlos Slim.
No,
thought it was-
Carlos
yeah.
Slim, number 4.
He dropped down.
According to the
Slim
current,
Carlos.
according to
No.
the current
Carlos
Forbes list.
Slim Carlos is the guy from The Wire.
yeah.
Carlos Slim is the guy that invented Slim Jims.
Slim Charles. Slim Charles.
Yeah, that's
Jesus,
what.
it's like
That's
you're not,
what.
it's like you're not. You don't even know Bottom
Charles and Carlos are the same name. I happened to watch
It's
The
like you've
Wire
never
on
even lived in
Univision
Buttermere.
translated. I didn't
You
have.
watched it in Yiddish.
I watched it-
Slim Carlos.
Carlos.
Avon Borgdalio.
I'm sorry that I watched it in Spanish, so it seemed more real to me. I decided to change their ethnicity.
Guys, this is a working theory of mine, but the star of The Wire, do you know who that was?
all the white characters.
The
City of Baltimore. City of
All the
Baltimore.
white characters is funnier though.
All the guys that season 2 of The Wire, aka season 1 of
Do you know
one
Frank-
of The Wire.
Frank Sabatka, season 2, was like 31 years old.
Yeah.
But he played like a 55-year-old.
That's what happens, man. If you go bald,
If you go
young,
bald,
if you go bald
you play
young,
old.
you're fucking 38 years old until you die.
Except me, like I'm no exception, but yeah, you guys
Wait,
are right.
Forbes
you
list.
dress like an idiot.
Forbes. Yeah, no, I dress cool. You're right.
You could play it. Forbes list. Number 1,
Too young.
Bill Gates. Number 4, Carlos Slim. Number 2, I thought Warren Buffett, right?
But here's the trick, right? There's no
Oprah.
number 3.
There is.
So
It's
everyone's
Warren
looking
Buffett.
for number 3, and they can't find it. There's only 4 millionaires running around the school.
All right.
Cool.
Well, that's where you do that prank. I don't know. The pigs.
Warren Buffett, 3. Who's the number 2 richest guy in the world, according to Forbes, right now?
P Diddy.
You told me already,
Master
so I'm
P.
not going to answer.
It's the guy who owns Zara, the store.
What?
The guy who owns Zara.
What
and
is
I
that?
looked up his bio, and basically the only thing he's ever done is owned Zara.
Zara's like
He has-
Forever 21.
He has
type
almost
shit.
as much money as Bill Gates. He has more money than Warren Buffett.
That's insane. What is that store? Just like a ladies.
It's like it's like H&M.
Oh, really?
It's like, but it's owned by this guy. It makes absolutely no sense. How like shitty pants.
Yeah.
He has almost as much money as Bill Gates. Like, Bill Gates brought the personal computer to people's homes. The most like
No,
important
that was Al
invention.
Gore, dude.
Okay, fine.
Al Gore invented computers and the internet.
That's right. And getting sucked off outside. He was the first guy to ever get
Yeah,
sucked
yeah,
off
yeah.
outside was Al Gore.
I can't even get anywhere close to
invented.
I can't
Getting
stop.
sucked
I
off.
can't stop thinking about how the fuck this is possible.
how much money that makes.
The Zara guy being the second
Well,
richest.
did he have money? Maybe he had money from something else. It was probably real estate or
He
something. He's a
owns-
Habsburg.
He owns the textile.
Have you seen that there's like not like a conspiracy theory, but there's a meme that goes around.
Yeah.
It's like one Jewish bank owns every bank. One Jewish family owns every bank. It's like the
Oh yeah,
Rothschilds.
that's the protocols of the Elders of
Yeah,
Zion. No,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like 5 families.
No, there's a thing going around saying that the Rothschild family
currently.
owns every national bank in the entire
Yeah,
world.
Yeah, which they
Which,
do.
you know, it's true, but like, why would you, remind people of that?
Do you know what
Just
my
from-
reggae band is called?
No, this is gonna be good.
The Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
These guys sound cool.
It's
dude.
all
They smoke weed.
it's all Jewish banking people in
they
my
sound
my
cool.
reggae band.
Zion the Lion.
Zion. Anyway, yeah. So, but like the reason I was looking at the Forbes list is because I wanted to know if Donald Trump was even the richest guy named Donald in the world.
No shot.
There's 3 other
Who are
Donalds richer than him. I don't know, but they got so much money.
Well, you
Donald
would
Trump's
have
not
to.
that
If your
rich, is
name's
he?
Donald, you have to be a millionaire.
There isn't an atom in the top 1,000 richest people in the world.
Good. Fuck that shit.
Yeah. But there are like 20 Donalds.
Well, maybe if your fucking name was Donald or Carlos Slim or some.
Carlos Slim's a tight name.
There's a Russian oligarch that I saw on the list. There's a Russian guy who has an insane
Igor
amount of money.
Sakizov.
Igor Sakizov. No, his first
he
name.
capitalized off that gold medal fame.
Yeah.
His first name is literally God.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. It's like God. Tsarnaev or something.
Tsarnaev.
Yo, can we talk about how that Tsarnaev guy, not guilty, y'all got to film me though?
What happened?
Jokar Tsarnaev,
He
the
got
Boston.
not guilty.
No, I just don't think he's guilty. Dude.
Oh. just some-
I
you're-
thought you meant they had a trial and he was somehow I missed that.
Yeah.
They were like,
can't be
he's
a-
not guilty. It's too beautiful.
No, first of all, you can't be a stoner and be a terrorist. It's not possible. That's just
Are you going into a Tom Myers
Are
bit
you
now?
working out bits? What the
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
are you talking about?
All right, let me ask you this: Did
just my
Jahar
opinion.
have a bong hit transplant?
I mean, listen, you're telling me he's going to hit the bong and then get up and do plans? I don't think so. You're telling me my man's going to take a toke? Yeah, on his way to the blueprints, he's going to see a bag of Cheetos and that's it, my friends.
the most.
Yeah, Tom Myers.
I think someone that's never smoked weed talking with authority about weed is the funniest thing in the entire world. So like bragging about.
Well, the funniest thing Tom Myers ever did.
Back to Tommy.
Yeah.
Fuck, I was going to do some research about shows. That's going to have to be next.
Oh yeah, we'll do that
podcast.
later. But the funniest thing Tom Myers ever did is when he did that CD taping.
Yes, I love it.
He was doing a bit, and I forget what the bit was, but he sort of just casually mentioned it while he was on stage that his parents already have a grave for him
Next to them,
next to them.
They've already decided this motherfucker isn't going to have a family.
Do you know I
Yeah.
bought that CD online just so I could hear Stav laughing?
You still have
You're
it?
exaggerating laughing. I think it's on my computer.
I'm
wait.
surprised
Let's
that it
listen to
didn't
it
get
soon.
fucked up because Mike Turpin the whole time was like stomping his foot down on the ground. He's like, ha ha, like doing this exaggerated laughing. And Mike Turpin's a giant. He's like, he's like a power lifter or whatever.
Powerlifter, MMA guy, like.
Well, the guy squats like 1,000 pounds, so he's like just smashing his massive foot against the ground, like fucking up the recording equipment. That Tom had to ask his parents to fucking rent for him.
Listen, guys. When Bernie drops out, we will be one step closer to Tom Myers eating that pussy.
Yeah. Well, I'm
That's the
writing.
only reason I'm
I'm
going
writing
Hillary.
that in on the ballot. Tom Myers has to eat the pussy, and that's what
I'm voting
for.
Hillary only if Tom Myers eats the puss.
Yeah. We should definitely. Make
We should get a
people
clip
aware of that.
and throw that in the shit.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
We
That'll
should
be
do-
the break.
yeah.
It's going to be the Tom Myers Ed
Some Tom
Schrader
Myers
clip.
stuff.
Fuck. What was I going to say? I had another Tom Myers story.
You were talking about the graves.
He's also an announcer
Oh,
at
no.
a children's baseball field.
Funny, but what was the best part about that CD taping is Tom actually has fans. And I remember these like two weird guys from Newcastle, Delaware.
What?
Yeah, these two
Are
weird
you
guys.
fucking
Yes,
kidding?
I'm serious. These two like this guy whose proportions were all fucked up. He was like, just fat and wide, a Reddit guy with a weird like witch hat.
I remember that
yeah,
guy.
yeah, and the long
Fuck.
hair. And he came all the way from Newcastle. I guess it's not that far away from Bel Air, but
Still.
yeah.
Anything longer than
it's the
one
fact,
block.
The fact that Tom Myers has a fan.
Yeah, but it's like that makes sense that's who would be.
Oh, yeah. Like just the most off-brand Reddit guys. Like not even cool in the Reddit world.
Yeah. Would he? Like he's intimidated by guys that wear Bazinga shirts. Like he's like, oh, they're looking at me. I hope they ask me to sit with them.
Holy shit, imagine being on the low end of that totem pole, dude.
Oh my god, that's the worst.
Oh, remember that Mexican Reddit guy we saw at the pool hall?
Yeah, he was wearing a fedora and a Bazinga
Yeah,
shirt.
we were shooting pool like a year ago, and there was this fucking guy who was like a Mexican guy with another Mexican guy, and he's wearing a Bazinga shirt and he's got a fedora on. They're speaking Spanish.
And
to
I think
each
he was
other.
vaping, or there was another element.
Yeah, there was a third element.
Like
He was,
suspenders or vaping or
yeah,
something?
there was a third Reddit, and Stav was like, "This is just like a Mexican Reddit guy." And he's just speaking Spanish, so the whole thing's like, los feminismo es cancera.
El feminismo. It was awesome, dude.
Es una cancer.
And the guy with him was just like in a just Mexico soccer T-shirt. Like it was just he was clearly just I don't
Little
know.
Mexico,
it was
dude.
incredible.
Yeah, he got bullied out of Mexico. Yeah. That's why he came here. He had made fun of so hard in Mexico, he had to come across the border. I was just remembering the other day, I saw, I miss watching black teens harass people.
Oh, the best.
I was on a bus when I was like 17, and there was these 3 black teenagers harassing this middle-aged black woman who was like kind of overweight, and they were just making fun of her feet.
Oh,
And like, and so they're like, bitch, your feet look like Shrek 3.
Just a woman that wasn't talking to her?
Wasn't talking to
Oh,
him. Like, bitch,
jeez.
your feet look like Shrek 3. Your toes look like fucking rotten grapes. And she's sitting there and just like, you know, stoically looking ahead, trying to ignore them. And there's like tears streaming down her face. Like
Holy
Denzel
shit.
in Glory.
Oh my god.
No.
And that was like a classic moment in bullying.
That is some fucking very good shit.
I heard this one lady bullying another lady on the streets yesterday. She's like, "Where'd you get that dress? Century 22?" That doesn't even make any sense.
Well, it's not Century 21. It's the knockoff.
It's 22 is better. It's from the future.
That's true. Well, I like that Century 21 is like the place that's not Forever 21.
Yeah.
It's close to forever, but it's a shorter amount of time.
Yeah.
A century sounds like a long time, but it's certainly not forever.
Not forever, baby.
And that's the bit, folks.
That's pretty good.
Once you bring that one
That's
to
the
the
process.
You
that's
know
a
what?
freebie
I
for-
think terrorists could never be potheads.
I think so too.
Should we do
I
a
think
break?
so too. Let's do a
yeah,
break.
no, we hit 30 minutes, so first
gotta
half
pee.
is a
We're-
success, and then I got to get more coffee. We'll be back in
We're
a
back in
minute,
a sec,
folks.
bros.
Enjoy the Tom Myers bit.
I'm Don Shipley, that phony Navy SEAL of the Week guy, and geez, have I been getting beaten up with emails about some picture some chief posed with Hillary Clinton at one of her rallies or some stuff. Out of all the phony SEALs that I've ever busted, I have never been wrong because I check, double check, and triple check, double check, and triple check, and I make it my business to know awards, uniforms, buds, databases, classified shit, claims, seal, buds, databases, classified shit, seal, claims, uniforms, all of it. And some of you guys went nuts when I started getting off of YouTube and starting my own video website. And the reason I did it, putting stolen valor on the map, new laws enacted that guys can't get away with this stuff. Posed with Hillary Clinton at one of her rallies or some salary.
So it's an election year. It's an election year. You guys all excited about this election coming up? Yeah.
Actually,
Me, I'm an Obama person, but part of me kind of wants Hillary Clinton to take the Oval Office. No, okay, hear me out. What's the first thing Hillary Clinton's gonna do when she gets in office? Get back, no. Get back at Bill for all the shit he pulled. That's why I'm gonna apply to be an intern. I quit smoking though, so I don't know if that'll affect my shot, but
Good morning, Vietnam! I killed myself because I have Parkinson's. Welcome back, everybody. Wow, Robin Williams was in studio for a second.
the ghost.
The characters app continues.
The characters will not stop coming today, guys.
Nobody stops coming, baby. This is Cumtown.
Come down. Sploosh, sploosh, sploosh.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I'd smoke so much weed, my cum got THC in it. I'll smoke my cum.
I'm so stoned, man.
All right, guys, we got to talk about something for a second.
What's wrong, Nicky boy?
So, I mean, I don't want to like confront you guys or make it seem like it's your responsibility or anything. Or
What?
I mean, okay, well, a couple of times I've stepped out of the room.
Yeah.
And while I've been gone, you've let other people on the show, which
Well,
I'm
what are we
fine with.
supposed to do,
It's
man?
supposed to be
We
an
need
open room. I
three,
get
yeah.
that.
There's always
but-
an open door. Everyone knows that.
Well, there's one guy in particular. Apparently, there's this Seth Dickfield guy
Seth,
that
sure.
comes on the show.
Yeah.
Which I have no problem with, but
Yeah.
I found out that apparently that's supposed to be like a cruel impression of this guy that blocked me on Facebook a while back.
He blocked me this week.
A friend
on
of
Twitter.
yours?
Well, no. I mean, he'll talk to me as if we're friends whenever he has like a complaint or something that he wants from me. But for the most part, no, we're not friends, and I'm a slime bag.
Oh my gosh.
According to him, and so it's kind of like an issue. So we shouldn't really be addressing him on the show now. I don't buy it. I think he's like blowing this out of proportion. I really don't see the similarities. I mean, they're both named Seth. Sure, they kind of have the same opinions, but. This Seth has round glasses, and Seth Dickfield, from what I know, has square glasses.
Square glasses. That's a key thing about the Seth Dickfield.
Yeah, you wouldn't fuck
character.
that up. You know, if you were going to do an impression of somebody, you'd at least get the glasses right. So
Right. Especially on a podcast.
yeah. So I mean, guys, at most, like maybe like 6 or 7 more times, you can let him come on.
Okay.
But any more than that, I mean, I really don't want
It's
it to be
really
any shit.
upsetting. This guy that is also named Seth.
Yeah, he's also named Seth. I guess
That's really if anyone named Adam is like a fucking mean character, like I'm gonna get offended by that. That's like bullshit.
So wait a sec.
We don't need to give in to that.
You need to understand is that this other guy, Seth.
Did something happen?
Well, he has PTSD.
Oh no.
Which I mean, he wasn't like a veteran or anything, but apparently, like growing up, people would make fun of him sometimes, which nobody experiences that. That's not a thing that anyone else has to deal with. It's really just him. So it gave him PTSD. He's basically
post-traumatic.
Wait, this guy coming
post being teased by Seth Dickfield.
Post-traumatic Seth Dickfield.
Podcast. It stands for podcast triggering Seth Dickfield. It's a different type of PTSD.
Jeez, we're upsetting a lot of people, I think.
Well, maybe
the thing about this
maybe.
podcast is that, like, I don't know if people like this or not, but it's kind of been a platform for us to just make fun of people we know.
Well, yeah.
Not like necessarily even famous people or well-known people.
Well,
maybe
it's
though. How about this?
Punching laterally, guys. I don't believe in punching up or down. You punch to the
punch
left
to the front.
and to the right.
That's what Ali did, and that's
Ali.
R.I.P.
That's
who,
why
he's the greatest.
Yeah, was the greatest. Seth actually, said last week, if you're not hip to Muhammad Ali, it's not too late.
Wait, on Facebook?
Yeah. Did you see that?
If you're not hip to
Whoa, is he in the room? Well, maybe. How about this for a solution? We just have him on, and we'll hash it out.
Well, I asked him. He was blowing up my phone the other day, and he was like, "What did you say about me?" And I was like, "I didn't say anything, dude. You've never come up once."
Which is that voice sounded very different to the Seth.
Yeah,
Dickfield
he's
voice.
like I don't really know Seth Dickfield, but he's like, "Hey everybody, how are you doing?"
Which
And
is
the
not-
other Seth is
yeah.
like, "Here I am, it's me, Seth." And
Those are two different
and
night and day. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's true.
Similar accents because they're from the same exact place and they're the same age. So they would have had a similar, if not identical,
Louisiana.
upbringing.
Do they know each other?
Weirdly enough, I don't think they.
It'd be really interesting to get them in a
Round
room
glasses,
together.
square
Get
glasses.
round
them in a
glasses,
room
square
together
glasses.
to talk sometime in the future. We should maybe see if we can't.
I
broker
asked him
that.
if he, because he was like, "What did you say about me?" And I said I didn't say anything. And I mean, I don't know this Seth Dickfield guy,
Yeah.
so I can't answer for what another man says.
Sure.
I have integrity.
Absolutely.
And I'm not gonna put words in somebody else's mouth. That's messed up to do.
That's totally fucked
It's
up.
if to go around just like almost doing an impression.
Caricature of someone.
Yeah, I wouldn't do something like
We know that
No,
about you,
that's
Nick, and that's why we started a podcast together.
Yeah, because we're
Right.
friends. Because I care about my friends, and I appreciate my friends and the diversity of opinions that my friends may or may not
Absolutely,
have.
I agree 100%.
Regardless of whether they block me on Facebook because I made fun of one female Ghostbusters post 8 months ago.
What was the post?
It was he was right. He's like get a load of this. I'm in a coffee shop the other day because of course he is. He just sits in coffee shops working on projects that'll never fucking go anywhere. It's a 2-hour movie that's all puns. I guarantee you that's what he was writing on. This fucking Moleskin. I'm in a coffee shop the other day, and I hear this guy. He's talking about. He's on the phone with his pal, and he like transcribes this guy's 30-minute conversation
for his Facebook
about how and this is back before he was Bernie guy. It's this guy's complaining because he's saying it's sexist if you complain about Hillary Clinton. News for you, pal, it probably is, and that kind of shit. And he's like, and then he doesn't even stop there. He's going on to say it's like they have to have a female Ghostbusters now. It's like, why do girls have to have everything? And then it closes the quotation, and his line at the end is, look out, ladies, there's a new MRA sheriff in town.
Oh, God.
And when you say MRA sheriff, the image that pops in my head, partially due to autism probably, is remember in Mario Party 2 where you can get there's cowboy level? No. But it's the Cowboy Wario is what that's what I think. The MRA sheriff is Cowboy Wario.
That's gotta be on the internet somewhere.
What?
Cowboy
Picture
Wario.
of Cowboy Wario? Yeah, unfortunately I've been running one
Half
of
of your
podcasts,
followers.
it's also video.
Half of your followers ABIs or whatever.
So I guess wanted to just bring that up and let you guys know that maybe prevent that guy from talking too much shit.
Well, open invitation to this other Seth anytime you want to come on. You can hash it out. You don't even have to unblock me on Facebook. I was following you because you followed me, really. So.
Oh, he blocked you on Facebook
Or on Twitter.
I haven't been blocked yet, but I'm sure after this podcast, probably.
Yeah. Well, if you want to sneak into his mentions, the key is replying to anything Talib Kweli tweets, because Seth will defend his opinions against anyone. Dare trolls Talib. How dare you say that to Talib?
Quality. Real hip hop, goddamn.
I love you, Talib. It just, what I love it. You know what? It's so fucked up is he doesn't understand how funny he is.
He's amazing.
He's one of the funniest people in the fucking world, and he just doesn't get why he's
not
funny.
on purpose. Funny.
Yeah, no, it's
That's the
ridiculous.
He is funny though. Good stand up, right?
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, well, I don't know. I saw him at an open mic once. He was very funny. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, for somebody who's been in comedy 16 years, yeah, it's funny.
Nick, you're not helping us.
Okay,
He's very funny, and we'd love to talk with him because he's so funny, and we want him to defend himself.
You're pandering too much, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
It's a delicate line. You almost have to neg him into it. You got to treat him like a woman.
But you're trying to
treat women.
Yeah.
Just neg them. I think we're all in agreement there.
Absolutely. And I guess from the Brandon Wardell corner, who isn't a character, that's just Brandon's...
Our friend who's been the most remarkably successful out of any of
and
us.
that's, why, is because Brandon's a fucking retard, and no offense to real retards, I know there's issues with the word, but, Brandon's a fucking idiot, but he acknowledges that, like any fucking comedian. Like, I know I'm an idiot, and I say and do dumb shit all the time, and you have to have a sense of humor about it, otherwise, why are you even doing this?
Right.
And that's why Brandon's successful.
Score chicks.
It's because all of his content is fucking dog shit. His whole Snapchat he's gonna be a Snapchat fucking guy. That's his thing.
No, don't say that.
I mean, he's funny.
He's funny.
He's funny, but he's also self-aware to an extent.
He's doing a crackhead teenager character
Yeah.
online. But he did try to troll me on
cyberbullied
Instagram because I think he told me that he thought it was funny when I did the hey guys, Drake had a Pokemon and Big Sean come in and he no have sex.
I like that you make him Asian.
I make him an Asian baby. Well, that's kind of what he is.
Well, he is. He's half Asian. He's half Asian, half Air Force.
He wrote on my Instagram, my last Instagram post, your like count is embarrassing. It's wild. Which isn't even...
You're getting cyberbullied by Brando Wardell.
I really wanted to respond. I stole this picture from Black Twitter.
Speaking of stealing shit from Black Twitter, did you see the Good Morning America thing?
No.
Oh, it was awesome.
Oh God. So yeah, Good Morning America. I feel so dumb doing topical.
Why? Just
stuff.
do it.
Well, because you know what this is gonna be. I'm gonna describe it, and then I'm gonna go, "Isn't that fucking stupid?" And then we're gonna go, "Yeah, that was stupid."
Well, we're here, baby.
yeah. No,
Well,
Good Morning
yeah,
America
we're
like
into
tweeted something like, "Which meme is the most meme fucking something?" I don't know.
Right.
And then they included
Dad boy?
And it was like, is crying LeBron the next big meme?
yeah, that was it. It's
Yeah.
crying.
The next big meme.
Watch,
Yeah.
but listen.
Well,
yeah,
then
yeah.
is that the next crying Jordan? Lizard T. Hashtag Lizard T.
T-Lizard, I
Which is
think,
the T
yeah.
Lizard
Yeah,
is the Kermit the
it's
Frog thing.
Kermit, yeah.
Yeah. And then Smockin', that mask thing, which I don't even know what that is.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one before. And then some other fucking thing, I don't know. And then somebody wrote, was it? Good Morning America erases or something about stealing the comedic excellence of Black Twitter by not acknowledging the Black Twitter roots of a picture of Kermit the Frog. I mean, come on.
that's
Well, they invented rock and roll, and they invented Kermit sipping a Lipton's tea.
That's none of my business, though, you guys.
If that's what cultural appropriation is at this point, then
I think it is.
what's just stealing a picture?
Stealing
Is
an
Good
already
Morning
stolen
America
picture.
tweeting a meme that Black Twitter invented?
Also, did Good Morning America they got the memes wrong, right?
No, they got them right.
T-Lizard.
It's actually more, it's cool that they said T-Lizard.
T-Lizard is Sobe. Do you remember that brand? It was like a lizard-themed tea.
I used to drink their energy drink.
Hell yeah, dude.
I used to get like crates, not
So be
crates,
yourself.
but like from Safeway they had, or like Shoppers Food Warehouse they had like the wholesale size of the Sobe Adrenaline.
Soviet adrenaline.
Yeah.
What a fucking loser.
Yeah, that was
Ride
good
the
shit.
lizard, man.
Yeah, I love soda. I want to go back to being a soda guy. I've been like really into. Did I mention it last time? The Kmart graphics tees.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You are wearing a Bob Marley.
I am
shirt
wearing a
right
Bob
now.
Marley shirt.
Yeah, you said I dressed like an idiot earlier. You've been dressing solely in Kmart graphics tees for the last 3 weeks.
That's the fucking move, dude. I want to find one of these
I
like
know, I'm jealous.
Bushwick normcore parties. Everyone's like, actually, we just normal. That's like the cool thing. And you show up wearing like a Suicide Squad Joker fitted tee or fitted hat.
like the newest Joker
Jared
memorabilia
Leto.
there is.
Yeah.
The Jared Leto.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
a picture of Jared Leto.
Yeah, Joker fitted hat, and see if you can get them to kick you out of the party for wearing Kmart clothes. Like, you're not cool in the right way.
Who has normcore parties, though?
I don't know. I might have just made it up.
I don't think that's the thing.
Nah, Adam, you have definitely gone
Yeah,
to a
you go
party
to
where
normcore
everyone
parties.
dresses that way.
No way.
100%. Probably the one you were at yesterday. What were you telling me about?
Oh, yeah, I went to this party, and this girl was there, and I didn't know who she was, and it ended up being Lenny Kravitz's daughter.
Jenny Kravitz.
Jenny Kravitz. yeah.
Yeah. No, Zoe Kravitz.
You're telling me you haven't gone to a party where everyone's wearing just like white tees and like ugly jeans?
No, that's Baltimore, dude.
Nah, dude. Not, but I
Dude,
mean like the fitted
Baltimore, everyone... Okay, I don't want to piss people off.
shit. Let's do it.
Everyone smells like trash in Baltimore.
Oh, dude, I
and
feel-
dresses like poor people from the 90s.
Dude, how fucking
That's
dare
the
you.
normcore aesthetic.
That is true. That is bizarre how that's a thing. Where they were like, 1998, this is perfect.
But you're talking about art school kids in Baltimore.
Yeah, like Micah kids.
Yeah. That's true.
I mean, all those people are mad cool too, but that's the aesthetic.
They're not that cool.
Guys, here's what I want to talk about.
Who you backpedaling for? Yeah, go ahead.
Who's excited for the new Independence Day?
Oh, I am.
Did they get Will Smith? They didn't.
They
No.
got. Is that the dude, Will Smith's son.
Yeah, he's playing Will Smith's son.
It's not Jaden, but it's a guy
Yeah.
playing Will Smith.
Will Smith actually picked Suicide Squad over Independence Day 2.
What a fucking idiot.
What an idiot.
Are you offended?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Suicide Squad's gonna be good. I'm excited for Independence Day too.
You're excited for it? I'll
Yeah.
see it, but I'm not excited for it.
Well, the first one was so good. That's like the first time I've been earnestly like excited about a sequel or a remake in a while.
You think it'll be good?
Yeah, of course it will.
I think it'll be fun. There'll be fucking shit exploding and shit like that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
The guy that plays Will Smith's son, though, sucks so hard.
Who is it?
On the commercial, it's just like, today, Earth, he's just like trying to be like, fucking, he's trying to give a big speech and it sucks.
Like the Bill Pullman one. From,
yeah.
Today is our Independence Day. And then the president just like they let him fly.
Well, that's the thing, is that he's sick at flying.
Yeah.
He's a
What
former
if that
pilot.
was his like? That's what his campaign was. It's like I don't know shit about anything, but I'm the best at fucking flying. And then people voted for him.
Dwight Eisenhower didn't know he was a fucking.
He was
general.
a 4-star general, dude.
Dude, that shit's
was a
easy
hero.
to do. That shit's easy. I could do that shit.
No, you couldn't.
Easy, dude.
Okay, well that went nowhere. What's what else?
No, I think it looks gay.
You think it looks gay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
On a scale of 1 to 10 gays, we should have a movie review segment. We're like, that's the gayometer. I mean, that's essentially what Rotten Tomatoes is.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, it's because
Create a widget.
Fresh.
Which changes fresh to gay.
yeah, no, Hank, the guy that Hank Tomato, the guy that opened Rotten Tomatoes.
Tomato.
Well, yeah, he was like a guy that fucks tomatoes. And so it was like how he ranked movies.
The better you like the movie, the more tomatoes you fucked after
Yeah,
watching it. So if it was 100. If you fucked 100 tomatoes, it's a really good movie. Yeah, no, that makes sense. We should have.
I was actually looking at a review of The Sandlot, a Roger Ebert review of The Sandlot.
And he said he trashed it?
No, I mean it doesn't have like particularly good ratings, but Roger Ebert said he's like you're just so like enveloped in the movie that at one point a line drives hit over I don't know, first baseman, and I found myself ducking in the theater and reaching up with my mitt, but I didn't have a mitt on. It's like, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
It absolutely did not happen.
That's a lie.
no
You're
way.
completely lying. And if you did, then you need an MRI. You need like a fucking. You need to get your brain.
Yeah.
It's like a 3D ride at Disneyland.
Whoa! He's a movie reviewer.
Yeah.
He watches movies professionally.
All day long.
If anyone is numb to that kind of shit, it's him. Who the fuck is he kidding?
I thought the baseball was coming out at a movie screen.
I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah, me too. Honestly, did you see that first interview he did when like they removed the second half
The
of
jaw?
his face, the bottom
Yeah.
of his face?
Oh jeez.
Yeah,
He was just using the like
The Stephen Hawking machine?
Well, he was using like the Mac Talk app.
Yeah.
And be like, hello, it's me, Roger Ebert. I feel great, or whatever. And that video is great because you could just make him say whatever you wanted.
Oh
And he had a
yes.
Macintosh.
Oh, wow.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Have you done that?
I did. I made a couple of them when I was like 20.
Let's make some more.
Yeah, we should do
Let's
that.
make some Cumtown originals.
Cumtown originals of Roger. Well, how did he die? Did his cancer come back?
cancer.
The cancer, yeah.
Came back.
Didn't he get like a jaw
That
transplant?
documentary
for
was really
a hot
beautiful.
sec?
Yeah, and then it
didn't take?
rejected.
That
Yeah, his
sucks,
body
dude.
rejected it or something.
He had a jaw again. There was like a day where he thought he was going to be okay.
His wife's name is Chaz. That's pretty cool.
Is it Chaz Bono?
Yeah, it
It's a
is.
sassy black lady named Chaz.
She's sassy.
That's you know who has a
I
black
love
wife?
the pictures on like vacation of Chaz's kids and like just this fat white guy. Like they're such a happy family. It's like all these black people and just this like portly white like smiling
on a
dude in a
family
Hawaiian shirt.
reunion to Six Flags. They get
Yeah.
custom T-shirts made. The Koopa Ebert family reunion. They all have the shirts.
2 thumbs up.
I think he was a drunk.
You know who has a black wife? Is George Lucas.
Yep.
De Niro,
Which
too.
is hilarious.
You know his wife played Jar Jar Binks.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I was like, wasn't there a conversation in that household at some point where she's like, George, what the fuck is this?
No, it's chill
And
because
he's like,
she-
I told you not to read my scripts.
she sanctioned it.
George, you crazy.
This Jamaican
You crazy for this one,
stereotype
George.
alien. He was a platypus Jamaican.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you think about it, that's the only like racist against blacks character in Star Wars, because pretty much every other, the majority of them are Asian people.
Yeah.
He found a way to like every
The
single
glasses lady in the last one was.
They had to get. That's a tribute to George Lucas. That's the only hat tip to George Lucas.
Yeah.
Is the glasses
Asian
lady.
alien.
It's like one day your destiny gonna be real big. You gonna have real good time destiny. You like Luke Skywalker. It's like and there's like a shooting star in the background. It's like this is for you, George. J.J. Abrams like points outside the stadium. You know what I mean? Yeah, you're real big. You get your own lightsaber. You go down basement, find lightsaber. You be real hero, just like Luke Skywalker.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, no, the best one though, the most racist of all the Star Wars background characters has to be Han Solo's co-pilot in Return of the Jedi.
No, Han Solo or
Oh yeah, Lando.
Lando's.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just looks
Yeah,
like a fat Korean.
yeah. Well, and then all he says is like, oh, okay.
George Lucas hates Asian people. I think we might be onto something here.
Yeah, well, more so, because that's how really, you can't just say somebody's racist, right? Because nobody has time to, just say like, oh, this guy hate. Then he has that defense of like, oh, I hate everybody equally, right? You know, you can just say he's a, what's the word? Misanthrope. But he clearly hates Asians the most, so that's the one you should focus on.
Yeah, wasn't he beefing with an Asian actress? Who's that sexy Chinese lady who was in
Lucy Liu.
No,
Sandra Oh? That's to both of them.
It
so
was
it's one of those
Her
two.
name is Bai Lin or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, from Crouching Tiger.
Yeah, he's feuding with her? With
She
the
got
wires?
she got cut out of the movie or some shit like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she was in it. She was like hunting fucking, I don't fucking know, boba or some shit. I don't know, dude. I was beating off to her once, and that came up in a search.
Yeah.
I was like,
Did you see they made that Ghost in the Shell movie and like Scarlett Johansson? They cast Scarlett Johansson, and all these idiots on Twitter are like, here's who you could have cast instead that's actually Asian. Ba Bing Lao, Lin Zhao Shunja. And it's like, who the fuck any of these people are? It's like, I know who Scarlett Johansson is. You're not gonna see this stupid fucking anime movie if she's in it. I don't know who. Oh, Ching Chang Sally. It's like,
Sally.
yeah, she was on a TV show in Korea in 1992, so she should be the star of this blockbuster movie. Yeah, that one's gonna get me in trouble.
Yeah, we should just send that directly to your girl, Sadie.
Yeah, Sadie should find out about that.
You need to apologize to Sadie about being racist to Asian people.
Well, I feel like Sadie could come around. Doyle's Irish. She's got the evil in her, She has the potential to be as racist as the rest of us.
Listen, they came over on those boats and they saw those signs that said they need not apply.
Yeah, and they thought that meant to life. And so they just all became scumbag pieces of shit. But actually, there's another woman, Feminista Jones.
that was fucking hilarious.
Somebody started searching her old tweets, and like 2012, she's like, fuck Chinese people. Asians can't drive.
It just straight up said Chinese people can't drive.
Yeah, Asians can't drive, which is like not even
Is
a
she
joke.
like a Hillary person?
Yeah, well, I
She's
don't
woke
actually
as hell.
don't know. Yeah, she's like a woke account though.
I
so-
don't. This is such a weird group of people that Twitter has uncovered.
Well, so she
Is
had all these.
the militant middle people.
Well, hold on. So she had a tweet on there that was like, I love when you come out of a bathroom, you could tell the bitch that was in there before, her pussy stank like a Holocaust shower, which is like, that's like my level.
Yeah,
you know?
seriously.
That's the kind of shit that I tweet, and I'm like,
That's
I don't know about
extremely
this one.
online. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I kind of had this moment with her where it's like, I don't want to shame her for these old tweets. I just want her to be like, come back.
Yeah.
Let this be your come to Jesus moment. Just give up all this
Just
shit.
be a monster
Just
online.
fucking do it. You like it. It probably makes you happy. You don't need to be a fucking good person. You need to enjoy your life and take care of your children.
Let's reach out to her. Let's get her on.
I tried to.
Hometown.
She blocked me. I added her to one of my irony DMs.
Isn't this like digging up? Isn't one of these like digging like this whole thing about digging up old tweets from accounts is like the same thing that we criticize as happens to like SNL people, right?
Yeah,
we
but
just do it.
SNL
You just do it to
SNL
woke people online.
aren't fucking sanctimonious pieces
That's
of
true.
shit.
I support doing it to the woke.
Yeah, if you're online constantly talking about like, you know, fucking going through and criticizing like word choices that people you presumably agree with. Like her tweets on that day were all about some Asian guy that wasn't a good enough ally. Or he said something about how like Asian men's like allyship should be, you know, you should side eye, clap back, fucking Kermit the Frog at it, or you know, whatever, because you know it erases her. And then, you know, then immediately people were finding those Asian tweets, and she's like, whoops, whoopsie daisy. She's like, I'm glad I've grown a lot.
Yeah, but those are the people retweeting the stories about when a comedian gets fucking hired, and you know, which is fucking ridiculous. We'll stay out of that shit.
Yeah. No, they did it to Rednitsky or whatever, who bumped me at the stand last night and crushed.
Really?
Yeah. That's
How's his stand-up? Is he
He's
good?
good. I want to hate him. I want him to like not.
But he's
Did
good.
he dance?
Yeah, he's like 23 or some
That
shit.
dance
and
thing
he's
he
like,
did on SNL was amazing.
I didn't see the dance scene.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
It's clearly what he auditioned with.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible.
Is it just dancing?
No,
Is
he
it
just does
Hamilton?
the entire plot of Dirty Dancing in a dance. And he's just
Well, how hard is that? It's a dancing movie.
He's an electric performer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought it was pretty
he's
bad.
not a bad stand-up.
You thought it was bad?
It was fine. I don't know.
I thought
It's
it
just
was
a
like
bit.
yeah.
I prefer Joe.
That's the thing is like they always bring the new guys on who aren't getting enough time to just do their stand up during Weekend Update.
Right.
Yeah. So like they did one of those things with him.
Yeah.
You know what, guys? We should make our own SNL with all our crazy characters that we've been coming up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like
we should-
Dr. Evil. and
Dr. Evil and Woke Bastard and Seth Dickfield and
Autism
That'd be good.
powers.
I think we'll see if we could do like a web series. That might work.
that would be funny.
You know who
Ralph-
makes
we'll
me
get Ralph
horny,
for the next-
baby?
Yeah.
I'll see.
That Lois from Family Guy, baby.
That would be good to see. You know what? What is funny to me is because like, I mean, I'm not like a free speech guy per se, but I do like copyright infringement a lot.
Oh, it's the best.
I think you should be able to just fucking steal shit from companies.
We should do that for sure. You can't own ideas, people.
My angle is it's not funny unless you get sued.
Nice, dude.
So
I know that once Cumtown gets to a certain point, we're gonna be getting like a briefcase offer, and they're gonna be like the only
Disney's
thing.
gonna try and buy it.
The only thing that needs to happen
You don't
is you need
understand-
to change your name, and Nick is gonna be like, guys, let's walk away.
First of all, no one.
Oh
is
yeah,
ever
we're
gonna
not
do that.
changing the name.
First of all, no one is gonna fucking give us like $100,000.
It's gonna be in a briefcase. Yeah,
I'll do it.
we
I'll
want to
make it
make
happen.
this. We want to
Give
make
me a
this
year. I'll get it. I'll get $100,000 for this podcast.
NBC.
I guarantee.
No, you won't, bitch.
Dude. Yeah, I will. MTV. Come. You know what? Somebody
C-dash
taught-
M-Town.
I don't know if it's smart to shit on like a fucking MTV show.
Don't
or
do
what.
it.
All right. Well,
Why?
never
Because
mind.
you want to work for them?
No, not really. It's not going to happen. But
They're
you know,
garbage.
so I was talking with somebody the other night, and
They're great.
we were making fun of, like,
on
you know,
Geico.
we've made
I love
fun of,
Geico.
we've made fun of like MTV shows in the past.
Sure.
And somebody told me they were auditioning. I'm not gonna fucking say it. I'm not
What?
Gonna, well, I'll tell you afterwards. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have even.
Oh,
Wow,
you just
great
teased
for
all
the
the listeners.
podcast. Wow.
I did.
Let's
I
end it on
fucked
that
up.
note.
Let's tweet at Nick. What was
You
want
want to just cut that out?
No, I'm leaving it in.
He doesn't. Do you refuse to ever edit any of these ever?
No, I don't. I just learned what compression is the other day.
You can edit fairly easily. I feel like.
I
Yeah,
could,
it's
but
pretty
whatever.
easy.
Why we can just drop it? We can move on to something else. We can
That's
talk
a
about
good
something
point.
else.
I like that.
I
That's
wanted to
very
mention
zen.
this. Here's a good. You throw this in the bit tank for the open mic.
Let's do it.
So the money in the briefcase thing. Nobody has briefcases anymore.
No.
But they still do the briefcase thing in movies.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? So if somebody's buying drugs, if I saw somebody with a briefcase today,
That's for drugs.
I would pull them over. Did you
Yeah,
see
yeah.
that truck that got pulled over in the Holland Tunnel today?
No.
Oh yeah.
With all the guns,
with
but
the
then they
guns.
showed the truck, and it's like this fucking like Ram van with wraparound decals and a fucking like Surge green cooler in the front on like a bracket.
They were like strapped up, and they were like, we had to rescue our friend who's addicted to heroin. That's what they said, and they had just like an arsenal of weapons in this. trying to get
truck,
it to New York City.
yeah, the truck looks like a mid '90s Mountain Dew promotional vehicle.
That's awesome.
It's got all this like like urban tactical gear or whatever decals
Yeah.
on the side, like a Tonka decal.
Oh, hell
and
yeah.
there's like a fucking beer cooler attached to the front of like a neon green beer cooler attached to the front of the truck. It's basically a monster truck.
Damn, I wonder what they were for real about to get into.
Hopefully about to like kill somebody over Mountain Dew. That would be
to raid the Surge
I
factory.
love that. You know what I love with each new mass shooting? It's always like a new, like, kind of. It's always a new, different type of guy now.
Yeah.
So they'll be like, oh yeah, of course it was a gay Muslim.
Yeah, closeted gay Muslim.
Oh, fuck, I don't even know who to be mad at with this one.
It used to be easy, just crazy white guy.
Well, until what's his name?
The DC sniper.
No, I almost said Jeremy Lin. What's the fucking Arthur Chu.
Virginia Tech.
Who made that joke? What's his name? Cho. Sun Moon Cho.
I don't know.
I don't know. Whoever he is, he should star in the new Ghost in the Shell. That should be the fucking.
And
we
Kim.
did it.
And there it is. That's the callback.
Folks, thanks
Should that
for
be the
listening.
podcast? Whatever.
I think so.
We did it. That's an hour. You guys were fun.
Yeah.
You guys got anything you want to plug? No? Great. See you later.
Nothing.
Instagram, bitch.
Should we put the kids on the next?
Right, gotta set the timer for 1 hour.
Nice.
That's
We're getting tactical. Military precision.
You did it on
start
your
wearing
watch.
tactical gear, combat boots, a knife attached to my knee, the side of my knee.
Oh yeah,
those lower thigh
Yeah,
knives.
yeah, not
Right in
good.
reach of your arm.
Yeah.
That's cool. I think if you just
I'm gonna start getting
slap
into knife
tactical
fights, dude.
on any product,
I cut myself
buy it.
accidentally enough that I should be a knife fight guy.
Yeah, you've got the fingertips of a knife fighter.
Yeah.
You clumsy motherfucker.
I'm not clumsy. People interrupt me while I'm working.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. My father, carpenter of 47 years, beautiful hands, pristine.
really?
Pristine hands. But his friend Costa chopped his whole fucking thumb off. So my man's got just a round ass little ass nub. no nail. And he basically just cut the nail off, so he's got like a thin ass, bulbous little
Yeah.
thumb.
Yeah, it's
fucked
bound.
up.
It's bound to happen if you like work with tools long enough. Eventually, you're gonna cut your hands off.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna lose your hands.
Your whole hands?
Yeah,
It's true.
which is
100% of everyone who's ever been a carpenter at
You
some
just have
point.
to
Jesus
accept
died
it.
with 0 hands.
Yeah, well, he had holes in the middle of them.
You're gonna have to
Yeah,
accept
well,
that you're gonna get your hands cut off.
I
at some
stand
point.
corrected.
Yeah, they either chopped off or you get little stomata in the middle of it.
Stigmata.
Stigmata.
Stomata with you. Hey.
Stoma is mouth in Greek.
A
Stigmata.
stoma is when there's like a hole in your fucking throat. It's like retarded kids have it sometimes. They got an
Really?
extra, they got an extra fucking thing in their throat.
Because of being retarded? Or as a
Yeah.
punishment, the doctors do it
I don't
to
know.
them?
It's like a breathing tube or something went in there at some point. I don't know. It's like the input jack on a retarded kid. It's like when you plug the Nintendo 64 into the
You
front
can
of the
put
TV.
Slim Jims directly into it?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. They should try the top of their brains.
Feeding tubes. You put one end of the feeding tube goes into the stoma, and then the other end goes into the packet of peanut M&Ms. And that's how, like the doctor says, like, ma'am, I'm sorry, your kid's gonna be retarded, and there's nothing we can do about that, but we can at least make him big. So we're gonna force feed him candy to become the most retarded. The world's greatest doctor. Instead of curing diseases, why do I make my patients the best at having them? Yeah. Behold, my AIDS patient, who is the gayest man in the world. I've encouraged this man to be even gayer than he was when he came to me and said, please, can I have the PrEP pill? And I gave him Smarties instead.
That's
most of
nice.
my
I told him
treatments
it works better
are candy related,
without condoms,
based in my years of research into the mentally disabled. You can save money by prescribing candy.
Oh,
well, I used to think like they're like, yeah, in medical tests that they'll either give you the real drug
or a sugar pill.
Or a sugar pill. I'm like, well, wouldn't you know it's a sugar pill based on the fact that it tastes like candy,
But I think it's a cap with sugar in it.
Oh, it's a cap with sugar in it?
I think so. Although Advil is pretty sweet. Sometimes
Advil tastes
Advil,
great,
dude. Sometimes I'll really suck on an Advil like it's a lozenge.
They put something on that?
Huh?
They put something on Advil?
I think they got a candy shell.
There's a little candy?
I think it's a candy shell, which is a strange way to go with medicine.
It's like,
is there other medicine that tastes good? I mean, Dimetap, the OG of tasting good.
I used to fucking
just guzzle Dimetap.
Dexedrine has a nice post-nasal drip. It's got kind of like a orangey.
Ooh, yeah, the cough syrup? The cough?
No. It's
the
like
nose
Adderall.
spray?
No, Dexedrine. It's like Adderall.
Really?
It's like an orange Adderall.
No.
The Adderalls I have are orange, like colored.
Yeah,
talking about
capsules with little balls in them.
Ooh, this is
Kind of tastes like Tang.
Ooh, they got a little zest in there, a little orange zest.
One time my grandma was babysitting my cousins, and there was like Metamucil above the fridge.
Yeah,
And
that just makes you shit, right?
And they thought it was Tang, so they're like, Grandma, can you get us we want that Tang. And she gave them like, she was just letting them drink a bunch of Metamucil.
Oh no.
And then they just shit all over the house.
You people, I feel like I haven't seen Metamucil in years. I guess I'm not around old people.
Yeah, dude. You're not watching daytime TV like you used to be.
I should start taking Metamucil.
I feel like Metamucil
combat my high protein diet.
Metamucil got replaced, I feel like, by the yogurt Activia.
That's true. Jamie Lee
Curtis just
wants to know. Everyone knows she's shitting
How
out
about,
of that hole.
she's shitting good.
Blactivia, you know?
Yeah,
Say-
Blactivia.
How do we get the brothers to eat yogurt? We got to get into the brothers market.
That is
Who's the equivalent? Who's the black
constipation
guy
is-
equivalent of Jamie Lee Curtis?
What do you mean the black guy equivalent of Jamie Lee Curtis?
Like,
Well, she's Activia.
Who's around that age? You know, who's going to be the Blactivia
Oh, the
spokesman?
spokesman? Steve
JB
Harvey.
Smooth.
Steve Harvey, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, not JB, Steve Harvey. That's great, of course. Yeah, but bald Steve Harvey.
Yeah.
Not in the hair days. Man, Steve looking good, dude. That's such a good career. You just get to fucking look at the camera when someone says something stupid. Like, oh Lord.
From the Your Time Family Feud.
Yeah.
And he's
Remember
got
Steve Harvey's Big Break? That was a great show.
No, what was that?
People would come on and they would do it. They would have to learn how to do a thing or something. I just remember one where like a guy had to learn how to do that shit where you pull a tablecloth
Whoa.
and all the shit stays on the table.
That's
Whoa,
tight.
that's cool.
Yeah, and so they like have me with a professional. They taught him how to do it. Then one where a guy had to like memorize pi out to 100 digits.
Holy fuck.
And he did it.
Like
Wait,
right
when was that
on the show that like within.
No, they give you a couple weeks.
The Harvman's had an interesting career. What has he just hosted?
Yeah.
He hosted the Apollo.
He
for a
hosted
while.
the Miss America, Miss World.
Yes,
when they got it
when he
wrong.
totally fucked it up.
Yeah.
There was the Steve Harvey show. You know,
The
Family
Steve Harvey
Feud.
Show is good. Me and Jamel talked about that.
I love
on,
that.
on the episode
Bullet Head.
where you guys were replaced.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we had a
You wish,
long-
When
bitch.
Cedric the Entertainer was on Steve Harvey's show,
Yes, he was.
as his friend.
He was
Right.
Coach Cedric. Coach Ced.
Cedric the Teach.
He was the gym teacher.
Oh yeah, he was
Yeah.
a teacher. Yeah.
It was Steve Harvey was the principal.
All right,
No, no.
students, I know you may
The
know
hot
me as
lady.
Cedric the Entertainer, but I want you to see me as Cedric the Teach-atainer. This is Teach-attainment.
There was a sexy and Cedric had like he was dating the secretary at the school.
Yeah.
She was kind of hot, but the very hot one was the principal, who was Steve's love interest.
Steve's apartment on that show was like the same.
Unbelievable.
The same apartment from like another sitcom. I mean, it was like a lot of the shows share the same set.
Right.
I feel like it was like Good Times or like another one where it was the same layout, but
Good Times, not Good Times. That's old
no,
shit.
Good Times' apartment though it was like the same layout as I think Steve's apartment, where you have the kitchen off to the right side,
Yes.
entrance on the left,
Big ass living room.
yeah, the big living room,
And it goes deep too.
yeah. Like Martin's apartment is a very distinct apartment.
That's true. That's
because
true.
the bedroom was like off into the distance on the left side with that island kitchen,
back,
and then
yes.
the entrance was on
The
the
island
right.
kid. Yeah, that was very strange. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jerry Seinfeld had an island.
Seinfeld, another very interesting
very
set where the
distinctive.
bedroom sort of just
The
exists.
bedroom's
They have
in
a
the
lot of
back.
cereals.
Yeah. Behind the
Seinfeld.
bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see how many cereals that motherfucker has?
Yeah.
It's a lot, bro.
And the computer to the left.
Yeah. Does he ever jerk off? Is that ever part of Seinfeld?
He probably.
Yeah, there's master
I mean,
of
the
your
contest,
own domain.
of course, but I mean, using the computer. Do we ever see
that
the back
that
of
might have
Jerry?
been pre-internet porn.
So wait, you think that computer was just to play like Scrabble or like?
No, back then you used the computer to connect to government supercomputers, mainframes.
Oh,
And
so
then,
Jerry was a hacker.
yeah.
Ah.
Jerry would impress women by hacking into DEF CON. DEF CON 5.
Jerry was getting it in all the time on that show.
He was smashing
And
it.
Yeah, I
George.
liked it. Like they just sort of wrote in. They're like, "Oh yeah, he used to have sex with Elaine.
yeah.
She just couldn't be a friend of theirs."
Yeah, yeah.
Like what is this woman?
It was
doing
completely inconceivable that they could just have a platonic female friend.
I used to love her. Like I used to wish that
course.
Jerry got back with her. I used to like pray. Like
No,
as a
but they're
little
not
kid.
good, redeemable people.
No, they're both terrible people. But like she's so
They don't
cute.
deserve happiness.
Oh,
I want an Elaine, dude.
I remember watching Seinfeld as a kid and being like, how the fuck are these Jewish guys dating all these fucking tens?
Because
I was
they're
like, this is
millionaires.
ridiculous.
'Cause Jerry's a millionaire.
In the show, he's a millionaire?
Yeah.
George is out of work. He lives with his parents half
George.
the time.
Is George Jewish?
He's a loser. He's Costanza. I think he's supposed to be Greek,
He's
maybe?
Italian.
No, he's
Or
not
Italian?
Greek.
We've had this conversation before. Anyway, but then I moved to New York, and if you walk
Kramer,
around the...
I know Kramer's not Jewish, but Michael Richards is, and that came out when he screamed the N-word and was racist.
Yeah.
We found out once and for all that Michael Richards
You
is
think if he was
definitely
Jewier, he would get away with it?
What?
He doesn't
The
seem
N-word?
that Jewish.
No, Michael Richards isn't actually Jewish,
Oh,
but like
oh.
when that thing happened,
He probably is.
there was all these like articles that were like, Michael Richards is not Jewish.
Oh.
Like, make it clear there wasn't a Jewish guy who did that.
Yeah, I wonder how much hot water a Jew would get for dropping hella N-bombs.
I think just as much as anyone else.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't
Probably.
think Jews are allowed to use that.
What about a
break.
Chinese guy?
We only sort of pretend that Jewish people aren't white. I don't like.
No, they're white.
Of course
they
they're
became white in America.
Yeah.
I mean, before they moved here, they weren't white, but they're white here. That's
Yeah.
they earn
They earn their whiteness.
their whiteness.
They're not
I mean,
white
I
in
joke
Israel.
around like I'm like, oh, like it's different, but it's not different, dude. Whatever.
What's not different?
What if
Jews,
a Chinese guy
Jews
shouted
aren't
the
different.
N-word?
What?
What if a Chinese guy did the Michael Richards? Would he be in as much trouble?
A Chinese guy saying the N-word?
No, if Bobby Lee did that, people would be like,
You're right.
I don't know what Bobby.
Yeah, but Bobby Lee pulls his dick out and
Yeah.
puts it on people's shoulders.
People be like, Bobby, come on. Some screaming racial slurs.
Yeah, fat Korean guy definitely gets away with it.
Yeah. Michael Richards didn't get away with it because he's not like really a comic.
Right.
He's an actor.
that did comedy sometimes.
You're right. He would do bits where he would smoke cigarettes and lift weights on the Tonight Show.
Really?
Mm-hmm. He's pretty good at it.
I didn't even know what his stand-up was, but he's an amazing physical comedian.
Yeah. Just
incredible.
Have you ever seen clips of like Seinfeld where they're like 3 or 4 takes in and Michael Richards just wants to get through the scene and like, someone will laugh or mess up a line and then he's just suddenly not Kramer anymore as soon as they call cut and he's like, can we please just get this fucking movie? He's like, this is the most unprofessional shit I've ever seen. And then they're like, and action. He's like, Jerry, I got my balls caught in my zipper. You know, or whatever's happening.
That's a great episode of Seinfeld.
Yeah. When he cooked himself on the roof.
Yes. And Newman looks like a fat-ass turkey.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
How did Newman survive in New York City, Manhattan?
He's a mail
on
carrier.
a mail guy's salary.
Do you know how much mail carriers make, dude?
They make a lot of money?
Starting salary is like $85,000 a year.
Yo.
Starting? Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
that's not true.
No, you work your all the way up to the top. They're making somewhere around like, I don't know,
What's the
maximum
top?
government employee salary is probably $1.2 million a year. That's about what they
What is that, Postmaster General?
No, just regular mail carrier.
That's rude lady at the front.
I'm factoring in birthday card money.
Oh yeah. You wet the beak off that.
Yeah.
You open up every birthday card,
Yeah.
take 20%.
You go, oh, oopsie daisy. You pull an oops, and the kids, you hold it up to the light. It's Elmo saying, you're 5 now. And you run your keys across the envelope by accident. And then you say, oh, well, this is destroyed. I can't deliver this. It's going to ruin this kid's birthday if he sees this envelope sliced up like this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to just take the money out of the card. Continue on my postmasterly way down the block.
I would love to be a post office guy.
There was a story about some guy here, some mail carrier here, and his boss was in the parking lot and saw his fucking like shitty Nissan or whatever that was just filled with mail. And they open an investigation and they go into his apartment and like he had just not delivered a single letter for like 8 years.
That is so awesome. That fucking rules so hard.
Yeah, he just wasn't doing the job at all. He's just
Why would you
keeping all the
keep
mail.
it? That would burn it, you fucking asshole.
At least go through it, rummage through it for some good shit.
Yeah, well, that's a more serious crime because like they do charge you with that shit because it's like super illegal. They're not just gonna fire you.
Right.
But considering like if you don't go through the mail and you're just like, yeah, I'm fucking lazy. I don't want to do the job anymore.
I'm a horrible
I gotta
employee.
pay my rent. Yeah, then you could probably get off.
Let's try it. It's the perfect crime. We set up a fall guy.
Perfect crime is stealing candy from a baby. Remember that one? You ever hear that expression?
Yeah.
It'll be like stealing candy from a baby.
Yeah.
Why don't you try this one out, folks? Why don't you go try to steal candy from a
Uh-oh.
baby and
I
see
like
what
this.
happens?
How hard is it? Cry.
Yeah. Yeah, that probably isn't that easy at all.
That's so true.
The easiest crime is downloading child pornography through the Tor
dark
browser.
web.
That's what people should say. It's like, oh yeah, making yeah, well, you were gonna sneak into a different movie? Yeah, that'll be easy. That'll be like downloading child pornography through the Tor browser. People are like, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, like, you know, like when you, like the thing with a baby, the candy thing with a baby.
It's the new way to say candy from a baby.
I forgot the expression, the candy baby expression.
They changed it.
I changed it. Yeah, that's easy. It'll be like a piece of cake. Like downloading videos of children being raped through a PGP encrypted. That old expression.
Yeah, sure. That thing that's so easy to do that we all know about.
It's just 2 steps.
Well,
boys, this is my farewell. This is my farewell show, dude.
We're all sad because Stav's going to Greece tomorrow. We're
Well,
sad.
we're not sad.
Well, we're not sad.
Adam, aren't you sad?
I said I'm sad. I said I'm sad.
Nick's not
Adam's
sad.
always sad.
We're
This
also
is
really sad because our
being a Brooklyn
favorite
sad boy.
Our favorite comedian Jerry Lewis is dead.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
Jerry Lee Lewis.
Great balls of fire.
Great balls of fire.
Speaking of child porn, that
Yeah.
guy.
Well,
Yeah, he married his cousin.
Yeah.
His 8-year-old cousin.
She was 8.
What?
Was she 8?
She was 9
She
and a
was
half.
8 years old, dude. At
I
some
thought
point
he
in her
married his like 14-year-old cousin.
Yeah, but they started fucking when she was 8.
Yeah, that's when they
You have
started
to, like,
dating.
think, right, of course. You're not going to marry someone after dating them for, what, a year?
Yeah. The courtship started after
By the time
third
they got
grade.
married, they'd been dating for years.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You're not allowed to get
gotta
married
start
until
the-
you know your multiplication table.
Right,
You gotta lay the
exactly.
foundation.
You know what? He got to a point where he's like, wow, I guess she's going to hit puberty after all. So let's put the knot on this. Boy, I really hated fucking this titless midget. Thank God she's...
Did he die in that plane crash? The
Jerry
Big
Lee
Bopper
Lewis.
one?
It was Big Bopper, Richie Valens, and Elvis.
Yep.
Elvis died?
Yeah.
Yep.
Elvis died
And
in that plane crash.
then
And then
Andy
they replaced
Kaufman
him.
No, who
died
the fuck
on
was
the
the
toilet.
third guy? You're right. Big Bopper, Richie Valens,
Oh, it was
Buddy
a guitar
Holly.
player. Yes.
Buddy Holly. That's it. The most famous of all.
The most famous.
That's crazy that I didn't.
I know that you
Yeah.
could go with Bud. That's when I think of that. I think of as the Buddy Holly
No,
plane
I think
crash.
of
Yeah.
Richie Valens, dude. I was
you
a
know,
big
he was
LeBron
Valens
fan.
head?
Buddy Holly was like
Sounds like
22
my penis.
when that plane crashed.
Oh yeah, he was one of those prodigy guys. Or,
Wow, I wouldn't call him a prodigy. His music sucks. He looked like a nerd.
Come on, dude. His music's
He was a
good.
nerd.
No, he made looking like
You
a
wear the
nerd
same
cool.
He
glasses.
was like
You have the same hair and
You're
glasses
literally
as him right
dressed
now.
like him right now. You're wearing
You
an
just got a
entire-
haircut and you look exactly
You're wearing
like
Buddy Holly
but like a
cosplay
bitch, but
with
fatter.
a stupid
You
mustache.
look like a fat
And a
Adidas
fat
sponsored
stomach.
Buddy Holly with a mustache.
First of all, he was rail thin, so I'm not fat. I'm normal.
No,
you look
you're
like
fat.
Buddy Holly with an Alex Jones body.
Yeah, dude.
Alex Jones is in great shape.
He is for real my fitness goals, dude. I'm trying to have that body.
Alex Jones
Alex-
will fuck you up.
Did you see the video of him in Seattle chasing that guy down the street?
No,
Come here!
I didn't see it.
Come here, you son of a bitch! I'll fuck you up, dude.
He's just on Facebook Live raping that guy.
keep believing the mainstream media. Keep believing the fake news. Step up in this ring, and dick me down.
Dick me down.
How about you step up?
Why don't you come on down here and dick me off? How about you get down this ring and dick me down?
It's SummerSlam today.
Yeah,
Your
who
man-
gives a shit, dude? Fuck wrestling. If you
Whoa,
like wrestling, you're a
shots.
fucking retard.
Well, there goes half our fucking.
I hate
agree.
this shit, dude. I really fucking can't stand it.
You hate. It's not. Every once in a while, it's fun to throw it on.
Shut up.
I go to a party and just on the background.
Adults, it's
If you're too into it,
acceptable.
sure.
What wrestling party would you go to if it weren't like other comics you're trying to network with?
No,
Having-
it's
you would
called
never
having
go to
fun. You
It's
fucking
not
piece
called
of shit.
having fun.
Yes, it
Wrestling
is.
sucks.
Going out and hang out with your friends.
I just think that if you're an adult and you like wrestling, you should be in the closet about
Right,
it. I think
exactly.
this whole pride in liking wrestling.
It's gone a bit too far. I
it's
will.
gone
I will
too
agree
far.
with you there.
That's how I feel.
But it can be enjoyable every once in a while.
I think they need to go
Any
back
kind
into
of
the
party
shadows.
where it's like a fight party or even a pay-per-view party, those are fun parties.
Uh-huh.
You get some wings. Even if I don't care about.
I got stuck at a WrestleMania party this year. It was just
This year?
let me tell you, the clientele at that arena.
Where was it?
I don't know, some guy's house in Los Angeles.
Oh, you were
The
in
guy
LA.
was a fucking amazing cook, though. He made great food, but everyone there was just an abject nerd.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go for listen, I'm not going to a stranger's
It's like
WrestleMania
not.
party.
It's not. It should. I should
Well,
never
what the
be
fuck?
in a-
Oh, God
I should never be
damn
in a
it.
situation where I'm like,
Ernest just threw up.
okay,
It's gross.
yeah, it happens.
That's how they'd have. I'm the asshole for being like it's gross.
Yeah,
that a
we're
fucking
talking
cat
about
threw up.
something, and you're.
I'm distracted by the. Oh, he's doing it again. Fuck my ass. That's gross.
Just it would just train him to eat the throw up after he throws it up.
Like a dog.
Fuck you,
That's
Ernest.
why
The most
dogs
efficient creature. They're like the Teslas of nature.
no waste.
Yeah,
They eat their shit. They eat their vomit.
right.
It's true.
I was like, anytime
I'm getting-
somebody says perpetual motion machines don't work, I say Exhibit A. This
Yep.
dog eating shit coming directly out of its ass. Explain that, Mr. Thermodynamics.
That's so true.
Mm-hmm.
That's so fucking true.
And from now on, my name is Mr. Thermodynamics. My new
That's a
DJ
cool name.
career is. I'm gonna get colored contacts, dreads, some fucking gazelles and cargo shorts.
Oh yes, my
Mr.
bitch.
Thermodynamics.
A bucket hat.
I used to do these.
That's
I used to
cool.
do stand-up shows at this bar in like Fairfax or somewhere. I can't remember where it was.
Yeah.
Like Front Royal almost.
Oh damn.
Is that still Fairfax County?
I don't
That's way the
remember.
fuck out there.
Yeah, I think it was Front Royal. Anyway, Blue Iguana. That was the name of the bar. So wherever the fuck Blue Iguana is, I would go do shows there, and the manager of the club was this guy who had his head shaved except for like the Chinese Q.
Yes.
Shit.
Hell yes.
Really?
And yeah, he was like a.
Was he Chinese?
No, he's a white guy. He was like a Matrix white guy.
Yes.
And he made him and his like hot goth girlfriend made industrial music.
Oh yeah.
And he showed me. He was like, I turned my basement into an enchanted forest. And he had done all this like set design work to turn his basement like literally into an enchanted
Into like
forest.
a rave,
There was all these
rave
fake
place?
trees around like the walls and a fog machine and all these like weird like this bioluminescent like it looked like Avatar basically.
Damn. You think you ever
His
put a
basement.
loincloth on and fuck his girlfriend in there?
I'm sure they did all sorts of weird shit. And then he like gave me the CD for his like industrial band with him and his girlfriend. I'm like, oh yeah, thanks, dude. I'll totally listen to it. And then I used to listen to it all the time. It was actually pretty good.
Was it?
Yeah.
What did it sound like?
Are they on
like
Spotify?
like any other industrial music you've ever heard.
I only know Nine Inch Nails.
There's a lot.
Who else?
KMFDM. That's a big one.
I don't know that one.
Never heard that. Sounds fake. Sounds like a bunch of letters you just threw together.
Rammstein's like industrial.
Okay, yeah.
Rammstein.
Yeah.
I only know Du Hast.
Yeah.
But that's a slapper.
Yeah. Du Hast Mick.
Yeah, that song rules.
What's Du Hast?
Du Hast is Rammstein.
How does it go?
Du Hast.
Du Hast Mick.
Du Hast.
Oh yeah.
Do
Do you guys ever listen to that song? Do you guys ever catch that song, "Dance with the Devil"? It was like, bam, ba-da, ba-da-da. It was like, fight, fight, and dance with the devil. It was like, it was going on in
I
Greece.
know that song.
It was going on in Greece
Yeah,
when I was
yeah.
in like 3rd grade, and like priests would like hold prayer rallies against it. Like they would like show up and like hold up big ass crosses.
Sounds like a couple of cucks being triggered to me.
Whoa. Snowflake much?
A couple of snowflake priests
Snowflake
can't handle
priest, bitch,
the
motherfuckers.
power of Rammstein.
Yeah, that song is
I don't think that was Rammstein.
is definite Euro trash like summer
Dance
dance
with the
mix.
Devil?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. I can't wait, dude.
Well, there's another song, "Dance with the Devil," which is that guy Immortal Technique, who has
yeah,
that
it
song
says about fucking raping your mother or something.
where he's trying to get into a gang, and then they
It's
like
so funny that
have a
Immortal
woman
Technique
that
bullied.
Yeah, Lin-Manuel
Lin-Manuel
Miranda.
Miranda. He was his bully because Immortal Technique is the second lamest rapper in the world.
Yeah.
Behind, we're slightly in front of.
He would
How about we redo Hamilton and the only song in the whole thing, and they keep singing it over and over again, is Despacito.
That would rule.
The Puerto Rican Hamilton.
I loved it. I like that
course.
song.
Who's anti-Despacito?
It's whatever.
Come on, throw that on. Get a couple margaritas in the air.
Margarita.
You know what I'm saying? You're wearing a white linen shirt with it's unbuttoned and it's fucking flowing. You got a beautiful Brazilian.
I love the stop. I love the way your brain works. Is that you have something and the first reference is the food around it.
Technically, it's a drink.
Yeah, it
But
is a
yes,
drink.
of course, there's roasted
Yeah, but you
pork
were thinking
Cuban
about
sandwiches.
Do
Of course, there's a roasted pork fucking Cubano sandwich in the mix, dude.
Maybe a little arroz con pollo.
Yeah, absolutely. You get that corn with the fucking.
That's Despacito.
Yeah, you get that corn with the cheese
Desperate fatso.
That's what Despacito is all about.
That's how
what
we
the song
eat
is.
lunch down in Puerto Chico.
I love that line so much. I don't know why.
It sounds
Damn, I
stupid.
want
It says
chicharrones,
Puerto
dude.
Rico,
Yeah,
stupid.
he goes, "This is how we do it down in Puerto Rico."
Stop making the name of your country
spicier. You know,
But
just say it the way we say.
Wow, mayo ass
Yeah,
crack
I
ass
agree,
white
dude.
boys.
Right way.
Whenever I hear a Spanish
No.
person say like, "Yeah, my cousin from Miami,"
Yeah, well, that's stupid.
I just want to say like, "Come on,
I'm from LA.
LA." I'm from LA.
I'm from LA. Yeah, dude.
Anyway, that's Despacito, boys. Little fucking
Like when German people say Deutschland,
Just a nice
fried
spread.
ice cream. You know what I mean? That's fucking Despacito.
Maybe some
it's
pork
Germany.
rinds.
You fucking bastard.
Absolutely.
It's not Deutschland.
What?
Germany.
What? It's not Deutschland. What
No,
do you mean?
They need to say Germany.
If a German person is calling back home in Germany, right? Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Deutschland.
They lost the war. They don't get to name the country.
Oh, we should change the name for
That's
that.
what I'm saying.
Damn, I am gonna get pork rinds now that you say
Also,
it.
how they change their name to Dutchland when there's already a Dutch?
So
dude.
true.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they smoke Dutchies, dude.
Well, then they do that here too. The
Dutchland? That's my apartment's name, yo.
Because the Dutch don't live there.
The
dude.
Pennsylvania
Dutch live in
Dutch. The
Netherlands.
Pennsylvania Dutch are German.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not even Dutch.
Don't they call regular people English?
See, this is why World War II happened, boys, because they were so confused about where they were
How
from.
about we start calling them Prussians again?
Ooh, I like that.
Prussians were Germans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Prussians and Russians?
No.
I always
Prussians
thought
are-
they
too
were. I
confusing.
thought they were Polish Russians forever.
not.
Ooh, that would seems like it,
It
would
sounded
make sense.
like
Germans.
it sounded cool.
The Germans
Germans.
were Prussians, Austrians.
Yeah.
What about Visigoths?
Those were French.
Goths.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool sounding. Visigoth.
Yeah, dude. They were like hot topic.
Yeah.
dude. But they have spears and shit.
My new name is Visigoth Thermodynamics.
That's Mr. Thermodynamics' first name is Visigoth.
Yeah, I make electronic music in my enchanted
No
forest.
joke, Visigoth Thermodynamic is like a fucking...
I was
Have you
laughing,
guys ever
I was
been to a
laughing
rave
earlier
before?
today about
No.
a woman named Genre Scenario.
That's really good.
Have you been to a rave before, Nick?
I went to Starscape one time.
In Baltimore?
Yeah.
Was there like a light show and shit?
Yeah,
there
it was
was.
gay as shit, dude.
Yeah, that's where
It
everyone
fucking sucked.
everyone
Yeah.
would go to do ecstasy for the first time at Starscape.
Yeah.
Just
of
like
kids
with a
from
lot
Hopkins.
of bracelets and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you remember when rave culture was like there were always girls that like would have butterfly wings or like angel wings?
Sure. I remember that. I mean, I didn't go to any fucking
I used to
raves.
think that was pretty.
What's up with those furry boots?
That's like that's the lamest style.
What's
I
that?
think.
What is that?
Yeah.
Explain it to
The
me.
I'm gonna
big
start
furry
dressing like
boots.
that. Adidas tracksuit, Indian headdress, furry boots.
furry moon boots?
Yeah. I'm gonna make my Instagram me doing the like follow me thing.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good. You're not cute enough, though. You're ugly.
I'm gonna be the
You're gonna be the girl?
No, yeah, I'm gonna be the girl, and then I'm trying to decide what the hand will be. Probably a hook of some sort.
Yeah. Just a little midget hand. A child. Clearly a child's
child.
hand. And it's a dark basement. It's like...
No, there's something better than that. I'm trying to think. What would be a good parody of the follow me?
Just a penis, maybe.
Yeah, just a penis. That's
Yeah,
pretty
just
fun.
you
Yeah, we
holding
don't
a
have to.
penis.
Just holding a dick.
We don't have to reinvent the wheel here,
Pulling
boys.
something out.
It's not that complicated.
What do you mean reinvent the wheel? Who's done that?
Huh?
Nobody's done that.
But what I'm saying is, when in doubt, the
I
answer
don't
is a
understand that
penis.
reinvent the wheel thing. That means what? Do something that's already been done.
No, it means that like you don't have
Go
to
to the fucking
expression
the
should
original.
be-
Go to the original.
The
Oh yes, yes. Yeah, yeah.
Let's hear what it should be. It's like downloading child pornography.
Let's not film a child pornography. We could just download it. That
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
what's the wheel thing? I'm trying to remember that expression.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
Nick.
shit.
Yeah, well, that's what I meant to say.
Sorry, this should be easier. This should be as easy as downloading child pornography through the Tor browser.
We don't have to. Oh god, we don't have to find producers and craft services and a
Yeah.
DP and film child pornography when it's readily available on the dark web.
fuck.
Yeah,
You don't have to get
we'll do both.
PAs.
Right? Kill 2 children with 1 dick. Well, dude, you know that expression too, right?
Kill 2.
Yeah, kill 2 kids with 1 dick.
Fuck.
That is a weird expression, though. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You see how easy stand-up comedy is?
Yeah, you just...
Oh yeah, this would be killing.
You see how fucking simple of a stupid bullshit trick
I don't know if
thing it
it's
is?
easy, but it's definitely dumb.
It's very easy.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you can plug into the Matrix. Certain people kill with shit, and you're like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
And then you're like, oh, yeah. It almost feels like when you get a good bit that you're proud of, it feels like an accident.
Yeah.
It's like so many things have aligned where it's like, oh, people happen to be laughing at this because I've figured out some other dumb tricks to make them laugh at something I actually believe.
What I love is the comics you see where 90% of the laughter in their set is, well, that didn't work.
Yeah.
And then they they bail on all the jokes. And then
That's
they're
more like
"Yeah, it's
open
pretty
mic
good
culture,
set."
though.
No, I just
it
see people do it at
happens.
clubs.
Really?
Yeah.
I've seen
Well,
like
I guess that didn't work. Oh,
I would
God.
love to do 45 minutes. To go book a club headline, write 45 minutes of bad jokes to purposefully bail on them, and only have recovery, and do a recovery set just to see if you can sustain it for 45 minutes.
absolutely not. You could not. You get
I'm
like
sure
3
you
or
could.
4 of those.
I've watched you do it for
No,
hours.
how dare you?
That's rude.
I know it's rude.
How dare you? I'm a master of stage, of la stage.
Yeah, stage 4 diabetes.
Does it even come in stages?
Yes, it does.
Yeah,
in
the
your
fourth
case.
one's the worst
Oh
one.
no! What happens
Yeah.
to stage
Yeah.
4?
Your entire body
blood
has
is
peppermint
candy.
swirls on it.
Yeah.
Turn into a big gumdrop.
I just secrete marshmallow, marshmallow fluff. That would come in handy. You could just get a fat guy to sweat when you wanted some fucking toppings. Something to think about, guys. Toppings.
I was laughing.
For your ice cream
I was
sundae.
laughing, thinking about you going back to Greece, and it's like funny to think about like all your family is just clones of you, but it's even funnier to think about all your cousins are like John Stamos Greek guys,
Yes.
like fucking olive
Beautiful.
oil,
What you mean, like into rock and
Beautiful.
roll, wearing leather jackets?
rock and roll, Beach Boys
They-
kind
they
of
play- they used to
vibe,
play
beautiful
Beach
heads
Boys.
of hair.
Uncle Jesse is like the gayest television character of all time.
Completely
Fucking
agree.
shit character. Yeah, he's
Completely
real
agree.
cool. He's like a 4-year-old's idea of what a cool guy
Yeah.
would
Yeah, he impressed a baby.
be. Yeah.
That is who I thought was the coolest guy on earth when I was a little kid. That's who I
did?
thought I was like.
'Cause
Remember
he
when I
was
said?
Greek.
Remember when I said I like imagined myself to be much cooler than I was?
Yeah.
I basically thought I was Uncle Jesse.
So when you were rockabilly, you were going
was never
Stamos.
rockabilly.
You were going Stamos.
But I was channeling Stamos in my head. I thought I wanted to be rockabilly, but I was not.
Our Greek mom's like, oh, when you're older, you'll be like John Stamos.
no.
He's
It's
not
so
like
funny
the
how
mark
women
of-
lie to children about that kind of shit.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
you're so
yeah.
handsome.
You're going to be so handsome when you're older.
I used
And
to
they're
love
like just
that.
turn into some fat Gamergate shithead with eyebrow acne and no friends.
yeah.
You will be such a beautiful. You're going to make all the girls go crazy.
You're gonna be a heartbreaker. Why do we say that as a positive thing? You know? Guys?
Heartbreaker.
Heartbreaker.
You know what they should.
That's an anus breaker. Sphincter
Child
buster.
breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was I saying about John Stamos or whatever? Oh yeah, I thought he was cool as shit. But yeah, you're right. It's what a baby thinks is tight.
Apparently, he's still touring with the Beach Boys.
John Stamos.
Yeah.
My man
Tony Danza works a booth at the San Gennaro Festival every year.
In New York?
Yeah.
I want to go.
Where else?
Abbondanza.
What other San Gennaro festival is
They
there?
do them all over.
Other than the one in Little Italy.
Yeah, the 2-block area that is known as
It's
Little
just been
Italy.
taken over by the
The
Chinese.
Chinese, yeah.
Mhm.
That's revenge.
You wanna talk
for
about
everything Marco
gentrification.
Polo stole?
It's true.
Yeah, it was lo mein before it was spaghetti, you
He
fucking
stole
wops.
spaghetti, and they stole Little Italy.
Paper
R.I.P.
money, gunpowder. The Chinese invented fucking everything.
Yo, what if Chinese people made pizza?
They did.
That would be scandalous.
They did, dude.
Is that...
Yes, pizza
made
was
the first
pizza was
pizza?
Chinese, and then fucking Marco Polo brought that shit back.
Nah,
What a
dude.
fucking hack.
Yeah, dude. The Italians have zero culture. They stole it all from the Chinese.
It's true. They've stolen everything. They stole our shit. The Romans just took basically. They just renamed our gods. You couldn't even keep the same names. You fucking pricks.
The Chinese had the best culture like 1,000 years ago, and then they reached the pinnacle, and they were like, we don't need culture anymore. We're just gonna smoke cigarettes and spit, and there's gonna be a billion of us. We're like minions.
We're gonna work really, really hard.
Yeah,
They're completely replaceable.
yeah.
Interchangeable. One's named Bob. That's all my minion knowledge.
Oh, I thought you meant there was a Chinese guy named Bob.
I'm sure there is.
Yeah,
That'd be
Bob
cool.
Evans. You ever go to that restaurant?
He's Chinese?
Yeah, it's a Chinese guy.
I didn't even know
place,
that.
yeah.
Isn't that Canadian? What's the Canadian place that they all talk about? Oh,
Tim Hortons.
Tim Hortons.
Yeah.
I like that. Just have like a vague general contractor name. And
Yeah,
like,
just a
I'm gonna
guy.
open a restaurant and name it after my entire name.
Yeah, what makes
Yeah,
you
it's
so
not even
special?
Tim's place.
Yeah.
Fuck Tim Horton and his bullshit donuts.
It's a donut store?
Yeah, it's like a coffee donut joint.
Tim Hortons isn't bad.
I've never been.
Nice
I've
little
never been
ham
to
and
one.
cheese sandwich.
I've never been to Canada.
Me
oh,
neither.
that's right. I forgot that I'm the only one that's done JFL New Faces.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Sorry, yeah. Sorry.
That is true.
Oh, man. It feels
From
so
my
great
week,
to be
from
in
my
the
week
presence.
up in Canada. That's how they say it there.
Oh, really?
That's how they say Montreal?
They go, ciao, welcome to Canada.
To Canada.
Yeah. Well, I
Oh,
went
'cause
to
it's the French?
Italian Canada.
Oh, you went to, oh, there's an Italian
Oh,
one?
so Quebec is the French one.
Quebec is the French one. Alberto is the...
Alberta.
Yeah, it's right under Alberta.
Oh, that's the Italian
the
one.
Italian part of Canada. Never heard of Alberto, Canada? Whoa, Mamma Mia, eh?
Very nice.
Hey,
This
eh?
is good.
I feel like we did this already.
We literally did about Pavone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Hey, eh?
Oh, I got maple syrup on my cannolis.
Ah, fuck. We should go back. I'm going to go back to Pavone episode and say he's from Alberto, Canada.
Yeah.
That would have been a
Let's-
great.
From Canada.
Just
I love Canada.
well, on our weekly re-listen of every single episode, which we do every week, we'll be back, go in there and edit it.
From now on, I talk like this on the show.
Okay.
Thank you for listening to Chomtown.
Can you tell us about like your ideal like date you would take a girl on?
That's a different guy.
Oh, it's different.
Yeah, no, this is just like a Spanish
like
guy.
you're
who
from
may also
Spain.
be from Italy. You know,
Oh, Italy.
or Portugal. I could be from any one of the spicier European countries. Any one of the
Try to get him through the days. I pray to the Lord he finds his way. Roberta, congratulations on getting a date to the daddy-daughter dinner dance.
I don't have a date.
You do now.
You have brought a cancer to our family.
the countries that love dancing and raping in Europe. Any one of the rapier, the like silk shirt countries that there are, the disgusting countries from the south of Europe.
Yeah,
instead of the good northern ones that embrace
Where they're
ideals
quiet.
like car bombing each other and having way too many children.
Yeah, and modern furniture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the Danes.
Ooh, love them,
dude. I tell you, those Danes.
Tremendous respect for the Danes.
I if I could have been born into a credenza family,
Oh, yeah.
a Danish credenza making family, I would be born happy.
Oh,
I would have
God.
lived a better life.
You absolutely
cutting
would have.
tambour doors all day long.
Just
a smiling Nick
an
with
apartment
2
full
children.
of mid-century modern furniture.
Yeah.
And a loving family, and just going
waking up every morning to a cuckoo clock, putting on my clogs,
Going to the
loudly
doctor.
walking and uncomfortably to the bathroom, where I remove the clogs and pull millions of splinters out of my feet. Then I take a nice, long, hot bath in a clawfoot, presumably, and
Yeah, sure.
scrub myself with a piece of cinder block. I think that they do that.
They drink
Yes.
like 9 cups of coffee a day.
Yeah, I already do that.
You ready?
you back on the
I
sauce?
quit coffee for a week, and then I ended up doing cocaine at the end of the week. So I thought, why don't I just drink the coffee and not have a cocaine blowout?
You did it. You
Nick
did good
Mullins,
this week.
$50,000
You did good.
cocaine party. Damn, I wanted to get yayed out at that wedding. I was
Man,
at a
we
wedding.
can't- We can't. We've been keeping the cocaine from you.
What?
We're worried about you.
That's not fair, dude.
Yeah, you and your coke habit.
Yeah.
Your
Guys.
massive coke.
Guys, I don't have a
problem.
problem.
Look, I'll be honest. For years, I've been trying to fatten you up because I thought we were going to start a bobsled team.
It's
just
true.
gonna put me
Why
in the
aren't
front?
bobsled guys fatter?
They are.
Why aren't bobsled
They
guys
are.
fatter?
Have you ever watched professional bobsledding?
Are they fat guys?
You're tainted by Cool Runnings. They're all morbidly obese.
No, they're not.
Actually,
morbidly obese.
They're like insanely jacked.
Yeah, they're like
Bobsled
they're ripped.
guys are huge.
Yeah.
Well, most athletes are. That's weird, isn't it? That people who do some,
Oh, these
they're all in
Olympic
shape.
athletes are in great shape.
Yeah.
Not like, shot put guys are fat.
Yes.
It's a fat sport.
It's a very fat sport.
It is.
Why isn't bobsled fat?
Just
They
put
get
a
you
fat
down
guy
the
at the
thing
bottom. Yeah, put the
faster.
fat guy at the top. He'll weigh you down.
And skiing should be fat. I feel like being fat.
No, because you
go
well,
faster.
Why don't
fat
they
and
have
short,
a fat
low center of
Olympics?
It's a gravity. There should
Oh,
be a
I would
fat
love a fat
Olympics.
Olympics. I would be.
Yeah.
I would be great at it.
I'm surprised Lindy hasn't already called for Fat Olympics.
Lindy Vaughn.
Yeah, Lindy Vaughn. That's who I meant.
Lindsay. Well, no.
There's a place in New York called Lindy's Cheesecakes that I've seen, which is very funny to me.
For no reason in particular, guys. Just something we find funny. Remember how we didn't do an ep because we said people's names? That's why I'm just covering us.
I don't even. I've
She's
never.
famous.
I'm
She's
just covering
famous.
it
She
legally.
writes for the New York Times
Yeah.
op-ed page.
They fired a bunch
Did
of
you
people
read
to
that
make
thing?
room for her.
Did you read that thing she wrote in the New York Times op-ed page?
Which her first one that was about how we need to get rid of freedom of speech so
Yeah.
she can
Yeah.
yell her order louder at Wendy's, whatever. I should be allowed to use the microphones at Wendy's.
I mean, Trump is like whatever about the media, but if there's anything like the New York
Trump
Times
is whatever.
op-ed page has just
Look,
gone
bro.
off the
It's
deep
mentally retarded.
It's just the dumbest people.
I told you, but there was that thing about Despacito being the song for Trump's America. Like, this beautiful multicultural song. What a beautiful example of integration and culture.
Yeah.
It's like
This
just some
song.
dumb song about
It's a horny
fucking
Spanish
slowly.
guy.
Yeah. That's it. That's it.
It's about being.
I'm gonna fuck you slowly on the beach.
This
That's
song-
all- that's-
This is a song about people getting cream pied.
yeah.
It's a song about drugging women's drinks.
Yeah, how many people have gotten herpes to that song? That's the song. That's a song about
Let's
Trump's
count
America.
them. Uno, dos, tres. Mambo number 5. Now there is
That's
a great multicultural
that's-
song.
Mm-hmm.
It's a German guy doing the mambo,
Who's
which
black?
is Italian.
Yeah.
He's a black German guy.
Black German.
Rita, that sounds like a trans woman.
For sure.
You know,
For sure.
All the names in the beginning, those are all trans women.
Every single woman is.
That's what you don't know about Lou Vega.
Lou Bega. Come on, man. Don't disrespect Bega.
I'll disrespect
I
whoever I damn please.
I had that whole CD. I bought the whole Lou Bega
wow,
CD.
you had the whole CD.
Yeah, instead of the single, bitch.
That would be worse if you had the single.
People got singles when we were children.
No, they didn't.
Don't act like you were above getting a single every once in a while.
A single on CD is kind of a waste of the memory.
That would be, yeah, but you had fucking Mambo number 5 on 45.
You didn't have a fucking single?
No.
You'd never bought a single? Or how about this?
Did they make singles on CD?
No, they
Yes.
didn't.
Yes, they did, you fucking assholes.
It makes
I had
sense
a lot
as
of them.
like 45.
I had The
like
Boy Is Mine
single
as a single.
The Maya and
yes.
no shit.
Yes, I did. I had, what else did I have? And you know what? They put a lot of remixes on there. So you get like, it's a single, but there's like 6 tracks. I had a couple other singles. You know?
yeah,
Because we were on a fixed income. You know? I only had so much money to buy CDs. So my mom's like, get anything under like $5. The singles were
So you
cheaper.
could only afford
The singles were cheaper than the full-blown
Of course,
CD.
of course.
He's thinking of the music that would come in the soda cups at McDonald's. That's what he had.
What?
It's music he listened
Music
to.
that would come into it?
Yeah, they used to have those like soda caps that had the like mini MP3 discs in them, like Burger King or something.
No,
I don't remember that.
That was a promotion for a while.
That's cool though.
Yeah, they had like it was only.
You're talking
one-
about the lids of the
something
sodas?
like that. Yeah, they would have them at McDonald's. I never got that shit. I would never go to McDonald's, but they had.
Whoa, Mr. Fancy.
Yeah, dude, I fucking ate right. I was doing lean gains when I was fucking in 4th grade.
Oh.
I'm going to Amsterdam tomorrow, and then Greece for 2 weeks.
Wait, you're going to Amsterdam?
On the way there, I'm going to Amsterdam for a couple days, just to legalize it for a couple days.
What are you going to do? Just smoke weed?
I don't know. I haven't figured out. Have
I
you
feel
guys
like
ever been there?
going somewhere and then smoking a lot of weed ruins the trip.
Well, don't buy a prostitute because then you'll be a hypocrite for all the shit you talk to Adam.
I'm not going to buy a prostitute, probably. Although, if someone...
Why wouldn't you buy a prostitute?
If someone has their own...
Because
if
they're sex trafficked from Russia.
But what
They're
if they're
sex
not?
trafficked?
In
They're
Amsterdam,
legal and
they're
they're
sex-
protected.
Sex trafficked from Belarus.
If they're having a nice time,
Aren't they protected
They
by
will
the
not
government?
be having a nice time having sex.
Oh, how dare you, dude. It's a very sensual experience to have sex with
Can you
me.
pay a prostitute just to eat their pussy?
Yeah, people
Do you
want
want
to
to eat a prostitute's
Do they?
pussy?
Yeah.
I'd
It's like that scene in
theory, in a
Midnight
vacuum.
Cowboy. The
Yes.
scene in Midnight Cowboy.
Eldest used to play that over and over again to get
It's
on
so
my
weird
nerves.
to me that the guy was paying
Yes.
paying him to be
To
the
suck his
prostitute
dick.
to suck his dick.
At that point, what are you even mad about? Although he did short him, he didn't pay him,
He didn't pay him,
and he should have beat him up.
but he still got the blowjob. I mean,
Yeah, but from that little
End of
Rick
the day.
Moranis looking motherfucker.
from Rick Moranis, from my doppelganger, Rick Moranis.
Here's the thing: in a vacuum, I would pay to eat a prostitute's pussy, but I feel like that's a that's a
I mean, I
high risk
wouldn't-
pussy to eat.
How about Dick Horanus?
Dick
Greg
Moranis is
Louganis.
good.
Yeah, that's his name.
Wait, did you say Greg Louganis?
Honey,
Yeah.
I Fucked the Kids.
There we
starring
go.
Dick Horanus.
very, very nice.
National Lampoons. Honey, I Fucked the Kids.
Hey, National Slampoons.
Did Rick Moranis retire from acting?
Yeah, because
I think
his
he
wife
retired.
died.
Yeah.
His wife died and he bitched out.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm too much of a pussy to make movies anymore.
You need to give Moranis that real talk.
Yeah,
that
dude.
tough love.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Oh yeah.
Dude,
you're
I'm
a
a
bitch.
Any punches here, Rick?
I'm Rick, goddammit, we need to see tiny kids. Yeah, make them fight bugs and stuff. That's what America needs right now. And Donald Trump's. I'm surprised they haven't fucking tried to reboot those movies. Those were
Honey, I
cherished
Shrunk the
gems.
Kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, they were
remade
great.
fucking everything. They should make an all-female version of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Two moms.
It's two Leslie Jones. You superimpose her as
Yes.
the mom. And she's like, I know your ass didn't make the kids small. And then,
Make the kids small.
and then the other Leslie Jones is like, wow, I'm a nerd. I'm doing damn experiments on the children. And then we go down to the small level, and they're all living in Melissa McCarthy's ass. Her giant ass. And they're all, there's a bunch of little Leslie Joneses. They're like, Where my juice box? You know, whatever. I'm 5. Where my Lunchables at?
That's good, man.
Yeah.
Write that up.
I will, dude. And everyone's going to get mad. You can't do an all-girl reboot of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I said, just you watch.
Hell yeah, bro. Well, I won't buy a prostitute, but I think I'm gonna ride a bike and, on some beautiful flower fields. Is there a type of Amsterdam cuisine I should have?
Falafel.
Oh, Amsterdam falafel, DC.
DC.
Very nice.
Yeah, there's. I mean, I don't know. The Dutch aren't known for.
I'm gonna go protest.
Apparently, it's a really nice city.
I'm gonna go protest the propaganda museum they have there.
The Anne Frank.
You're talking about the Anne Frank?
Yep. Perpetrating a lie.
You don't think that she was
that's
actually
one
in the
day.
attic, or what's the lie?
She never existed, bro.
Apparently, didn't they say that she didn't get ratted
False flag,
out?
dude. False flag. Huh? I don't fucking know.
Whatever. Are you gonna go to the Heineken factory?
Hell yeah, that's the whole point of the trip.
to go drink Heineken.
Get a Heine, dude. Remember those Austin Powers "Don't Touch My Heine" commercials?
Yeah.
That's why I'm taking this trip.
Because
I love those so much.
Remember those 2 Asian girls in Austin Powers 2, Fook Me and Fook You?
Yeah, dude. Mike Myers, baby. Woo! I mean,
Fook me? Fook you?
A lot of vagina.
But that was a parody of, like, the James Bond shit.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
it's
guess
not
that's
like
true.
fucking Mike Myers being like, you would be funny as if the girl's name sounded like pussy.
Yeah, right. Fook me is... There's really nothing there. There's no other level there.
That shit's hilarious.
I love the joke about his penis pump. It's a good joke. I remember that.
Oh, that when he gets unfrozen, they try to give it to him.
And he's like, that's not mine. And he's like, here, how about this book?
I thought
My
it was
penis
funny that
pumping
he had to
me.
pee. Like, he had a really long pee. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to rewatch those movies.
They're bad. Dude. They're really bad.
Yeah, but if you
Did we
get
try and watch
high
them
enough,
together, Adam?
No, I don't
No,
think
I watched
so.
them with my
if
friend
you do
George.
enough drugs.
Actually, Nick, didn't we watch that at George's house?
No, we watched. We were just watching bullshit. I don't remember what.
No,
we
we
were
watched Two Straight Buds. You remember that video? Where it's the two guys that fucking blow up all together.
Oh yeah. I just remember that like divorced guy coming in the
Yeah,
house.
dude, that was so fucking funny. This Greek, George's dad was running basically a halfway home for fucking divorced Greek men. And there's some guy who just barged in at like, it was like 1 a.m. We'd been eating pizza and getting high all night.
And he's reading like the terms of his like divorce subpoena to his friend over the phone. And I don't know, he's like yelling in Greek, so
Yeah.
I have no idea what. It's all Greek to me.
Yeah, he got cucked. He got cucked.
What
Listen
should
to
that
this.
be?
What's that expression?
It's all Greek to me.
This is all regular porn to me.
Dog, you know what happened to this guy?
I don't get it.
His wife went on vacation, and a retired Greek basketball player who had just went to that island to fish and live out the rest of his days cucked his wife. Or
cucked him.
Cucked him, yeah, fucked his wife. And then she was just like, I'm going to stay here and keep fucking this guy. It's tough, dude.
Did his wife look good?
I never saw her, but the guy was, I don't know.
He sounds like a really bad guy to me.
Yeah.
If you ask me, that's not a way a guy should be talking.
Thank you, Federico.
You're welcome.
How are you doing today? How
going
was
to-
your job?
I'm going to do this for the next 15 podcast episodes and see how long it takes before people
You said that.
you get new listeners and then they think that there is just a guy that talk like this on the show.
Wow. That would be a good trick.
Yeah, it would be. That's my plan,
Yeah.
boys.
Wow.
Smart.
Smart trick.
Hey, John Depot.
So, yeah. So then Amsterdam, and then I'm going to Greece. Couple weeks. It turns out my family invented child porn. And
What's that expression mean?
Yeah, what is that all about?
Well, turns out my family invented child porn.
What's
Story
an
of my
easier
life.
way to say that?
Yeah. Hey, you think you got it bad? Turns out my family invented child porn. Takes one to know one.
Yeah, so I don't fucking. I'm gonna go to some islands. I'm gonna get tan.
That would have been a fun tweet during the Jared thing. Yeah, to everyone calling Subway Jared a pedophile, takes one to know one. Okay? What does that even mean? Takes one to know it. That is legitimately a stupid.
That's like a smelted delta.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
That is very dumb.
Yeah.
But it's kind of hard to actually shit on that phrase.
I'm gonna put that in my SNL packet as a defense attorney. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before you convict my client of being a pedophile, may I remind you that it takes one to know one. Yeah. Well, he's right. Order in the courtroom. I actually don't know what a pedophile is. Myself, as a judge, I've never even heard of such a thing. So, case dismissed.
Hell yeah, bro.
That's a good sketch.
That should get you on.
That could get you on SNL, I think.
Dude.
We should all.
I gotta prepare some of my characters for Lorne.
Oh yeah. You're too ugly for Lauren, dude. He likes cute boys.
Yeah, does he?
John Mulaney's cute.
John Mulaney was never on camera.
Yeah, but he liked him, and they tried to do a whole sitcom with him. Tried to do a whole sitcom with him. What about all those handsome guys?
You know what
That's
I call
why
him?
I'm not on.
Bobby Moynihan.
John Baloney. Because he's full of shit.
That's good.
Whoa.
John, just some shots at John Belushi.
John Mulaney.
John Mulaney.
Oh, damn.
John Baloney.
I haven't seen John Mulaney's stand-up in a long time.
I call him John Belushit.
Bullshit.
Yeah, John Belushit. That's what I think of that guy's comedy.
Wait, Belushi was was an Albanian?
Yes,
Yeah,
unfortunately, he was Albanian.
He was
He's
Albanian.
an
I also love
Albanian.
how he was fat. He was considered fat, and he's just a regular guy by today's
Yeah,
standards.
no, he's fat.
He's
You're
fat.
fucking morbidly obese.
No, dude. I am not.
He's clearly a fat guy.
He's not
He's
that
a
fat.
He was a fat drug addict, which
He's
is
not that
which is
fat.
always a very cool.
I'm gonna pull up
combo.
a picture. I bet you he's not that fat.
Him
dude.
and Farley were both fat.
I know what
drug
John
addicts.
Belushi looks like. He's a fucking fat guy.
Yeah, he's a
He's
fat guy.
not that fat compared to what we got going on today.
He's got to be at least 30% body fat. That's fat.
This guy's not that fat, bro.
That's fucking fat.
Nah.
Look at me. I'm a human zit.
This guy, you can see his whole neck. It's not a fat guy.
I always think it's cool if you could be fat and
I always
a
think
drug
about
addict.
like fat guys that got a big fat neck, and it's like, how do you? What do you just shave? You just continue shaving it like a face? All
I
that
know what you
fucking
mean.
fat under
Yeah,
your
yeah.
neck. Well,
Yeah,
you
you
don't
have to
flip
hold
the
it.
razor. Yeah, you just
You have to hold and stretch out your
Right.
fucking shit.
You
to
stretch
shave
it.
You
And
do
then-
you?
I think
Paul,
so.
is that what you do?
No,
You
I don't have
shave.
that situation.
You don't have to
I
shave.
don't have a big fat neck, thank you.
You have an enormous neck.
It's
but
not that big.
You can't grow hair on your face.
I have hair. I shaved today.
Do you guys ever fuck with electric razor?
Sometimes.
Nah,
I do all three.
You do all
the thing with the little holes in it where you just rub your face.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That shit hurts, dude.
I don't know. I mean, I'll go literally like years
But I
without
feel like it's
actually
easier.
shaving my face all the way. I just use clippers, and I keep like stubble on my face.
I like a nice clean shave for a formal occasion.
I don't know, man.
One
It
time
feels
my
weird.
friend's-
if you don't
mom-
if you don't shave your face all the way all the time, it feels fucking weird when you start doing it again.
like feeling
One time, my friend's mom, I was over at my friend's house, and his mom said, "Matt, I got you clippers for your fashion stubble."
Okay. Did you punch him in the
Yeah,
face?
it was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen.
Fashion stuff.
Yeah, for your fashion stubble.
What a gay
Yeah.
thing to have your
Yeah,
mom
yeah,
say.
no,
to
we made a lot of fun of him.
you. Matt,
After
I
that.
got you penis cream for your small penis. That would
Hell
probably be
yeah.
worse. Mom, you're embarrassing me in front of the fashion boys.
For your fashion stubble. Jesus.
Penis cream.
This is a come town after dark.
This is some true
We're silly.
after dark.
We're
bitch.
being
I'm
silly.
tired, dude.
I am too.
I'm tired,
tired.
From doing drywall all day.
Yeah.
I gotta say, from being construction boys,
Yeah, you
the
guys
last
have been
6
construction
six
boys
days.
this whole week, basically.
Hats off to the people in the construction industry.
You mean me?
It's not your job, dude.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. You're a
Yes, it is.
podcaster and you live in Brooklyn. How
Yes, it
pathetic
is.
is that?
It's my job.
What?
It's my job.
You're a construction man?
I'm sorry, that's my job.
Oh, really?
We should all get new jobs.
I'm
Like,
trying- oh man, I trying to. There's a story about somebody I know where they were saying that's my job. And it was fuck, I can't remember the context. It was so funny.
This is the strangest memory to have.
Because it was literally not their job. Oh, yeah. My old roommate used to be the manager of our apartment complex, and our friend who lived there, she was dating some guy, like, who, like, yelled at her or something or whatever, and he's like, yeah, he's not allowed at this apartment complex anymore. So, if I see him around here, I'm going to kick his ass. And, you know, she was like, yeah, don't do that or whatever. He's like, it's my job. 100% serious. Like, it's my job. That is literally my job.
That's what I get paid for. That's what happens with supers.
Yeah,
they have at-will calls to beat up whoever they choose.
That's your job, is to sign leases and to threaten people who come onto the apartment complex property. Dude, that guy's hilarious. Last time I was down there, he was always like fucking just stealing money from the apartment complex for dumb bullshit. Like he would he would buy all these tools on the company credit card, but for himself, and he wasn't the maintenance guy. Like we had a maintenance guy, he just would like want tools for himself, so he'd buy them. And then last time I was there, he had a fucking he had like a power rack mounted outside with bumper plates, like fucking at least $1,500 worth of exercise equipment, but it was mounted into the fucking concrete in like the mailbox area at the exterior of the building. Like, so not in like the exercise
gym? Yeah.
not in the exercise area, and it's like no one's using that but him.
Right,
it's next to his apartment.
You got a fucking Olympic lifting setup by his apartment.
Yeah.
That rules, man.
What a lunatic.
I love just anyone who can just abuse the system like that.
Yeah. Well, that's the end of the episode.
You guys should plug the show. I'm not going to be here.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left. That's when the cannibalism started. What was that?
All right, buddy. All right, are we good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go.
All right.
Like a virgin, can your heart beat next to mine? I demand it.
All right, Henry, put on your radio voice now, not your real one. Welcome to the show, everyone.
This is Henry Zabrowski. Hey, Radio Wave.
Radio Waves, say hello. That's Marcus Parks. I'm Ben Kizzle. As you heard, that was Henry Zabrowski.
I was doing like a virgin, like a real virgin would.
Yeah, like an infant that was a failed abortion version of it, or...
You want to come over my house? I got this lace gloves on. Come on, who's that girl they say when I walk down the street?
Right.
Oh, please, for the love of God, stick it in my mound. Oh, come and split my dewy mound with that spear you got. You all know.
That's
you all.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna have to kill you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's I think that's how they attract pedophiles on that perverted justice site, and then it always ends up with hey, I'm Chris
Real
Hansen.
virgin, Henry Zabrowski.
Yes, you are a virgin. I pray to God that you're a virgin, because the idea of you having sex is more horrific than anything I can imagine.
Oh, these spindly fingers have been all over a woman.
Holy Lord. All right. And you go trick-or-treating, and you get a bunch of different candies and things like that, and then you throw out the Starbursts or the Jolly Ranchers. No one likes a Jolly Rancher.
Well, no.
Anyway, what we're doing
kids
today...
do like Jolly Ranchers because they like sugar.
No.
That's what they like.
No.
We don't like Jolly Ranchers. We like adult candies, like a dark chocolate.
No.
Or like a pomegranate seed dipped in camellar. Which is a type of white chocolate.
A Cadbury egg, too. If you're out there and you want all the kids in the neighborhood to love you and you want to have the coolest house around, Cadbury eggs are where it's at. More Cadbury eggs.
The promise is that by the time you're handing them out for fucking Halloween, Ben, they're like 6 months old.
That's fine. They get better with age.
Yeah, they keep.
Mm-hmm. They're unlike real eggs. In the Zabrowski house, I know Cadbury eggs were just called eggs. But believe it or not, they last longer than an actual
Omelets
chicken.
Were disgusting.
Well, they actually sound pretty amazing. A Cadbury egg omelet. Anyway, what I'm saying is it's a grab bag. Today, instead of candy, we're giving you a grab bag of horror. So let's just...
It's kind of like, you know, when they said when like you'd walk through the neighborhood in Halloween. I'm sorry, this is also American. I'm sorry for our non-American listeners, but you're fucked.
Why is that? They have Halloween all around the world, don't they?
Yeah, but it's more serious. They wear like cloaks, and then they all like there's like a big pole, and they tie the strings around the pole, right? And then it's all about like Mother Earth.
No, I think you're thinking of the Canadian New Year. That's what you're describing there.
Yes. But sometimes what they'll do is like a man will sit out in a costume and he'll have like a bowl of candy on his pants, right? Like it's sitting on the lap of his pants, and it says like, take only one. Right. And then you go to take one, and the guy goes like, oh! Or you go to take one, he's got a hole cut at the bottom of the bowl.
Yeah, that
and his
trick.
fucking hard, sticky pepperoni loaf is sticking up through that, all of the Jolly Ranchers and the candy canes.
And the strangest thing is it's August 17th. So that's the one fun thing about Halloween. It's the only time of the year where we forget the fact that all of our neighbors are sociopaths and killers and secretly want us dead, and we just go take candy right from them.
Yeah.
It's very dangerous.
This episode is like that. It's that Dick speared candy bowl.
And it
Welcome
also
to Halloween Grab Bag. And I just want everybody to know we're going to make it extra Halloweeny today.
That's right.
Which I'm excited for.
Yeah. Just listen in. I'm going to be putting some little Halloweeny noises in there.
I love Halloween. Apples are poisoned, full of razor blades and things.
Yeah.
Bananas are bad.
Yeah.
Ooh, candy is
Ugly
good.
people are beautiful.
Strange. And beautiful people make themselves look ugly. Isn't it bizarre, everybody?
Well, let's start off with a good old-fashioned haunted house.
Now, this is a real possession story outside of Gary, Indiana. What I like about this story is that this is one of those where, like, cops walked into this place and they're like, came out and they're like, there are straight up demons in there. Right. Like, cops have seen demons.
Gary, Indiana is also the name of the world's fattest vacuum salesman.
And this also happened in the neighborhood where the Jackson family grew up.
Ooh, no horror stories in that house.
And apparently the alleys are still haunted by the sound of
and then just beautiful singing. That's everyone rips on Joe Jackson. He's made a great point for parental abuse. His children are exceptionally successful.
Oh,
we said this before. It shows that you can beat talent into your children. So I feel like everyone's being very lenient. That's why the new generation sucks.
Well, yes, we're going to start with this woman in Gary, Indiana, who appropriately is named LaToya.
Oh, interesting.
Very much so. LaToya Jackson, part of the Jackson family. For those of you who don't know, she was in Playboy. It was mildly arousing.
It was a little bit questionable, though, because she has the face of Michael. They sort of
she
merged.
looks like Jack Skellington from Nightmare Before Christmas,
Right.
but with huge, awesome torpedo bazongos.
Yes, and then a bizarre-looking Jackson-esque vagina.
So the woman was in this house in Gary, Indiana. Of course, she had a couple of kids, and she said that, quote, this was obviously demons, not just random spirits. There is a difference. She said, I know it was infested with demons. I know that for a fact. I spoke to a good friend of mine who is a clairvoyant. He's in New York, and he explained to me what was going on in the house.
When she says clairvoyant, she means homosexual.
Right. He's really in tune with other men. And also, when she says New York, people from Indiana actually think people from New York are more intelligent. They've never been here.
No.
I don't think that's true, but they also think we're grifters or sluts.
Or clairvoyants, yeah.
So a particularly scary bout with the demons had the family rushing to the emergency room as her name is LaToya Ammons, as her 9-year-old son was in the grips of possession. And Ammons has revealed that even physicians were terrified when the family got to the hospital. Her son, quote, walked up the wall and did a backwards flip and threw her into the wall and started headbutting her, and they had to grab him and hold her down. The doctor from the psych ward came over, naturally, and he said, that's not real, that's not human. No human can do what that little boy just did.
I don't think that people in Indiana have ever seen anyone do parkour before.
Absolutely. And what they didn't understand is they didn't include the boy at the very top when he got into the doctor's office, started going, showtime, showtime,
it's showtime.
And then started dancing all over the place to Mr. Vane playing on his boombox.
Oh, call him Mr. Vane.
So they also had reports of furniture being flung up against walls, of adults being, quote, choked to death by some supernatural force. The mother said that she was down in the basement where a lot of the activity happened. She was doing the laundry, and she said that she suddenly had the feeling of being choked from behind by some unknown force. Said she almost died.
Hardcore erotica.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is that's why you also can't decorate your house with hanging scarves with apples tied to the bottom.
Yes.
I know that's a good Halloween decoration these days. I guess that's what the kids are doing in Gary, Indiana. But sometimes you'll walk through a shadowy room and just start randomly getting choked by scarves with apples tied at the bottom of them.
And I wouldn't like to go through these people's trash just to see how many bottles of Jack Daniels are actually in there. There's a good chance we're dealing with an alcoholic situation.
They saw many apparitions. They saw the shadow of a man, a black looming monster, a withered old lady with red eyes and a hood, and the house bled a clear, odorless oil from the walls, and the children inside the house would randomly convulse and chant satanic verses.
Oh, they just got one of those. They just got one of those self-painting houses. That's all that is.
Which is also very similar to what they said about the Amityville house.
Yeah.
Did the same exact thing. But apparently, the one thing that did happen is that a social worker came to this house and said that the kids believed the parents because they believed that the house was haunted, and so they think that kids may have just been playing along with the idea of what was going on in the house. But the mother and again, 2 police officers said that they saw something inside of that home.
And these are Gary, Indiana's finest, fattest officers.
Yes. One officer actually said that he prides himself on being aggressive.
Really? Oh, that's exactly what we want out of our police force. I'm so happy.
That's the number one quality I look for in an officer. It's aggressive, and the next one is
bloodthirsty,
unpredictable.
Ooh, unpredictable.
Let's see here. On another occasion, LaToya said that her daughter and godson were in the basement, and she said that she felt like the kid said that he felt like something was stabbing him in the stomach. He was reading the Bible, and he said the more he read the Bible, the more it was stabbing and punching. Then they saw something fly across the room and land, quote, blam, like that.
Blam like that. Had to be a demon.
Yeah, had to be a demon.
That's great. And of course, the difference, demons were never people. That's the difference, right? They're only from hell.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, they are independent entities that attach themselves to human beings in order to torture them
and
claim them for Satan.
From what I know of Gary, Indiana, the demons probably felt right at home because that place is a hellhole.
But at the same time, why would Satan want more people from fucking Indiana and hell? What Satan wants is the fucking Rolling Stones coming down to hell.
He's already got them.
Yes, he's got the stones, and he needs them on Earth to spread his message.
Yeah, because people are listening to the Stones now, and they start wiggling their hips, and that's nothing makes me chafe more than seeing a bunch of people writhing and dancing and laughing.
All paraplegic.
They all should go to hell.
Yeah.
In another parallel to the Amityville horror case, they found swarms of dead horseflies on the porch, and every day she'd sweep it up, and the next day, there again.
More horseflies.
More horseflies. More
Isn't that
dead
something?
horseflies. Lights flickered, phones played up, television signals were scrambled and reverted to normal on a whim.
That's got to be aggravating.
That has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the meanest thing the demons do.
And of course, as most cases with possession, they got a priest involved in it. They got this guy named Father Magino. He said that he was only involved by chance. Just happened to be filling in for the usual chaplain at the Gary ER when one of the kids showed up. The backwards wall walking situation. Oh yeah. He said we were having our Bible study after Mass when I got the call saying.
Do the voice right, Marcus.
We were having our Bible study after Mass when I got a call saying, "You're a Catholic priest. You do exorcisms. We need you to do one."
I'm more of with a pedophilic kind of priest. I don't like the exorcisms.
I'll finish the rest of the sentence.
They went on to tell me that a little boy had just walked and glided backwards up a wall and flipped over to land on his feet. And I asked them, was it from the Jackson family? Because we had a boy like that a long time ago, and I tell you, I fixed him right up.
Yes, you did, and you made a great musician out of him. Thank you, molesting priest.
So Father Magino, he was convinced that the reason behind the possession was because someone, possibly an ex-boyfriend, had put a hex on the mother, which was transferred over to the children.
Ooh,
well, I'll remind you, when I had my past life regression / soul cleansing, they found out that I had 3 curses put upon me. And I
Really?
think that, because that's what they talk about in circles, in magic circles, that curses are not necessarily just somebody like, getting Eye of Newt and boiling it into a big cauldron. Is it just sometimes concentrated negative thought, like when LaToya Ammons maybe set fire to his favorite Ravens jersey.
Right.
That rage that comes out of that moment could leave a hex on LaToya.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
That's true, and I would. He deserved it, being a Baltimore Ravens fan, living in Indiana. It's Colts country.
It's not about I've heard that it's not about the team. It's about the colors of the jersey sometimes.
Oh, if you're sort of in a gang.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
So, of course, Henry mentioned earlier that cops came in and were scared shitless. One cop said that he took a picture on his iPhone of a certain area in which there was a dirt floor in this place, and he took a picture of the crucifix that they had set up in there, and he said that when he went later to check for the picture to show somebody, he said the picture had disappeared and his iPhone never behaved the same again.
Well, I have an iPhone 5 and it's majorly flawed. It just lost its battery in
My
a half
5S
hour.
is also not working
But
as well. So
am I right?
I think it's just the phone.
If he has an iPhone, and then you said dirt floor.
Dirt floor.
So, so we are dealing with more of your upper class Indiana.
Oh,
they actually have a floor.
Yeah, they
That's
actually
phenomenal.
do have a floor. And in
Nice
fact,
dirt
when
floor.
some of the cops dug down into the floor because
They could dig into the floor.
Yeah, well, it's a dirt floor. Of course you could dig into
and
the dirt
at no
floor.
point were they thinking maybe concrete would fix it.
No.
Maybe the demons are just coming up because you don't have a floor.
Maybe, but they thought maybe there's a body down there.
Oh,
maybe
What if
there's
there's
something that we can extricate.
Also, if I knew that there were dirt floors in Indiana and I was a homeless person, I would be an official, actual mole person.
Yeah.
Like digging tunnels underneath the homes in Indiana so I could come up through the basements and have a place to sleep.
Yeah, are they doing that sort of like Hamas tunneling system? It's very, very possible, all the way from New York to Indiana, maybe.
It's very complicated.
Yeah.
But if anybody can do it, it's homeless people from Gary, Indiana.
Just put a little wood down. Just anything.
In fact,
At least a rug.
Sure.
That's what I would do. I would give it a rug and a lamp and just say, it's a dirt living room.
Yeah.
Well, what they found when they dug below, they found boys' socks with the ankle portion cut out, a fake fingernail, women's panties, a heavy corroded iron weight, a broken plastic shoehorn, and a red oval kettle lid.
I mean, that's just what you find in the ocean. That's what you find where anyone just litters. They've just been throwing stuff down on that dirt floor for years.
Well,
that's where my nail went, and she puts it back on.
Well, one cop, he said after, the cops were in there for a while, and they were hearing all kinds of weird shit, and he said, enough of this garbage. I'm getting out of here.
Whoa. What is he from? Is it a Boston cop?
No. Well, I mean, that's just how I
That's the
imagine.
Indiana accent.
Yeah.
That's a good form of the Indiana accent.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Enough of this.
garbage. I'm from Gary, Indiana.
Oh, okay.
So he left the property. He said he went to a gas station and made a phone call. He said, I have my police radio, my squad car dash AM/FM radio, my police cell, and my iPhone. He said
a
I was
lot of communication at once.
Yeah,
It
so
really-
much.
And I imagine if your girlfriend is looking for you on each one of those methods of communication, that you're gonna get annoyed.
No, then you just be like, oh, was that LaToya's house, and the demon messed up my phone, baby. I swear to God, it was the demon, baby.
See, I was looking at the pictures I had taken on my iPhone when I made this call, and all of a sudden, this growling voice came from my AM/FM radio. It said,
Rush Limbaugh here.
It said, you out of here.
Get out of here.
You out of here. Possibly.
You out of here. You out of here. Hey, was it a dead umpire? What happened?
It does also sound like
You out of here. I think he was just listening to a baseball game and the signal was getting all wavy.
Yep. He said
the
then there was
opposite
a.
of what's his name from Mortal Kingdom instead of come over here.
Oh, Mortal Kombat.
You
yeah.
out of here.
You out of here. Finish him.
He said there was a lot of garbled other stuff and static.
Just sounds like he's listening to Bad AM.
To be honest, of this whole, the most interesting thing about this whole story is that very rarely in a haunted case do you get testimony from police officers.
Yeah. Yes.
And so this was, if you go ahead and read the article that this came out, and we'll put it up on the Facebook page, this article is really awesome because it's close as you're going to get to a documented haunting scenario because these cops and doctors, and all of them came forward and said like crazy shit was happening this entire time.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. Yeah, lawyers, cops, and priests in the Midwest, those are probably the most respected people around.
I would admit
Absolutely.
that. There was speaking of, we mentioned the oil earlier. And it said that one of the women in the house touched the oil, and it said that there was a seemingly spontaneous wound or effect is like a blister after a burn. Father Maginot said her whole finger had this gray-white color, a death color. She wondered after if it maybe there had been a bug that had bitten her, but she didn't see anything or feel anything.
Greasy walls. Very interesting.
And he was like, and of course he was like,
Oh, you know what you're gonna need to fix that finger, huh? Some of Father Maginot's beautiful saliva. Let me just... Oh, so tiny. It's just like it's so tiny and pink. I like to just suck on it.
Suck on it like...
You done? You gonna come? I mean...
Yeah, sucking on it like Grandpa from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
So the family said that the final straw, which eventually drove them out of the house, they said they were watching TV and a bottle of Febreze floated up, moved in the air before being hurtled into LaToya's room and smashing a lamp, and in the aftermath they saw the shadow of a man.
I just feel like this house has a Jerry curl on top of it. I think that's what's happening here.
So a clairvoyant who had visited the house told LaToya she saw hundreds of demons in the basement.
Whoa.
And she told her to anoint the house with oil and put down salt to seal the gateways to demons.
Just, again, floor. Put down some floor.
Put down a floor could maybe help toss some crosses down there. Get a cross on a rug.
That would be great. Wow.
So finally, the exorcism came. Of course, she had moved out by this time. And what we know about what we know about possessions, you go back to our episode Hostage to the Devil, we talk about a few different cases of possession. The person, the demon is attached to the person. It is not attached to the house. And this is also the case with a lot of hauntings. When people, they'll think like, okay, this house is haunted, they'll move somewhere else. But the demon...
Yes, the spirit or whatever, the entity always, a lot of times reacts to one person in the family.
Yeah.
Because if they talk about like modern theories about ghosts and hauntings are that it is a connection between lingering energy and the operating system that is our consciousness. That our consciousness is a remote thing around our heads, and that it's basically like the cloud, and that entities or energies that are left behind and like sort of get involved with that and create these apparitions and create like poltergeist activity. They create like audio hallucinations and visual hallucinations. And so that's why, I mean, scientifically, that's why the demon thing could be real.
So it's like a beer can hat. So like, so you got the hat, and that's like your main energy, or your main core, and then you got the two beer cans, and that's the energy.
Yeah,
and then they turn you into a demon.
Pretty much.
Isn't that fun?
So, of course, the demon was exorcised eventually, and new tenants moved into the house, and they have had no problems whatsoever.
Except for living in Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, with the dirt floor.
The school system's fucked. The transportation system's fucked.
Doesn't exist.
Food is terrible. The weather's bad.
Yes.
It's a bad town.
But did you know the Jackson 5 actually grew up in Gary, Indiana? So that's kind of cool.
And they said that the haunting stopped after the priest sealed up the portal with salt. And the priest, he accosted the landlord. He warned the landlord. He told landlord Charles Reed, he said, if we don't deal with this now properly, this will not go away. This will close the portal and seal it.
But he was like, get out of here, pervert. Quit yelling at me in my living room. Come on, get out of here.
Yeah, sure. All it takes for you to leave is to just throw down some salt. Fine. Just fucking do it and get out of here.
Do what you got to do.
His children's semen-soaked pants off of my couch and go down to that demon basement.
So we're going to stay on the subject of Satan here.
Wait, first thing, can we get a Halloween breakdown?
Halloween breakdown!
Halloween!
That was the breakdown?
That was the breakdown.
Oh, okay. Let's not do that again.
So we're going to move on to a satanic ritual now.
Ooh, cool.
So, in this satanic ritual, this is a satanic ritual out of Mexico. This is not possession. This is much like a lot of the other satanic ritual type stuff that we've covered. This is just
plain old torture disguised as Satanism.
And I want to say, as soon as you said that, Marcus, the largest fly I've ever seen just appeared, and it is terrifying me. Ooh. So that's the sign the devil's about. Ooh, very good.
Or is it Vincent Price?
Ooh, I don't know.
Help me. Help me.
Vincent.
Help me.
Help me!
What?
You never seen The Fly? Come on.
I know. Yeah.
You're stupid, Ben. You're stupid.
I saw The Fly. Good God.
The original.
Now let's get back to the story of Maria del Carmen del Rodriguez del Garcia del Fernandez del Martirpanto del Rios.
I love her.
So her, together with her sister and 2 brothers, as well as her parents, were said to stage a satanic ritual in the town of Znevahwalakakalokalahata.
Yes. That means bird, rhino, dog, snake.
I thought it meant
in
Gary.
Old Mexican.
Might mean Gary, Indiana in Spanish as well.
So as the 6 danced and cavorted and called on Satan to bring the world to an end,
that's
and
fun.
Claimed,
Satan, will you please come and change out room 316 for me? I am sick of how gross the pillows can be. Oh, Satan.
That is a nice thing to ask the devil to do.
So they were
come take over your hotel maid job.
Right. Well, let's say they own the place, huh?
Yeah.
Come on.
So everyone said that everyone was told to close their eyes so they wouldn't look upon Satan when he arrived.
Never open your eyes because, to see Satan not only 5 feet from you, but he's the one squeezing in the bathroom. Oh, Teresa, you will go blind.
I've heard that. That's true.
But the 5-year-old in the room, this is when the child comes into the story. The child of Maria del Carmen Garcia Rios. Mm-hmm. He was too scared to close his eyes because, of course, there's a lot of commotion going on.
And
he
I've
doesn't
never
know
heard
what's
of that.
going on.
I've never heard of the too scared to close your eyes scenario.
I mean, I think that's a very good. That's smart. If you're you got to get your surroundings.
Yeah, you got to know what's going on.
Know who's about to attack you.
I heard that Wade Boggs never blinked.
I've heard that as well, and that is 100%.
That makes a good baseball player.
Yeah.
Never blink.
Never once, because you blink once, your eyes get used to it. Next thing you know, they're blinking all the time and maybe even sleeping.
Next, you never know when you're gonna miss a frozen rope coming down between second and third.
Absolutely.
So the mother and the sister, in the middle of the ritual, displaying some real quick thinking here, grabbed a spoon and gouged out the boy's eyes.
Ah, that was smart.
And this is the problem too. If this was some sort of, I guess if they had all went to some sort of like friendly chef meeting or some sort of fun culinary store, they would have had a melon baller.
Right.
For them.
Yeah, and a melon baller, really one of the laziest inventions that's ever been invented.
Yeah, just use a spoon.
Use a spoon, ball it up.
I don't know. Have you tried a melon baller? I'd say give a melon baller a go.
I don't like a melon baller because the balls are too small. I like a big piece of melon.
No one's telling Ben how big his melon slices are going to be.
That's right. I'll put my whole face in it.
You just eat melons like Shrek.
Yeah.
Pick up a melon and just eat it like it's a fucking apple, you fucking
I eat it like
giant.
every cartoon hippo eats. That's how I eat my melons.
So let's move on now to a mysterious disappearance. Now this one...
Can we get a Halloween breakdown?
Halloween breakdown. Ooh, that was a good one.
Halloween breakdown.
Mm-hmm. But so that's the end of that story. They got the kids' eyes.
They gouged the kids out, and they were all sentenced to 30 years each.
Okay.
Yes, of course, because the kid did not die.
No,
we might be doing.
That's what they said. It becomes it's a very specific crime called making an hors d'oeuvre out of your son.
Oh, I hate when they do that. Yeah.
We may be covering this in a future episode, but in my satanic ritual researches, I found that a lot of satanic rituals of this kind take place in Mexico.
This is not shocking.
It's not shocking.
And a lot of weed is smoked in Colorado.
Yes, because it's just so insanely out of the... I mean, again, this is a defamation of Satanism. This is not what Satanism is about. I also, I don't want... I'm in risk of getting a nerd alert here, but I bought the Book of Thoth tarot deck, Aleister Crowley's tarot deck that he created, and the book that he wrote to go along with it. And so...
Nerd alert! Good
I will
God.
be doing my own Mexican satanic rituals from my own home here in Los Angeles.
Henry, can I just recommend getting a friend while you're out there?
I don't need friends. I have ghosts and aliens and serial killers.
Please, God.
So we're going to move on to the Tara Calico disappearance. And this is, I'm sure you've seen pictures of Tara Calico. There's always, you always see on the internet those lists of like pictures taken right before somebody's death.
Right.
Yes, this is very fucked up. When I read about this, because I've seen this picture before, and then I just never really went through the details for it. Because honestly, there's a thing to me. What's scariest to me is the idea of these mysterious disappearances, where you hear about them in America all the time. As we've covered them before, and Coast to Coast is specifically obsessed with them. But the idea that and it happens pretty often, where you're with somebody and people just disappear. They just go. And this is, imagine if instead they just disappear, then you get some clues as to where they are, and the clues are even more disgusting.
Right, the old Irish goodbye. I like that a lot of these killers, just the time to take the picture, that's got to be awkward and odd. You know?
Yeah. Oh, that was blurry. Wait, can you just? Can
you look scared?
Angle your face more towards me.
Right.
That would be great. It says yeah, because you got a double chin in this one.
Right.
You don't want me to put that one up.
Right.
So, on September 20th, 1988, near Bella, New Mexico, Tara Calico, 19, was biking to school, and she was known as a long-distance biker. She'd bike about 18 miles per day.
Oh, so very attractive, probably a tight butt. We can figure that out.
Oh,
She's 15 years old.
It's 19.
Oh, okay, yeah. Game on.
Well, not anymore, Henry.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's off. Everything about this sexual... You ruined my...
Yummy.
Okay.
I'm going to take her. I'm going to steal her.
Well, you can have her. It's like you licked all the cheese at the party. You get all of it now.
You guys want these olives? Because I've been sucking on them.
So, after she left that day, the family never saw Tara again. The day after she disappeared, her mother, Patty Doyle, found a cassette tape by the band Boston by the side of the road near Brugge Street, which is a few miles southwest of their house. Now, she was known to listen to her Walkman, specifically Boston, quite a bit.
Nothing gets you going like Boston.
Oh, no, not at all. So later, they found part of a Sony Walkman, which was the same model that belonged to Tara, along Highway 47 near the John F. Kennedy campground, 19 miles from Calico's house, just a little further than she planned to bike that day.
But they didn't find the Schwinn, huh?
They did not find the Schwinn.
No.
They didn't find the bike, and they found nothing from her.
Well, I think the Schwinn is more important in this situation because you can't sell a woman online, but you can sell a bike.
So what they found, though, the most promising lead, but also the most frustrating, they found a picture depicting what some say is Tara and another missing area resident, thought to be a kid named Michael Henley Jr., who had disappeared in 1988 while he was hunting turkeys with his father an hour from Albuquerque.
Now, the picture is incredibly haunting
Marcus,
because
may I see it?
basically they found it out on the ground, and it's a picture of her. And if you look at pictures of her before, it looks really close to her, if it is her. But they are bound in the back of a van. We'll put up the picture on the Facebook page, and it's horrifying. They're about to be dead or sold into prostitution.
Yeah, and there is definitely some evidence that it is Tara. Some people say it isn't, but this is a very bizarre detail in this photo is that there is a paperback book sitting next to her, and it said, friends say that the paperback book, the author, is one of Tara's favorite authors.
So it's probably her.
Yeah, it's probably her. But this photograph, it's also creepy how the photograph was found. A woman found the photograph in a parking lot outside of a junior food store in Port St. Joe, Florida.
Okay.
Half the country away. So it's possible that whoever abducted this woman and this boy was just driving around the country in a van with the two of them bound and gagged in the back.
Then he was probably looking at the picture, masturbating, and then he came, and then he forgot the picture. That's sad.
Which doesn't really make any sense. Why are you masturbating in the picture when you got the real deal Holyfield in the back of your van?
No, I mean, he probably unloaded him at some point.
And there are various theories as to how Tara Driscoll died Tara Calico. There's a lot of theories as to what happened to her. Some people say that she was killed in a hit and run by a couple of boys that had been harassing her for a few days before that. They would drive next to her in their truck, yell things at her, be just particularly aggressive. And some people think that they may have hit her and killed her and buried her body somewhere.
Well, apparently they've never seen I Know What You Did Last Summer, because that woman's going to come back and murder him.
There's another problem with it, is that the boy, they think it's Michael Henley, his remains, though, were found in 1990, not far from where he disappeared, and investigators believe that he just wandered off and died from exposure, because he was hunting turkey in a national park with his father.
You're going to be pretty brazen to go after somebody with a gun who is looking to kill. That's not the easiest person to pick for your victim, I wouldn't think.
And I would say it's especially dangerous if you wear your I'm gonna whip. Oh, you know what'll be fun today, Brian? Let's put on our kidnapping turkey costumes.
That's right.
Oh yeah, we dressed up as turkeys. Are we still kids? Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's fucking great. You know, Benjamin Franklin loved the turkey. No fucking way, Craig.
He did. He wanted to make it the national bird. Yeah, Craig.
There is some other evidence that witnesses saw a woman resembling Tara with a group of men who seemed to be restraining her on a South Florida beach just days before the photo was found.
So maybe they should have. You stop it, maybe. You know, I love all these witnesses.
It's more important to be a witness than a hero.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
Absolutely.
But the other, another detail is that later on down the line, it was like when this case got reopened in 2001, pictures started showing up of the little boy in the original photo from his class picture with a pen drawn fake tape mark over his mouth, just like the picture in the original photograph.
Yeah, right. They said it was an imitation of the 1989 Polaroid, but on the other hand, this was in August of 2009, so this picture had already been floating around the internet quite a bit at this point. So it's probably just some dumb sick motherfucker.
I wonder if that guy shook it like a Polaroid picture after he took it.
I wonder if he did.
Kind of got a little wiggle.
That's the outcast.
That was 2009. I mean, that would have been out for a few years by that point.
I just can't believe the guy didn't take the Boston. You know, I feel like the guy that would go out there and kill a bunch.
Because he's probably looking at their tapes and he's like, Credence, awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what's this? Ooh, is this? Ooh, my Sharona. Yeah, taking that one. Boston. I can't rape to Boston. Throw it back out into the dirt.
Yeah, Boston's. It's too good. It's too good feeling.
Yeah, you know? yeah. You can't do something that evil when you're listening to Boston. Impossible.
No, all you want to do is ride down the highway with the top down.
Yeah.
You got a girl with golden curls sitting in your lap, and you're driving, and it's dangerous.
Right.
But it's romantic.
Yeah, and you're fat. Sure, if your fat goes over your belt, but you still feel muscular.
Yeah.
So there's one woman who's not giving up on the case. Her name is Melinda Esquivel. She was a former classmate of Tara's, and apparently she's making a documentary that is executive produced by R.J. Mitty, who played Walt Jr. on Breaking Bad.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, and that's the pop culture connection to that.
There it is. There it is. Is it almost time for another breakdown?
Halloween breakdown.
Yeah.
Let's move on to some good old-fashioned Men in Black.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, I love this story so much.
We got Dr. Herbert Hopkins in September of 1976.
To be honest, we should do an entire episode about the Men in Black.
Absolutely.
And we will. I just love this story so much, and we probably should have saved it, but it's great for Halloween. This is, if you want to properly dress up like a Men in Black for Halloween, this is the way to do it, the way this man is described. But the big thing is, so Men in Black, just a quick breakdown, is that the stories that are involving Men in Black usually involve men who come to an area that has had a recent UFO sighting or crash or landing, right? Or some sort of experience. And there are men in black suits that act as if they don't know how to be human beings.
Yeah.
They're honest. They're very strange, pointed faces, weird laughter, weird type things. They ask questions about you and about what you know about the UFOs, and then they leave.
But they're not even.
No one knows what the fuck they are.
It's not even necessarily paranormal. For a fact, the Men in Black were there after the plane went down over what was it, Long Island, right?
Yeah. Weird stuff. So this guy, Dr. Herbert Hopkins, he was a doctor and a hypnotist. He was acting as a consultant on an alleged UFO teleportation case in Maine. So one evening, Herbert's hanging out in the house alone. The telephone rings, and a man that says he is the vice president of the New Jersey UFO Research Organization, he asked if he could come by, visit Dr. Hopkins, and just talk about certain details on the case. And he
now,
said,
normally you imagine the guy who's the vice president of the New Jersey UFO Research Organization would be like, he'd show up and be like, hey, it's going on, how you doing, buddy? You help put him in the air conditioning? Hey, yeah, I saw the UFO too, huh? Yeah, what about them giants, huh? Oh.
So Herbert goes back to the back porch, turn on the light because he's out in the country, turns on the light so the vice president of the New Jersey UFO Research Organization can easily find the house. But he said that as soon as he turned on the light, a man was already this guy was already climbing up the porch steps.
So then in his head, he's like, oh, if I play this right politically, I could become president.
This is 1978. No cell phone. So this guy had to have called from a landline somewhere. And at the time, Dr. Hopkins said he felt no particular surprise. He said the man was dressed in a black suit, a black hat, black tie, black shoes, and a white shirt. He said, I thought he looked like an undertaker. But he said the clothes were immaculate, suit unwrinkled, trousers sharply creased. But when the man took off his hat, said that he was completely hairless, not only bald, but he also had no eyebrows and no eyelashes. His skin was dead white, but his lips were bright red.
So he's a Mormon.
Yes. Yes, this is actually a very obscure form of Jehovah's Witness.
Yes.
As well. It's called the Jokers. They're the Jokers Society of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Dr. Hopkins said at one point in the conversation, the man in black brushed his lips with his gray suede gloves, and the doctor said that the lips were smeared and the gloves were stained with lipstick.
Yeah, so he had no lips, and so in order to pretend to have lips, he put lipstick on himself. It's like it's like aliens who have no concept of what people are, and so they're like, the lips are red. What is that lip goo? Can I have some? It's like, how are my lips? And they're like, Klaxor, if you were a Klaxor right now, I would be making love to your beautiful, beautiful mouth.
I mean, I'm from Wisconsin.
Go scare Dr. Hopkins.
Yeah. So being from Wisconsin, I will say it also reminds me of a lot of white Scandinavian girls. Very thin lips on these women.
Extremely so. Yeah. So there were other strange goings on while the man in black was visiting Dr. Hopkins. The man in black said that he just stated, he out of the blue said, "You have 2 coins in your pocket." And of course, he did have 2 coins in his pocket.
He did, huh?
So he asked the doctor to put the coins in his hand, and he said to watch the coin. Don't watch me. Don't watch me. Watch the coin. And he said as he watched, the coin started to go out of focus, and then it gradually vanished. And the visitor told him,
neither you nor anyone else on this planet will ever see that coin again.
And then the man rose unsteadily to his feet and said slowly,
my energy is running low. Must go now. Goodbye.
Oh my God, he's an old magician.
And then he walked falteringly to the door and descended the outside steps uncertainly, one at a time. Which is him just
one step, stepping like a human. Don't say it out loud, Klaxor. Don't say it up. 1 second step. This is difficult. I'm used to being in my goo cylinder.
Right. So he's a vaudevillian magician suffering from MS.
Yeah.
Yes.
And of course, when the man started walking out to the driveway, Dr. Hopkins saw a bright bluish white light, much brighter than a normal car lamp, and he neither saw nor heard anything, and of course he was very scared. He complied with his visitor's instruction, which was to erase the tapes of the hypnotic sessions he was conducting with regard to the case in Maine.
All right.
And he had no further
so Klaxor walks out, he hears the beep beep. Like he hits like the key button to a fucking UFO, just like a Toyota Corolla brand UFO in champagne color, just like parked in a handicap spot. And he just climbs into it and leaves.
Pretty cool though, yeah.
Sorry, I've got to go. I'm double parked. It's an interdimensional craft. It doesn't matter where I park.
Could be triple.
Anyways, I will see you.
And just so you know, the New Jersey UFO Research Organization, no such institution exists.
Whoa.
See, that's the problem with this whole UFO genre is that I can call anywhere and just be like, "Hello, this is Dr. Henry Zabrowski. I'm from the National Institute of Alien Wardrobe Services." And then then eventually someone will be like, "Oh, yes, of course. Yes. No, I know you, Dr. Zabrowski. It's Dr. Zabrowski."
Right, yeah.
I didn't go to 9 years of fake medical school to be called Mr. Zabrowski.
All right, here we go.
So, but I guess it sounds like, I don't know, I'm getting like a weird alarm on my phone going off. It seems like it's time for a Halloween
breakdown.
Harry is your best friend, Larry, having fun.
She is.
It's a Halloween breakdown.
Halloween breakdown.
Having one.
Oh my God, and yes, indeed, she did. Mop boy.
All right, we're going to go for a trio of corpse stories here.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, yeah, because no Halloween is complete without a fetid, rotting corpse.
Oh, I want to go to a restaurant that has that on the menu. A trio of corpse stories.
Trio of corpse stories. And it's just like, this one is called Mr. Henderson's Finger.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, so is it like ham?
It's just a hot. It's
like
just a hot
finger?
dog. It's a hot dog. Yeah, it's a hot dog.
So we're going to start with our first corpse story is going to be about a Florida teen that has shades of psycho in it, maybe even shades of Geen on this one.
Okay.
He was arrested on a homicide charge after cops found his mother's rotting corpse inside the trailer home that they shared for more than a week after she went missing.
Yeah.
The weird thing is, it's Miami, so she was still alive.
This woman, her name is Tamara Davis. She was 42. Her son, Tyrese Landrum, was 15 years old. Of course, Davis, she went missing on August 21st. She disappeared from the home from her boyfriend's home at the end of a long night of drinking.
Whoa.
Yes, her boyfriend said that she was heavily intoxicated. And neighbors say that Cassiano, that's the boyfriend, and the woman's son continued to live in the house for the next 10 days while the rancid smell spread throughout the neighborhood.
Cassiano is a pretty cool name, though.
Yeah, Marcos Cassiano.
Oh, Marcos. I'll date him. He's the king of the trailer park.
I mean, Marcos is also like the perfect mom's new boyfriend name. It's like Marcos or like Seth. You know, it's just like, yeah, whatever, Seth. You're not my dad.
Yeah, Stefan, something like that.
The smell was so bad that there were up to 20 buzzards sitting in the tree outside.
Getting ready to eat, huh?
Brought there by the smell. When they asked the son what the smell was, he said, probably a dead cat. Or a raccoon or whatever.
You know how dead cats are. They're always everywhere.
Yeah.
And they're shaped like my mother. Did I say that?
That's great.
And he said that sometimes cats or raccoons, they get trapped under the house, they die, and we just kind of leave them there and wait for the smell to go away.
So those buzzards are just like, when are we going to eat? When does it happen? It's like when a new shoe comes out and everyone waits outside a Foot Locker for the night. That's insane. They wait.
So let me say. It smells like dead mother.
Yeah, that's gotta be.
Yeah. Do we want to go get it? Do we go get it? It's like, I don't know. I haven't learned to open a door yet. Have you, Larry? He's just like, I hope I have.
Yeah.
We said no more cartoon vultures here.
I agree. And maybe that's how evolution began.
Absolutely.
That for the vulture. They'll have thumbs in no time. People keep on dying in trailer parks in Miami.
So the next story up involves maggots coming in from above. A family was plagued by maggots falling into their kitchen, and they were horrified to discover that the source was a decomposing body in the apartment upstairs.
I actually think that's a good, at least there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
It's better than maggots just hanging out.
Yeah.
But if this was fucking Iron Chef, they would have learned to cook with them in 9 different ways and a bunch of different flavor stylings.
Yeah, they should have played Survivor House and not been allowed to leave. Eat the maggots.
Yep. The mother said, we looked through the window, and I've never seen anything like it. There were flies coming out of the window above my head, and then there was a breeze of air inside, and the smell was horrendous. I almost threw up. I called the police straight away.
Right.
The police came over. They broke into the apartment upstairs, and they found a decaying body which had been laying in there for a month.
Man, flies got it good, because let's say she did get sick and she threw up. More food. More fly food.
More fly food. And the maggots were falling into the kitchen.
Right. Yeah, right on all the steak and Frito-Lays.
Quite. Very awful. So the last corpse story that we're going to cover, and this is a fascinating one here, because it involves one of the biggest gatherings of corpses in the history of the world, Jonestown.
Oh, well, right.
Oh yeah. Man, can you this fucking duty to have to like show up? First of all, be shipped to South America to do it, and just being like, can't we just get? Guys, I don't want to be like racist or anything, but isn't South America like the hive of maids?
Right. But they're all over here, so we got to go over there and take care of the body. Leave them. Leave the body. Let Earth take care of it.
Yes, absolutely. Let the life cycle take care of it.
Right.
Simba. That's what Simba would have wanted.
I
agree. Yeah. Why can't you just put tombstones where they're dead?
Yeah. Well, this is something that a lot of people don't really think about, and I've really never thought of it before. And anytime there are a lot of bodies anywhere, like let's say Katrina, ton of bodies around Katrina, somebody's got to clean that up.
Well, I mean, every tragedy is a benefit for somebody. So if you're in the body business, Katrina was a hell of a day for you.
Oh yeah.
Well, I will say this. So to be honest, my cousin who works for the Secret Service, part of what the Secret Service did right after 9/11, part of their job was they were a part of the recovery crew. And so my cousin's job was to go, basically what they did for 9/11 is that they would airlift the rubble out to a dump in Jersey, and they put on these gigantic spacesuits.
Hazmats,
and dug through the rubble looking for body parts.
And so
that's like what they did.
There's some funeral home dude who was just like, they never thought my idea for party bus funeral homes was a good idea until now. I can put 30, 40 corpses in my party bus funeral home
All it
mover.
took was a 9/11. I hope there's 9 more.
Yeah. Party bus hearses, come on down.
Well, apparently the 193rd Infantry Brigade, they are the branch of the Army that's involved and tasked with cleaning up bodies.
So they say like, no, I knew him. I knew that guy. I knew that guy. So they just go, that's the perfect position to be in. If you're in the military, you're guaranteed to live. You're picking up the dead.
Yeah, you're there after the fact.
Wow.
Yeah. So they thought, of course, the identification process on this was next to impossible. Remember, there are 913 bodies.
Right.
And only a few of them had the homemade ID bracelets because that's what they wanted to do. Some of them, thought far enough ahead that there's going to be a lot of corpses here. It's going to be hard to identify us, so I'd better put on an ID bracelet. So
Great
my
thinking,
family,
Margaret. How about we just leave? Huh? How about we just go?
And they didn't get to the bodies until 4 days after the mass suicide. And so the bodies were extremely bloated. They said that the heads resembled those of severely hydrocephalic children. And remember, this is in South America. This is in a tropical climate.
Oh, right.
A tropical climate will cause a body to bloat and to decompose much faster than, say, if this happened in the Mojave Desert.
Oh, they're sucking
And the
all
bodies
the...
were covered in parrots.
Yeah.
Which is
that's kind of
very
fun.
difficult to get through.
Yes, they said that the skin color of almost every victim was a dark blue-black, which made identifying by race impossible.
It was a purple people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a weird thing about it, is they said that the only person that remained recognizably Caucasian was Jim Jones himself.
Jim Jones.
He was
also paint. He wore makeup.
Yeah, he probably killed himself in an air-conditioned type room.
Oh,
don't you
and
think?
that new Jonestown documentary is fantastic.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, and it seemed, didn't Jim Jones shoot himself?
Did he do the shoot?
Yes.
Yeah, he shot. So I'm surprised.
He took the poison and then shot himself in the head.
So I guess there was more room for the water to leak out, so he didn't get the bloat.
Yeah, and this is this account of where I got all of this information from this is an account by one of the soldiers who was tasked with going and cleaning up all of these bodies.
Right.
And he actually did make a very good point here, in which. Jim Jones, his entire message was bringing black and white together, equality. Yes. That's that's what he started.
Are you
going
to say that they ended up a color that brought black and white together?
Except for Jim Jones. They all ended up being the
not
same
a good point.
color.
That is not a good point. They're all dead, Marcus.
It is irony, sir.
I guess the
my
biggest
God.
thing that we could have learned from Martin Luther King Jr. is that when you're dead, everybody's fucking purple.
Here's what he says.
Everyone is purple when you're dead.
Perhaps he explains it better than I do. I will read from his paper. He says, "It was as if the members of the People's Temple finally achieved a form of equality in death that the evil pastor who masterfully orchestrated their demise did not share. Jim Jones, who preached racial equality from pulpits in Indianapolis to Ukiah and San Francisco all of his life, in the end became the only only person in his flock that did not achieve it.
We're all purple when we're dead.
This is the problem.
That's
and
nice.
This is why we can't have people with BAs in poetry
Right.
in the infantry.
Exactly. Good Lord.
And so they said the task of identifying the bodies was even worse than placing the bodies into the bags, because when you're identifying bodies, if you're in the military, everyone's got the dog tags, easy to identify.
Sure.
But these people, they had to go through their pockets. And, and so all these bodies are pretty much liquefied.
Right.
And they said at this point, millions of eggs had been laid in all the bodies. And they said that maggots covered the entire area of the dead.
Well, shake them off, and then you got yourself a pocket watch. Not bad.
That's the problem. Yeah, this is a pickpocket's dream, but even like in the end, you can't.
It's
That's
gross.
the other thing.
Yeah.
There was also a team of Cockney pickpockets there that were using it for training purposes.
Exactly.
Which was said, but you can just scare them off with the broom. They're scared of brooms.
Well, yeah, they worked. Did most of their training on corpses. So if you're alive, you can kind of scare them a little
Look here, mister. If you just play with the hands, the rings just fall off the melty fingers.
So of course, when they tried to pick up the bodies and put them into body bags, they started with the simplest method, which is just picking it up and putting it in there.
Right.
Unfortunately, though, the bodies were so decomposed by this point that when they picked them up, the heads and the limbs pretty much just fell off.
Light lifting, light load. That's not bad.
And they said when that
Absolutely.
happened,
And I mean, that's what you're going for with the pulled pork, but that's not what you want to be happening to your Aunt Martha.
No, I don't think you're allowed to eat purple people.
they said when this happened, a foul, thick fluid would stream from the body part being held by the hapless soldier, and an even larger amount would flow from the torso as it landed on the ground. And because the bodies were in such close proximity to one another, it wasn't long before the soil in Jonestown became a muddy mixture of dirt and body fluids.
And that's where we got plum trees from.
Yeah.
But what is the term felching? Isn't that the term felching?
Felching is it involves semen and buttholes and straws.
Yeah.
I'm looking this up.
Well, you don't image search it.
No. Oh, yes. Felching is a sexual practice involving the act of orally sucking semen out of the anus of one's partner.
Yeah.
There's something else that it's like sexual, but with body fluids.
Well, Bundy
Sex
was
acts
really
with
into
dead body fluids.
Bundy was really into a corpse around this time. It seems like he would go back week.
Yeah.
Munging.
Munging. That's what it is. Yeah. You're right, Henry.
I mean, you're wrong about the. I don't know what's more disgusting
I'm just saying,
anymore.
again, this is another example. If you sent the right person over there, they would have loved it. This is called munging. Go to.
They would have had sex with all the corpse. They would have had sex with them. The corpse would still be there, but covered in semen.
This is the term here. You go to a graveyard with 4 of your buddies, dig up a fresh female corpse, and have a gang bang.
Are you telling me it's
Afterwards,
gay if
one
you
of
have
them-
sex with a male corpse? That's
No, that makes you gay. Afterwards, one of them puts their mouth over the vagina, and then someone jumps in the stomach, shooting all the common maggots into the person's mouth, and it's called munging.
That is one of the more erotic things I've ever heard. Thank you.
Isn't that fun?
That is fun.
So it took an hour just to identify 10 bodies, the first hour. And then around hour number 2, they were making about the same amount of progress. There were 913 bodies to go through. So about hour 3, some of the guys on the ground, they called up the communication center, and they just said, tell HQ we need snow shovels.
Get snow shovels, and why can't you just number them 1 through whatever 900 and just call them lunatic? Here's your lunatic back. You're burying your lunatic. Here's your lunatic. I mean, they wanted to be 1 anyway.
Yeah.
You know, be like, here's your lunatic mother. Which one is she? I don't know, but she's one of the lunatics.
So
And then also snow shovels, and then one jackass was just like,
Snow shovels? Hey, it can't be snowing in South America.
like no, for the fucking rotting bodies, Rodney.
But Rodney's funnier though.
I guess I've always been a little slow.
Yeah, that's why he's on corpse duty.
So 6 or 8 soldiers. This is how they got each individual body. They would have 6 or 8 soldiers on each side of the body, 3 or 4 on each side, and they put the snow shovel underneath the body. They lifted in unison about a foot or so off of the ground. 2 other soldiers then slid an open body bag under the suspended corpse. The snow shovels were lowered, and the remains were gently deposited into the body bag. They did that 913 times.
It reminds me. It makes me think of an Italian pizzeria. The way they got those big.
It's so funny. I was just thinking about burrata, which is a baby mozzarella, which is like that. But it's kind of soft and hard on the outside, but all gooey in the middle.
And you gotta flip it up and down a little bit. Ooh, yeah.
So, but this did have some. This wasn't as easy as it sounds.
I think this is the most disgusting thing that's ever made both Henry and I hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm literally thinking about pizza right now.
I am hungry.
I am starving.
Actually,
I need to eat, so I am so fucking hungry. In fact, while you guys were talking about munching, I was like, do I want a burger or a burrito?
Well, a burrito.
Yeah, because it's kind of like Gushers. You know what I mean? The big ones.
Yeah, real big ones.
Oh, do they have big Gushers? They got to.
No, I think they've just got the regular
Gushers
size.
the size of a foot-long sub sandwich.
Oh.
And just shoot all that fucking jelly liquid down your throat every time you bite into it.
Wow, we are a couple of foodies. This is a whole new show, everybody.
So this wasn't always an easy process either. Every time they pulled it up, body fluids would flow freely from the orifices and break the skin. Sometimes the head, which was swollen to twice its normal size, slipped from the shovel and fell to the earth with a thud.
And then you got to leave it there. Or you use the 5-second rule.
And so at the end of it, this is one of the funniest. I laughed about this for a good 30 seconds. This is one of the funniest things that I have ever read in my life. Because, of course, when you're around such horrible things, eventually the gallows humor comes out.
Right.
Now, I didn't know this.
I wouldn't know anything about gallows humor.
No.
Now, I didn't know this about Jim Jones, but apparently he kept a chimpanzee named Mr. Muggs. This is true.
Yeah.
This is true. He kept a chimpanzee named Mr. Muggs, and it's said that sometimes they locked children inside of Mr. Muggs's cage when they were bad.
Oh, that's
Cool.
terrifying.
That's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go in the monkey room?
Yeah, I do actually.
But isn't the jungle like one big monkey room? We've got a very small monkey room.
Yeah.
And so, of course, Jim Jones, he was humane enough to just shoot the chimpanzee before before the festivities began.
I think that's a reward, by the way.
To be a monkey.
I think it's a reward to get into the monkey room. If you're a kid, hang out with Mr. Muggs. That's great.
We're calling. It's actually technically an ape. I've been told that we can't call them monkeys anymore.
No, they're
not
apes.
Monkeys.
They're apes, yeah.
Oh, they're apes. Okay.
Yeah, they're absolutely apes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Mr. Muggs, the ape.
So Colonel Gordon, who was a Joint Task Force commander, he approached the guy that wrote this article, and he asked him. He said, "Y'all bring a psych tech with you from Panama?" The guy says, "No, sir. Why?" And Gordon said, "They kept trying to push that big gorilla's shoulders into the body bag, but they just couldn't get it zipped up. I watched them for a few minutes until one of them Graves registration guys was going to hack off its shoulders with a machete."
Hold it, he commanded. Why are you going to hack that gorilla up?
Because he won't fit into the body bag, sir.
But why are you putting him in that body bag anyway?
Why, sir? Why? Just wait till they open this one in Dover.
They are going to laugh and laugh. I can't believe Jim Jones shot his Mr. Muggs.
He shot his Mr.
What
Muggs.
a schmuck.
And that story was actually confirmed by the guy who wrote the article. He called up the medical examiner's office in Dover where all of these bodies were being shipped. And he did confirm that as he was opening the body bags, Mr. Muggs was inside.
And that is funny.
These guys, these jokers, telling us South America sending me monkeys. Man, oh man.
Mr. Muggs could have identified all the bodies if those people knew sign language.
Mr. Muggs was dead.
I know. You got to keep Mr. Muggs alive. He's the last witness we got.
Oh, man. I love Mr. Muggs. I laughed about that for so long.
Sad he's dead, though.
I bet you did. I bet you did.
Yeah.
So let's round up this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're right before we go. The one last story I think got I don't know. It seems like we're a little late for some sort of. It's a breakdown, Halloween breakdown.
Breakdown.
Halloween. Is it spooky?
Yeah, sure is.
Yeah, it's very spooky stuff. Yeah, Halloween breakdown.
So we're going to go through this list of things. I believe this was a Reddit thread, an Ask Reddit thread that was done not too long ago. And someone asked, "What is the creepiest thing your kid has ever said to you?"
Yeah.
And these are creepy as shit. They're really cool, but they're really creepy. Let's just go through a few of these. I'm going to start off. One guy said, "My 4-year-old daughter snuck into bed with us and said, There's a real old lady in my bed, and she laughs mean at me.
That's great stuff. Go back to bed with her, honey. Cuddle with her.
Yeah. I hate sleeping with your mother, too. Now get out of here.
Yeah. Welcome to my world.
Mom, there's a man who looks like a shadow who comes to my window every night and says mean things.
Yeah.
Like your feet are big.
They are big. I don't have a computer in front of me. My iPhone is flawed, so I can't read any.
You can come around here if you like.
How do I even get over there?
Walk?
Nah.
My son and I were watching a movie. Suddenly he looked over towards the empty doorway to the kitchen and said, Daddy, who is that guy? And why doesn't he ever say anything? Ugh, good. That kid would be in the adoption center.
Oh, yeah, got to.
Second.
Get rid of him.
One night about 10:30 p.m., there was a tiny knock on my door. I opened it up, and there was a small little boy outside. He said, "Tonight is the night they come for you." Suddenly, his dad appeared and apologized profusely as he scooped up his kid and carried him away.
Oh, yeah, this one here is my favorite. Marcus, turn the computer so I can read it. Mom, why is there a dead guy in the basement? That's kind of scary.
Yeah, and if you're John Wayne Gacy, that's a problem.
Right, exactly.
Because that's a witness.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
Oh my God.
Just so
yeah, my daughter started screaming like her skin was pinched in the seatbelt or something. I pulled over the car and asked her what was wrong. She said, "Nothing. I just didn't want to be the ones who die." I asked her what she meant, and she said one of the cars on the road was going to crash. A minute or so later, we came on a rollover that had just barely happened.
Cool. Which one is that? You want me to read that one?
Mm-hmm.
Back when my kid, let's see, back when my kid was 3 or 4, he told me that he was really happy to have a new mommy because his old mommy was mean and cranky and drove their car into the pond, and then he didn't miss her very much. God. All right, well that's nice. Old mommy, yeah. A lot of moms do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All three of my kids, when they were little, talked so seriously about these 2 little girls who apparently would come to play with them in their room. All of them had the same story, too. They said the little girls always made sure they knew that, quote, "Mommy was sad, so she pushed us under the water until we fell asleep."
Ghost, 3-way.
Wow,
Yeah.
so her little girls were the reincarnated ghosts of Andrea Yates?
Interesting.
Very cool.
Fucking nuts.
Daddy, come say hi to Mary. She misses you. My 3-year-old daughter yelled across the backyard. Mary was my older sister who died when I was a kid, and there was no way my daughter had heard about her.
Ooh, cool. We found a dead raccoon in our garden one morning, and my 5-year-old son told me he knew what to do with it, so that nobody in our family would ever be cursed and die that day. I guess there's a raccoon curse the kid was thinking about. This is a smart 5-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, sure, yeah. Or a psychopath.
You never know.
One day, my dad came by to watch my kids while I ran some errands. My daughter said, "Grandpa, you look like the guy who's always hiding behind the fence at school trying to give us stuff."
That is me, honey.
It is me.
Yeah, that one actually.
Want a Werther's original? It's in here, my fucking fly.
Right.
Shipped on my fly.
I think a lot of these are just a child's imagination, but there's a good chance there's a pedophile just hanging out of their school there.
Yes.
All
right, that's it.
All right, well, I hope everyone's.
I can't believe we did this.
I can't
believe we fucking did this.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, it's Halloween and I'm so excited. It's October. Hello, Satan. You are my father.
I'll tell you, compared to last episode, I thought this one was nice and light. So we'll be back at you with the next one. It's going to be much more graphic and disturbing than ever.
Well, next episode, I believe we're doing listener pasta.
Ooh, yes.
Correct. So we're going to get stories from you guys. We're going to do some recordings of you guys.
Can't wait.
Yeah, just let us know, cavecomedyradio@gmail.com. If you've got a story you want to tell, if you want to get on the air, and if you've got something, a particularly creepy story, it doesn't necessarily have to be just ghosts. It can be aliens. Last year, Amy Donahue told a story in which she knew a serial killer.
Who actually took her picture, her headshot.
Yeah, who actually took her headshot. If you've got any kind of weird story like that. In fact, we've got one listener who posted on the page. He said that he actually knew Sung Cho, the Virginia Tech massacre shooter. So if you want, if you want to get a hold of us and let us, I'd love to hear that story. That sounds fascinating. So
Also, we had a couple people from a long time ago who had said, I know that someone was saying that they worked along with the Psych Wars people for the U.S. Army.
Right.
And I'd love to hear something from people who've done psychological warfare or know anything about that, about like MK Ultra or anything like that.
Absolutely.
Anything weird about our government is also great.
Also love to hear your largest meal. Maybe you ate like an insane amount of food and, it's really
'Cause it'll be
something horrific.
spooky.
It sounds spooky.
Yeah, so October's rolling along. Satan is almost here. God, I miss him. I miss Satan.
You'll be ready. Yeah, and you're doing well out there, Henry? The fans always want to know.
I went to this place called House of Intuition in Silver Lake, this little psychic shop, and I walked in, and one of my favorite things that, I met this woman named Naha, who is a spiritual guider, and it's just all of Los Angeles has a personality problem.
It sounds like you asked a girl out and you asked for her name, and she said, "Nah, nah, I don't think that's gonna happen."
It was pretty great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I miss you guys. Thank you guys for listening. We're rolling along. Follow us on Twitter.
Yep, that's Henry Loves You on Twitter. That's Marcus Parks on Twitter. I'm Ben Kissel on Twitter. We'll do a Hail Satan here, and then I'm going to say hail yourselves, everyone.
Hail Satan, hail me!
Halgeen.
Happy Halloween!
Ooh,
It's a
yeah.
Halloween breakdown.
Ooh, yeah, one more breakdown.
Yeah.
What was that sound?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured it out. I know why people were complaining. They wanted a loud type of episode.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I gave them something smooth and velvety. I thought, you know what? We're going to go subtle.
Like my dick.
And everybody filled their pants about the episode not being too loud, which is usually a problem.
Yes.
I've always felt that the show is way too fucking loud. And I wanted a nice...
something smooth, dulcet.
Like a AR-15 ASMR.
Oh, ASMR.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've been talking about that quite
that's
a bit.
my man, ASMR.
That boy quiet as
y'all,
hell.
Y'all know ASMR?
Yo, my head be tingling when ASMR be talking.
Yeah, that girl. Y'all ever listen to ASMR? Nah, who's she? Man, who's ASMR? Man, shoot, I didn't pay attention for a damn week. I don't even know who this damn Aya girl is. Yeah, you know ASMR.
ASMR.
Yeah. Yeah, she used to be in Three Cousins, the female group Three Cousins, and it was three women that were unrelated, but their last name was Cousins.
I thought her last name was some more.
It is.
Oh, okay.
Her name is ASMR.
ASMR Cousins.
ASSMR.
What's that? ASS.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Like ass.
When you fuck someone in the ass and
Mr. Ass.
Mr. Ass. ASMR is supposed to make your head tingle, right? That's what people say.
Your spine, I think, too.
Ooh, your spine.
I get it when I get shampooed at the
really? Well, that's just a
barber
great
shop.
feeling.
Feels incredible.
I know, because I get shampooed all the time.
Yeah.
I don't get. I insist that they don't touch my head when I go to the barbershop.
Interesting. Wait, just scissors, just the metal.
No, yeah,
no hand to hand.
Yeah, you fucking the
no
scissors
scalp
have
contact.
The scissors have handles on them. First of all, stop interrupting me. Second of all, I will describe the process that takes place at the barbershop.
Continue.
Number one, first of all, barbershop quartet is mandatory in the barbershop.
Absolutely.
I don't know why the fuck you think you can get away with having a haircutting business if there aren't men singing.
Yep.
I want some harmonizing males.
Absolutely. One better have a deep ass voice.
Yeah.
One better sound very
Back
like
when
a gay child.
we knew what to do with gay men.
Exactly.
You got a job pouring soda pop.
That's right.
Down at the pop stand, and you sang songs. And you
Yep.
fucking hung out with my bored ass wife while I'm at the.
That's right.
I'm at the missile making factory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Get my hair cut by a guy that a fellow GI. And we're both in middle management, making the modern day equivalent of $82 million a year, a modest Christian living in 1950s America.
That's right.
So cryptocurrencies and the regular stock market are crashing.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
right. I want to talk about old gay guys.
I hope Adam did actually buy, quote unquote, buy the dip like he thought he was doing.
Oh, I'm buying the dip on the market and on the crypto.
I bought dip. I bought stock in
Yeah,
dip.
yeah. Skull, dude.
Skull.
Yeah.
That's right.
I
That's
dipped
coming
my
back.
dick into Adam's mouth when he was asleep.
That's crazy. I did.
That's
that
what I
too.
call investing.
Yeah. That's what I call buying the dip.
'Cause I was wearing a vest when I did it. My tactical weight vest.
Because by yourself you can get pretty deep, but when you have the vest really weighing you down, you dip your dick as far into.
You get your dick all the way in there, baby.
You put your
You feel
that
some
that weighted vest pushes my pelvic bone all the way down your fucking throat.
That's right. He can feel. He can feel a little stomach acid on the tip of his cock.
You're fantasizing about wearing.
No, this is something that
weightlifting
actually
It's
vests.
called
happened.
investing. You fucking idiot.
You moron.
Investing.
I've
Did
never,
you miss that?
Having an
I'm
erotic
incapable
fantasy.
of fantasizing.
You're having an erotic.
You're the one that sits around reading books
fever
like The
dream.
Secret.
I don't read
you
The
do,
Secret.
You do magical thinking at home. Not me though. I accomplish. I don't ever visualize.
When Nick dreams,
there's
it's
nothing
just, it's
inside my
static.
Do.
It's static from an old TV.
Oh.
You know, it's just.
Yeah, it's the national anthem and then
Yeah.
static.
I remember in
That's cool.
school
And
they
then farm
played this
reports.
video that explained to us what like dyslexia was or something. And it was like, it's like a TV, but all the wires are crossed. I'm like, so that's what it's like in a retarded kid's brain? And they're like, well, no, please don't use this to bully the retarded kids.
Yeah, that's what they told you. Not
Yeah.
you weren't the only one getting that speech alone in a fucking room.
Yeah, I love bullying. Disabled. I was just saying earlier today, you know, I remember 10 years ago I thought intellectually disabled wouldn't catch on, but now it's kind of it works.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it works better than mentally retarded.
Yeah.
You're saying that you didn't think people would start using that term?
Intellectually disabled? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like
Sounds too
Or is
serious.
that just a diss you made up that caught on as the PC term?
No, that's
No.
what
That's not a good diss. It's too serious. Mentally retarded is a much better diss.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
than
it's
intellectually
the best, it's the best
disabled.
diss of all time.
Intellectually disabled just sounds like you're stupid, which I guess sort of is what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you are. Yeah, no, I just didn't think that the people would actually say intellectually disabled.
That's going to start being.
Well, it would sound like after time, it would sound like it was bad. You know, like special became.
It
like,
will though eventually.
No, it hasn't. I don't think it will.
No, it's gonna. They're gonna do something else.
Maybe we finally found the word. You know,
because it's not fun.
Intellectually disabled?
Well, wait, isn't disabled? Oh no, handicapped is bad.
I was watching videos of this Down syndrome guy that enters powerlifting competitions.
Hell yeah, and he wins all of them.
In, like places, you know, he
Yeah.
gets in like third or whatever.
Is
and
that fair? That's kind of like taking steroids.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
not fair.
imagine how much that. No, they're not actually stronger.
It's like
Down syndrome people have like horrific core strength.
Oh really?
Yeah, I think their limbs work the same, but yeah, they don't have very good core strength.
Why is that?
I don't. It's part of the disease.
Whoa.
Wow.
Really? What if
Yeah.
they did some Billy Blank's Ty Bo?
Maybe the dad was shooting Billy Blanks. You know? That's what happened. Ty Bo is. Oh man, I'm trying to think.
You
of
got
it.
it.
Okay,
I
All
believe
right.
in you, man. I'm
All right,
spotting you
everybody,
right now.
You're pushing me up the mountain.
I got it.
Yep. Visualize.
Ty Bo, come on, baby. We got it. Ty. Are we doing Asian?
Ty Bo is when the Down syndrome guy misspells something on the computer.
There it is. We always believed in you, Nick.
Well
You
done.
always had it in you,
Thanks.
man.
Well done.
I did it, Ty Bo.
I did it, Ty Bo.
That's really good.
Thanks.
Listen, man, when you look down, there was two sets of footprints.
Yeah.
It's because I was lifting your feet while I was fucking you in the
That's-
ass on the
okay.
beach.
But then wouldn't there be one
or
set?
one set of footprints? You get it, man.
I get it. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
So he did good in the weightlifting competition?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, he comes in like third or whatever. He places every
Nice.
time.
Hell
Which
yeah.
can you imagine? You're like you take powerlifting pretty seriously,
Yeah.
and you show up, and you're like, you got your dumb little rubber suit on,
Yep.
and
That little
you know,
belt.
you're
Your
fucking
belt.
smelling salts, and you know you're listening to Atreyu in your SRT Raptor out in the parking lot, and you're like, dude, I'm gonna go in there and I'm gonna prove that that black guy that's fucking my wife now isn't better than me. I'm gonna do it once and for all. And then you get in there, and then it's like, Oh, looks like Down syndrome Mikey's making an appearance today. And you're like, God damn it! Every time that Down syndrome man takes the only thing I have away from me is squatting weights. That mentally retarded character.
That ID.
Yeah, he's
what about
my Dick Dastardly is that Down syndrome guy.
Mm-hmm.
Dick Down syndrome.
Dick Downstardly? Who's Dick Dastardly?
I don't know.
Dick Dastardly
What
is
is
that cartoon character that ties up women and puts them on the train.
Oh, yeah, the curly mustache. Yeah.
If you use that as a verb, that's me when I have sex. I Dick Dastardly.
Dick downwardly?
Yeah.
Downward dick. That's my favorite.
Yoga
position.
Oh, yeah. It's just my cock is down. It's hard, but down. I push it down.
That sex position where it's just like the pogo stick type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very funny. Like, I can't take myself
Do
seriously.
you mean you're
doing that.
laying completely horizontal and your dick is just straight vertical?
No, you're like up and then.
Oh, they're bouncing on your cock like a pogo
No,
stick.
they're like kind of on the mattress and then you're sort of.
Oh, wait, you're
sort
doing
of
it?
pogo stick.
Well, yeah. Why would you do
I
that?
thought I was watching porn the other
So
day.
wait, you're doing cowboy, not cowgirl, cowboy.
It's like the girl's ass is in the air.
She's grabbing your hips and moving you.
The
up
girl's
and down.
ass is in the air, and then your penis is facing downward.
We need to do a
reverse.
check-in
And then
on Adam's weight. What are you weighing these days?
I think I'm weighing
109.
I think I'm weighing more, like the
97
most.
pounds?
No. I think I'm weighing the most I've ever weighed.
Which is
Probably like 148.
Oh damn, dude.
Yeah, which is around the same as
You're
Nick
fat,
probably.
dude.
No, I'm 157 now. I
Yeah.
gained 7 pounds
Whoa.
from that box of Teddy Grahams.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, I got pretty fucking lean last week, though.
Hey man,
I'm gonna get back.
it's all about looking at your abs for yourself.
Yeah.
And not quite beating off, but wishing you were aroused.
Oh, I
enough to
beat off looking
to
at
it.
my abs in the mirror.
You beat off in the mirror? To yourself?
Only when I have abs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Same.
I mean, why not? You know, I'm a businessman now.
Mm-hmm. And that's what businessmen do.
Mm-hmm.
They all look at their abs and beat off in the mirror. And then they get other businessmen with abs to come over.
I think
and then
that's what
they help each
Occupy
other.
was about, is to get them to stop doing that. We got to make these guys stop doing that thing where they jack off to themselves.
Destroying the
A guy who
economy.
only think businessmen are just from American Psycho or whatever. Not American Psycho. Is that the one?
That part is.
How about American Tybo, and it's about a retarded guy.
It's about one typo that changed
Yeah,
the
yeah.
course of history.
Don't just stare at it, eat it. And there's like 2 prostitutes, and one of them's got a bunch of Swedish fish. Don't just stare at it, eat it.
Instead of business cards, it's his Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
You know, he's got
Yeah.
a really good Pokemon deck.
Yeah. If you excuse me, I have to go return some videotapes. He's got that guy sitting on his couch while he's describing why Raffi's great. Well, when Raffi first released this album, it was kind of down tempo and many people didn't understand it. But if you really listen to Raffi's lyrics, it's not about the wheels on the bus so much as it is about the bus itself. American Typo. Based on the coloring book by Bret Easton Ellis. Based on the Chuck Palahniuk coloring book, American Typo.
Oh yeah, dude, sign me up for that shit. Damn boys. So what, we talked about Dow Jones. What are your financial hot takes, Nick?
How about Downs Jones?
There we go.
And it's like a cool black guy with Down syndrome.
Yep.
How y'all doing? What y'all talking about finance?
That's good.
Oh, hey everybody, it's Downs Jones.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Downs Jones down 6 points in Mario Party today. His favorite game. Ain't nothing, baby. We're coming back, baby. You know it. Ain't a thing, Slick.
So he's also a 70s black Down syndrome
Yeah,
guy.
he's like older, cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. Got a nice hat.
What's going on, Jack? Oh, I like that girl. She's foxy. She's so foxy to me.
It would be funny to teach a bunch of intellectually disabled people old slang.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah.
And then they're just talking amongst, and everyone's confused. It's like, is that part of the disease? Are they behind like 30 years on slang? You could probably convince someone of that.
I'm sure that's what people would think, that it's part of the disease.
Or part of the thing, you know?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I hear that. That makes sense to me.
You know what I'm saying, man?
Uh-huh.
It just
that would be pretty
kind of
cool.
sets them back.
When I started smoking weed again,
Hell
I
yeah,
got high
dude.
the other night. I watched another Steve Harvey special.
Very nice.
Which I've done before. I used to do that. That was my old move when I would get high, is watch
Mhm.
Steve Harvey specials.
Are they on Netflix?
I don't know. They're on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was watching one that was shot in 2001, and he's dressed in a yellow zoot suit.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's like 6 years after The Mask came out.
Salute.
So there's no way that, like, nobody stopped him and was like, Steve, you
Yeah.
look like The Mask.
Well, he said somebody stop
Somebody
me.
stop Steve.
Yeah.
Somebody stop Steve.
He's like, P-A-R-T-Y? Well, you shouldn't be. Somebody needs to lock these kids up. No, he has this fucking hilarious bit on that special where he's like, men ain't shit, and women need a man. Here's what you got to do: is you got to assemble a man. He's like, so
Beautiful.
you're gonna get
Oh,
4
okay.
different type of men. He's like, the first type of man you're gonna get is a gay man. And he's like, because he wants to listen to all your
Yes.
stories.
Yes.
Yeah. He'll
Yes,
listen to all
it's
your
true.
stories, and he goes, because he'll sit there and listen to you all day, because he's just trying to, pick up a couple of traits so he can go downtown and get a man of his own.
Incredible.
The
Gay men need to
hang
learn
out
from
with women to copy.
To go downtown.
Fuck yeah, that rules.
Yeah.
That's a great understanding of gay men.
Mhm.
Who are the other 3 guys?
It's an
types of
old
guys?
man.
An old man.
Okay.
I forget what the third one was, and then the last one is a mandingo type.
Yes.
To fuck you.
To blow your back out.
And right, yeah, exactly.
Oh.
Interesting.
So he's like, you get the mandingo comes and fucks you. The other guy takes care of your kids. He's like, you get a
Okay.
nice guy. You get a nice guy to take care of your kids. You get the fucking old guy to pay for, the night out. The mandingo fucks you. And then the big punchline at the end is, and then you call up that sissy and tell him all about it.
Oh, no.
Which, honestly, structurally, great joke.
It is, yeah.
The whole fucking thing is, like, perfectly done.
Yeah.
It harkens back to a time where stand-up actually took effort, and it's not like...
Hearing
Yeah.
Sissy, though, is like, that's one that, like,
Sissy's
catches me
rough.
off guard.
Yeah.
Because it's
That's
you know,
1950s.
That's like...
You call up that Nancy boy.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's you, Adam. He's talking about you in that
And
story.
Nancy?
You're the sissy.
Yeah.
I don't like listening to anyone's anything.
That's
let
true.
alone problems.
Yeah. You don't even listen to other sentences coming out of the mouths of people
I don't
speaking
even listen to
directly to
myself
you.
You're doing
talking.
a podcast with.
I listen, guys. I've listened attentively because I've been playing with this bottle opener in my hand.
Something to fidget with.
It's helped me, folks.
Man,
I
I
still
stopped
think you should
by. I
fidget with
stopped
my
by
dick.
the Victorinox flagship store.
Yeah,
what?
we went there before.
The what?
Yeah, in
What's
Soho.
I was with
the Swiss Army knives.
I was with an associate of mine who was in the market for a knife. So we went to the
Lewis?
No, we went to the Victorinox store to purchase a knife, and I said, "These are got a lifetime warranty on them, right?"
Uh-huh.
And they were like, "Yes, we don't actually service them here, but we can send it off for you."
To Switzerland.
And yeah, they mailed my fucking knife off
To the fucking Alps, baby.
to have it re-machined.
Beautiful.
Cool.
Which is like, I didn't think I'd be one of those guys that would go get his knives
Sharpened
remachined,
up.
but here I am. But now it's like I keep panicking and thinking I've lost my keys because I don't have the weight of that knife in my pocket.
Oh, so you keep the knife on deck.
He's always got it.
I
on.
always carry a blade on me.
Tybo, is that you?
I was doing Will Keith.
Oh, okay.
You know that big fat guy that has the sword videos? But
Yeah,
he
yeah,
calls,
yeah.
he calls the swords his blades.
yeah. That guy rules.
Yeah. Well, the most important part of the blade is when you open a new blade.
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that rocks.
Wait, who needed a knife?
It's an associate of mine.
Wait, what are you doing?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What are you doing with the associates?
I got a lot of people that I talk to, spend time with, do favors for me.
That's not true, dude. You got me in stock.
No, I got hookups.
Yeah,
I got all
hookups.
I got all kinds of deals.
Oh yeah, you got a guy at the Apple store, right?
No, he quit the Apple store.
Where's he working now?
He sells
I don't
knives.
know. He's actually
it's the one guy.
He actually sent me his resume to be a producer on the show. So obviously he's not doing too well.
Is he? Like I said, he's got to either be a gay guy, which we have, or someone with big tits.
What's that?
The two kinds of producers: gay guy you make fun of, or girl.
No, he seemed like a nice guy. I don't know.
he's
we'll see how much
unqualified.
people hate that. I think I got it figured out this time.
Okay, nice.
I listened back to it. It sounds fine. We all listened to it. It sounds fine.
I didn't listen to it.
Well, it sounds fine. Maybe a little bit quieter than the other ones, but everything.
Oh, quieter than the one last week.
Yes.
Okay, good, perfect.
Well, I want to go a little bit quieter.
Yes,
you
of
know,
course.
I think that might help.
A little bit softer now.
Smooth, like we mentioned in the beginning.
Smooth
Silky.
operator.
Dulcet. What does dulcet mean? I've
Smooth
heard that.
brain.
It's just a
Dulcet tones.
yeah, it's just a word people use that no one knows the meaning.
But does it
of.
mean like quiet?
I
Does
think it
mean
means
like,
quiet or smooth or pleasing or something. I know it's good.
Yeah, like a lullaby is
Yeah.
dulcet, maybe.
I mean, I'm not gonna look that shit up.
Yeah, I don't. Me neither. Fuck it, baby. But I do want to know actually now that I say it. But
I'm
whatever.
horny.
You want Adam to suck you off?
Yeah.
Adam, get to work.
For what?
I'm horny.
Tybo.
Do they have gay people in their community?
Yes, of course.
Dude,
Come on.
we've been over this.
Yeah,
You're one of them. You're gay and retarded.
That's fine.
I had a friend who used to teach at a school for the intellectually disabled.
I rewatched that video that Pia Glenn made of
The what?
Pia Glenn's Black Weekend update where she goes in on me.
Oh, I don't remember that.
No.
Oh yeah, she's like, there's a writer on Thought Catalog named Nicole Mullen, which is really Nick Mullen. and she
Awesome.
Posts this goofy ass picture. I mean, it's a really funny segment.
Oh, really? She gets you good?
She doesn't really.
It's not. It's not. Oh,
I
okay.
mean, it's like this is just a fucking white man doing like base level comedy. It's like, yep.
Yeah, that's it. You got us, baby.
And she's like, it's not funny. It's like makes me laugh. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Pia?
Yeah, Pia in my mouth. Pia Glenn.
P?
She's Salman Rushdie's ex-girlfriend.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Salman lays the pipe, dude.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, it'd be funny
Ian
as fuck,
Salman
that guy.
Rushdie.
That's that might be my sex idol. Because if
Salman
Salman,
Rushdie?
I want to
Yeah.
be the number one fat bald guy.
Yeah,
that
just
fucks.
the ugliest
Yeah,
shit
fat
bald guy
wall.
that's
Well, I
like,
don't know
yeah,
about
girl,
ugly
you
shit,
know,
but,
man, these Muslims is trying to kill my ass. And they're like, he's so dangerous. Oh my God.
Oh,
he's
do
so-
I need to get a fatwa?
Oh
yeah,
my
you need
God.
a fatwa.
I need a
He's
fatwa.
so dangerous. Muslims want to kill him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I drew Muhammad.
I'm about to draw Muhammad. I was just gonna say that. I'm about to draw Muhammad right now. If they'll get me pussy,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get an Etch-a-Sketch.
But you need to get the whole country of Iran to want to kill you.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You got to write some satanic verses,
Yeah.
baby.
Will I get to fuck a hot Iranian
The
girl?
satanic hook.
Mm-hmm.
The satanic chorus.
I would love to.
Yeah.
That sounds great. Is that what he did? He did some satanic shit.
He wrote a book
Called The Satanic
Verses.
Oh, nice. And it's about the devil.
Yeah,
about getting
no, it's
pussy.
about how
It's about
Muslims
getting pussy?
are the devil.
Oh, damn.
Something like that.
Okay.
Yep.
Damn, I really like
About how
halal.
they use their hand to wipe their ass.
One hand and one to eat.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good system, actually.
Well, that's not as bad as the French who just don't wipe at all.
Yep.
Yep.
That's right.
True.
That's why you have hair in your ass because the hair wipes your ass. Why would that take the poop out? It's to me it is better to leave it in because it's style.
It looks good when you have your ass cheeks completely covered in diarrhea.
Yeah, I went to Metrograph the other night.
To see what?
Lola.
What is that? Like an old movie?
Yeah,
Oh,
It sounds
cool.
like a movie in the 50s about a slut.
it is.
Really?
It's not Lolita.
No, it's not Lolita. I didn't.
Your favorite
I
movie?
didn't say the name of the movie wrong.
Yeah.
You might have forgot that.
Lolita,
yeah.
the part that I see you watch every time I come. You're always watching
Yeah.
a couple specific scenes from that movie, Adam.
Mhm.
Every time I come into your
yeah.
home.
It's
Yeah.
kind of
This is
weird.
the scene with Dustin Hoffman's penis.
Yeah, you're just slow motion putting the part where you see his cock. You've actually edited so that
That's
you don't
not
see a woman
Lolita.
anywhere. Whatever, man. You're watching that. Maybe it's not Lolita, but and actually sometimes it's just you just Google Dustin Hoffman's penis.
Yeah,
sometimes
that's what I thought. I
don't
thought.
remember, man.
His
Who
penis
cares?
isn't in that movie.
Yeah.
His penis isn't.
The
in that
point
movie.
is, you look at Dustin Hoffman's penis a lot when I come into your apartment.
Yeah,
he's a good actor.
Dust him Hoffman. Yeah, that's when the Adam fills his bug
Get his-
mouth with a bunch of dust.
get his
does,
old
does
cock.
the
There we
grapefruit
go.
trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got him pretty good there.
Tybo. He keeps popping up.
All right, tonight on Roast Battle, what everyone's been fucking waiting for, Louis J. Gomez will battle a man with Down syndrome. Who will win? Honestly, we all pretty much know the answer immediately.
But who's gonna win in the fucking boxing match / spelling bee afterwards?
We also know who will win that one.
That'd be cool if Tybo was an insult comic.
I mean, how far away are we from that?
From having
a retarded guy would be
retarded-
awesome at roast battles.
Yeah.
Oh, he'd crush.
You dumb bitch.
Louis calls himself the Puerto Rican rattlesnake because he lives under a rock with his career and he makes a bunch of noise. Thank you. Last joke.
Damn. What else, boys? What else is going on in damn current events? You know, the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hell of a game. Nick,
Philadelphia.
did you watch it?
I watched, actually, I was shooting pool, but it was on.
Oh, nice.
It was
Where,
an
in the
entertaining
city?
game.
It was a good
Yeah,
ass
it was
game,
really
dude.
good.
Yeah. I was at Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah, it was
I
fun.
loved it.
Yeah.
They ate dogs. They ate horse shit. Philly fans ate horse shit to celebrate, I guess.
Yeah, that rules.
What?
I don't know.
There's a
man.
video of like
There's a
on
video
Broad
of a
Street
guy
they're-
eating horse shit.
They were like flipping over cars and there was pandemonium and then some dude in a Donovan McNabb jersey. They were like, "Do it, do it!" His face is just in the horse shit. And then he just eats it like very delicately, and then everyone starts cheering.
I mean,
love that
that's
scene.
better than people were expecting hate crimes.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So if all we got was somebody eating horse shit, that's great.
No, the racist team lost. You know?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. That was the narrative everyone put in, and you know.
Yeah,
That-
fuck.
That
New England
Tom
for
Brady
sure.
lost, and it was a win for all POCs.
Mm-hmm. Well, they already said they're not going to the White House.
All of them.
All of them as a team were
Cool.
like, "Fuck
I
Trump."
like that.
Mm-hmm. Because they got Chris Long. Shouts out to Chris Long. He
How
fucking.
about as a name for retarded people, it's people of colored pencils. People of coloring books. Well, as a person of coloring books myself.
That's where we go after intellectually disabled. It's POCBs. Oh fuck, dude.
Yeah, that was really cool, and the one Cumtown related aspect to the game that was really just the background was, of course, the fact that Tom Brady was outed as a sun kisser
Yep.
on the lipser.
He's gay with his. So it was.
He's
I was
gay with
kind of
his
torn
son.
because, on one hand, I don't want New England to win.
Right, but on the
But
other hand, we got to support.
He was gay with his son.
Someone being gay with their dad.
Yeah,
Right,
it was, yeah. So, and he's been gay with his dad. He's kissed his dad on the lips.
He keeps and Belichick kissed his daughter on the
But
lips.
that doesn't count. That's not being gay with your dad.
Well, that was just hot.
That was
Yeah.
just some sexy shit. Dude.
that was too normative for us.
Oh yeah. Also, I watched Two Bills. It's a documentary about Bill Belichick when he was younger.
And Bill Parcells.
Bill Parcells.
Yeah,
and
the 30 for 30.
Bill Parcells has just an awesome, like, he's so fat in like a fucking like lunch lady way.
Yep.
And Bill Parcells and Bill Belichick just
has no personality.
He looks awesome though. He's wearing like short shorts in the 70s. It kind of rules.
Yeah.
It's nice to see, you know, fat old guys how they used to be sexy.
Heads up, motherfuckers! I said okay to this guy to print this order off. So I got T-shirts coming, at least one design. So I guess I'll be up front. I bought a domain name, and the plan is to just put a storefront on there because I don't think there's no reason to have a fucking website. There's been some sort of like dispute going on between the Reddit people about like a Discord server,
What the fuck is that?
I don't know.
What's
what it
that
is.
mean?
I don't know what it is. It's like a way for people who
To get child
like the
porn?
show to chat with each other. So
Oh,
I was
like a
like,
board?
somebody told me to set one up through Patreon because Patreon has some kind of integration. But I guess like what that would mean is that people would have to pay money to just talk to other
chat?
people. Yeah, talk to other people who like the show.
Yeah,
which-
what if they don't subscribe to
Yeah,
Patreon?
yeah. So that's a waste. So just for the URL, what it's going to be is like, if you subscribe to the Patreon, you'll be able to log in and you get like free shipping and like $5 off like merch orders.
Cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Very
and then-
generous.
And then at some point, no, it's just business. You fucking idiot.
I think it's very generous.
I would make back the.
I'm calling
I
you
would,
a good
I
guy
would make
right
back
now.
the fucking percentage point as soon as the second month rolls over.
It's not business.
sorry,
it's
Nick.
not personal. It's business, man.
Sorry, Nick. I think you're a good guy, and you can't change my mind about that. Okay.
Shut up.
Adam's home address is to be disclosed. If you subscribe to the Patreon,
If you're a Nazi subscriber, you get Adam's home address.
$15 a month.
Premium
You can
subscribers
figure out
will-
where I lay my head every night.
yeah, but I'm
also-
excited about this. Boys, voucher me. Tell everyone how nice
It's a
the
good
shirt
ass
looks.
shirt. The shirt looks really good. We're very proud.
Yeah,
of Nick's
it's just one right now.
design.
But so what I'm going to do is, and I'll say this: if you hit me up on Instagram for now, once I get the shirts in, until I can set up the storefront, because it's going to cost, I guess, a decent amount of money to just have that storefront set up from the guy I talked to. If you want a shirt, I'll put the design on Instagram, and then we'll just do PayPal for now. But if you are a premium subscriber, hold off until I can set up the storefront so you can get the discount.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds fair.
That sounds
and also, while we're doing this right now, we have a show at Caroline's on the 15th, which I'm not sure how well we've gotten the word out about it. But
yeah, we really need to promote that because we've only sold like 4 tickets. Have we? I think so. I don't know. I haven't checked.
Yeah. So next week on Thursday, we're doing a live Come Town at Caroline's on Broadway. And we're going to be doing the full hour 15 or whatever, just the 3 of us on stage. So it won't be like Funny Moms, where it's us fucking around at the beginning for 20 minutes and then stand up. It's just going to be us doing a live podcast. Based on the one in DC, it went really well. So
yeah, please come out.
Please come out. And if you haven't been to Caroline's before, it's pretty cool to see a show there.
Yeah, I'm going to email them now and figure out where our ticket sales are at. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in a second.
To have sex.
Hey, everybody. Guess what? Take off your underwear, throw it away, because we got some brand new underwear for you. Mack Weldon. It's better than whatever you're wearing right now. Mack Weldon is a brand new underwear company that believes in smart design, premium fabrics, and simple shopping. Go online. It's the easiest online shopping experience you'll ever have. I've done it myself. It was great. I got some great underwear. I got some very comfortable socks, shirts, undershirts, hoodies, and sweatpants. Most comfortable hoodies and sweatpants I've ever had. They got a line of silver underwear and shirts that are naturally antimicrobial, which is a Neil deGrasse Tyson term for they eliminate odor. They want you to be comfortable, so if you don't like your first pair of underwear, you can keep it, and Mack Weldon will refund you, no questions asked. So it's a nice little scam to get a free pair of underwear. And not only do they make underwear, socks, and shirts that look good, they also perform well, too, so you can wear them to CrossFit.
Anyway, Gibson got thrown over the top rope. WWE.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know. Insufficient data to formulate a reply. What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the hard-hitting internet podcast. I am Joe.
We're laughing, but true.
Yes.
Most accurate thing he said yet.
Damn, we're hard-hitting. Okay, so I am Joe, and I'm joined, as always, by...
Oh, Devin.
And Steve.
We're going
All right.
backwards today.
All right.
Okay.
So today we're going to solve another mystery. And this is one you guys may or may not have heard about. It's called the Nazi Bell. That's right, the Nazi bell.
I had never heard of this, and I consider myself to be a strong mystery buff. Unsolved mysteries. I know a lot of them. A lot. I would say that like 90% of the things that we do, I've heard of before we do them.
I hadn't heard about this until about a month ago when I came across an article somehow. I think it was advertised on something. It's like, what is that?
And I hadn't heard about it until you sent me a link to that article.
Yeah.
I said, hey, you should host a show on this.
Yeah.
This is right up your alley.
Yeah, so anyway, I jumped on a plane, went to Germany, dug through the Nazi archives, and, well, here's what I found. Well, not really.
Just kidding. We don't have the budget for that.
Yeah, as soon as we get a budget, then we're going to be doing stuff like that. We're going to actually be covering a lot of unsolved mysteries in places like Hawaii, Paris.
Very nice places.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, back to the Nazi bell. The Nazi bell was pretty much unknown as far as the world is concerned until the year 2000. A Polish writer named Igor Witkowski published a book called The Truth About the Wunderwaffe. Of course, that was not, it was a Polish book, so obviously it wasn't in English. But yeah, The Truth About the Wonder Weapon. He describes this thing as being about 9 feet wide, about 12 to 15 feet high, and shaped like a bell. Other descriptions you guys can see here. Oh yeah, by the way, it had a Nazi swastika on the side. The bell did.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, naturally. And alternative descriptions have described it as a saucer-shaped object, but for the most part,
That saucer looks just like the NASA saucer we were talking about earlier.
Oh, the thing that they're sending to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like
Doesn't
that.
it?
It does.
Yeah, I like the little chimney in the top, though.
Yeah,
This is
and
not
the
most-
wheel, like the car sticking out from behind
Yeah.
it.
Well, I think that actually is a car parked behind it.
Yes.
But that thing looks a little crude. I'm not sure if this was actually the Wunderwaffe or not. But anyway, there's also, you can find pictures of the bell. Of course, those are pictures that have either been, paintings by artists or
Recreations.
or recreations that people have
Drawings or,
taken
yeah.
pictures of. So nobody has a picture of the actual Nazi bell. that
So are
know
we
of.
saying we don't actually know that it existed even? Or are
Well,
we saying
that's
it
a
definitely
possibility.
existed?
That's no, you can't say that it definitely existed.
But we can't say it definitely didn't either.
Well, I guess not.
Okay.
Well, we'll solve that mystery before the show's over.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Thank goodness.
So anyway, Igor Witkowski published his Wunderwaffe book, and the way he found out about it is he claims to have had a contact in Polish intelligence, and this Polish intelligence officer allowed him to look at a file which had a transcript of an interview by Polish agents of a Nazi SS officer whose name was, I'm just going to pronounce it in regular English, Jacob Sporenberg. And it might be Jakub or who knows, but I'm just going to say Jacob Sporenberg. Supposedly, in this transcript, he described the bell and apparently some of its wondrous capabilities. And Witkowski, the author, never said who in Polish intelligence actually shared this with him. There's no documentation.
So it's an unknown source.
Yeah, it's an unknown source, and the supposed transcript of the interrogation. Nobody's ever seen it, and so,
what did they call it? The bell?
the bell. In German it's called Die Glocke, which is German for the bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, and
It's just called the bell. Got it.
Yeah, the bell.
And
Bell.
when Igor was looked at these files, when I was doing the reading, what I found a little off-putting was the fact that, he couldn't say who gave it to him. That makes sense.
Of course.
And they wouldn't give him a copy of it, which if it's from
Makes
intelligence, I can understand. So he hand-wrote a transcript of it. So all we have is his handwritten copy of it, which seems like a guy could have just sat around and made up.
No,
Right off the
possible.
start, I'm a little worried about this.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fair
I mean,
point.
he could have, but is it suspicious because he was allowed to take a transcript of it? Is that what's suspicious to you?
No, I think what he's saying
Because-
is that. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, there's no other way for him to have gotten that information out of there except for to handwrite it, right?
To make some notes, yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
I guess what's hinky to me is that it's not an official transcript, so therefore we don't know if it really happened. So the first piece of the puzzle I'm already questioning, I guess is where I'm getting at. Because if let's say the Freedom of Information Act in this country, I could request that document and have that document.
Heavily redacted.
Whether it's redacted or not, I'd have that document as my base, whereas this guy doesn't have anything as his base. So that's my concern.
So, and it's believable that if he was allowed to see some sort of secret file like that he would only be able to make notes and not make copies or anything like take photos. But at the same time, though, you're right. There's no documentation.
It's almost more worrying to me that he was allowed to take notes, right? Because if they're like, this is a classified thing, you can look at it, but you can't take any written anything out of here. You can't make a copy of it. That makes more sense to me than them saying, take all the notes you want. Yeah, you can transcribe that in your own hand. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Yeah, whatever. But, I guess this Polish intelligence officer never showed this transcript to anybody else.
Or no one else who couldn't keep their mouth shut.
And maybe got killed. Somebody got whacked. So the people who say that the saucer, it's a saucer-shaped object rather than a bell-shaped object, say that it's powered by a pair of rotating drums containing a mysterious iridescent purple liquid. So, but typically it's described as a device that's made out of heavy hard metal, about 9 feet wide, 12 to 15 feet tall, bell-shaped, Nazi swastika, like I said before. The story was picked up by a guy named Nick Cook, who we'll talk about in a few more. Well, I'll talk about him now. What the hell? Nick Cook used to be the aviation editor for Jane's Defense Weekly. You guys have heard of Jane's, correct?
Of course.
Yeah. They're like the go-to source for everything about warplanes and warships and all that stuff.
Okay.
I'm sitting here suspiciously quiet.
Yeah, you never heard of Jane's?
No.
Nor have I. I was just going along to be nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. They are like, you can think of Jane's as almost like a private intelligence service. I mean, they gather a lot of information, and they're very, very credible. And so they have. If you go to Jane's, you can find out everything you need to know about the defense forces of any country. They've got it all mapped out. They've gathered intelligence on every plane that these people have, every submarine, every ship.
So they're a private data collection for military information.
Yeah, and so
And so we're saying that this guy is pretty credible, right?
Well, that gives him a little bit of an aura of respectability, because this guy worked for Jane's. Up until 2001, he was aviation editor for Jane's.
And was he fired, or
I don't know exactly.
It wasn't like a outrage scandal that he left.
Not that I know of, but I have not actually investigated this guy's background too carefully. It's like I've got a job.
Seems like that would have come up in any kind of reading.
Any kind
Nick
of
Cook, who, by the way, was fired for making stuff up.
Yeah, actually, and I read a review of his book in Salon, and Salon was, they were a little unkind to the book. But I think that if he had been booted out of Jane's and disgraced, they might have made mention of it.
I think that's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll talk about that later. But anyway, so Nick Cook wrote a book and published it just a few years after Igor Witkowski published his book. So he was talking about anti-gravity. It's called The Hunt for Zero Point.
And this is Nick Cook.
This is Nick Cook.
Okay.
So anyway, according to Nick Cook, this device contained two counter-rotating cylinders, which would be filled with a mercury-like substance, which was violet in color. Some people have claimed that this is red mercury, which
I don't even quite understand what red mercury is.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Definitely don't. Oh,
it doesn't exist.
Oh, okay? Red mercury, is it real?
Red mercury is not real. But anyway, we get back to this. According to what Nick Cook says, the metallic liquid was codenamed Xerum 525, and that's spelled Xerum 525. And when not in use, was stored in a thermos flask that was encased in lead, so apparently it was dangerous stuff. Additional substances used in the experiments included thorium and beryllium peroxide. Beryllium peroxide also doesn't exist. There is such a thing as beryllium oxide, so maybe that was a typo on his part. I'm not sure.
I've seen it referred to as peroxide on every article I came across on this. So either it's a lot of copying and pasting by everybody on the internet, or they're calling it peroxide on purpose. Because I've seen it in different. It's not always written the same, so I know it's not copying directly, but I have seen it called peroxide a lot of times.
I've seen a number of references to it too in this whole Bell thing. But I think somebody originally confused peroxide with oxide. beryllium oxide exists. Beryllium peroxide does not exist.
Okay.
As far as we know.
As far as we know, yeah. I mean, the
And
Germans
might.
might have made it, yeah. Okay.
Well, and I was looking at it. They were talking about the beryllium and the thoramine. Is that what
Thorium.
it is? Thorium. Okay,
thorium.
thank you. They were both. They kept calling it peroxide because it was a gel-like substance, and that seemed to be where everybody was getting the peroxide part. Is it was blah blah peroxide, which is a gel-like substance. I don't know how that relates because the science I couldn't quite follow it. But it seems that's where they were going with this peroxide thing. Right or wrong, it seems to be what they were doing.
Beryllium peroxide doesn't exist, but beryllium is actually does have some uses in certain things, and actually somebody has put forth a theory for how beryllium could have been used in the Bell to generate pure weapons grade uranium-233. So,
And now there are a bunch of peroxides, right?
yeah,
So
there are other peroxides like
it-
boron and stuff like that.
And hydrogen.
Yeah. And hydrogen peroxide, yeah, you're my fave.
That's the only one I know.
Science fact of the day.
Yeah.
Did you know that hydrogen peroxide is real?
Uh-huh. So anyway, maybe somebody was talking about hydrogen oxide. Somebody else read it and then confused it and got confused and wrote hydrogen beryllium peroxide. And then
or
of
it
course,
auto-corrected on them, and who knows?
Maybe
And
it was
then-
bad handwriting from note taking.
Could have been.
Could have been it.
And then, of course, they were like you say, copy and pasted onto thousands of other conspiracy theory websites, and next thing you know,
there we go.
Yeah. So anyway, well, back to the story. The Bell supposedly, when it was activated, emitted very strong radiation, and supposedly it killed a bunch of scientists who were working on it. Because apparently, when they first turned it on for the first time, they didn't realize they were going to get fried. So, and also they had some test animal and plant subjects that also got toasted by this thing.
And if am I right, Joe? I mean, this is terrible, but I remember some account saying that the scientists who died, at least one or two of them, their skin literally melted off.
I have heard these stories. Yeah.
Okay.
What's that? Yeah.
All right, so for everybody who doesn't know, because I actually started doing a little research, because I was thinking, well, it's got to be, let's just look at standard
The
radiation.
only thing that can make your skin melt off, like your face melt off, is the Ark of the Covenant. We know this from the documentary Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Anything above 3,000 rads will burn your skin so badly and fastly that it could look like your skin was melting.
Yeah, there's only one problem with that, is that anybody who witnessed that event, they would
be
melt
dead.
too.
Yeah.
I guess
You'd have to be in a reactor, though, nuclear reactor, to
Yeah.
get that kind of exposure. That's the easiest way to do it.
I guess the problem for me isn't so much that it's conceivable that somebody came in after and was like, wow, their skin has melted off of them. Right? That it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody witnessed it melting off of them.
That's
right?
very true.
But who
Yeah.
turned it off?
That's good. Maybe
I
somebody...
mean, if it killed everybody that was close enough to
Haven't you seen the action movie where the hero dies and falls on the off switch and saves the world? That's what this guy did.
No, actually,
he's an unsung hero.
No, actually, what happened is they were powering this thing via extension cord. The person in the next room heard the screaming, and then he pulled the extension cord out of the outlet.
Yeah.
And, it saved the day. But
there
too
we
late
go.
to save those guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sure that's what happened, or something very much like that. Maybe he flipped the circuit breaker.
Sweet.
Yeah, supposedly the Bell did require vast amounts of electricity to operate, and so nobody knows why that is.
That's weird.
Yeah, so it was
Well,
supposedly.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The usefulness of something goes down drastically when you have to actually plug it in.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, maybe you know.
Maybe it becomes self-sustaining.
Yeah, and maybe your initial version requires 3 million volts, and stuff like that, and massive amounts of current. But maybe eventually, with refining and research and experimentation, you can get it down to where you can actually put it on a battleship or a tank or something like that, or a plane, if this was a weapon.
All of those things are things that I want to do with vast amounts of radiation.
Yeah, well,
but if you don't know what it's going to do,
That's
you don't
true.
know that radiation is going to decimate your crew.
That's true.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that we did back in the 40s and the 50s as far as experimentation with bombs and radiation. We had no idea that it was going to kill so many people short and long term.
Yeah.
So-
You guys, I'm pretty sure both of you've seen is the movie that was shot by, I think they're Air Force soldiers out in the desert watching a nuke go off in the air, standing there and laughing and joking and talking about it, and it's like a mile above them.
Yeah.
So they're just bombarded with radiation.
I have not seen that.
It's really not easy to watch because they're just having a good time. And, wow, that's so awesome! And you're just looking at it going, you have no idea what is happening right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Poor suckers. Yeah, I think the most there are a lot of different films from all the experiments that they did back in those days, and the most horrible one that I ever saw, and it was truly awful, was like they were experimenting with protective suits for our troops that would protect them from the intense heat of a nearby nuclear blast, and it's like a heavy kind of tinfoil. And so they made up a bunch of little suits for some pigs. So
No,
Okay.
you. That's
That's enough.
no.
You're done. It was yeah. It was, no, I'm not going to tell you anymore. It was terrible.
It's already terrible.
Yeah,
bacon.
Yeah, it was bad.
Awful Fallout bacon.
Anyway, so back to Witkowski. According to him, the bell was built, or at least was housed, in a German facility known as Der Riese, which is known as the Giant. And it's not a single building. It's like there's a valley in Silesia, which is in Poland, southern Poland, near the Czech border, about 75 miles east of the German border. And of course, that was German territory during World War II.
Yep.
And they built this massive complex. It wasn't just one building. It was actually, this valley had a lot of massive complexes and tunnels and all kinds of secret stuff going on in there.
I just want to mention
Yeah.
how uncreative the Germans were when naming things.
Uh.
Everything is the something,
Mm.
right? Oh, yeah, that's the Giant. That's the Bell. That's the...
Well, code names are like that, though. An intelligence officer can only go so far before he gets really bored with just coming up with words. Oh, it's the osprey. It's the eagle. Eventually, lamp, chair, table.
I like Panginator.
Project Table.
Yeah. Yeah, they often give them,
Project
like,
Table is more interesting than the Giant.
The Giant.
Oh, I don't know.
the
The Giant's kind of got a cool edge to it.
I think it's cool. I mean, it's kind of intimidating. If you heard that a giant was living in this valley, would you go down there? Hell no. Let's stay away. Witkowski also claimed that there was a massive concrete, well, not that massive, but and there's pictures of it on the internet if anybody cares to go see. It's called the Henge, and it's a circular structure with vertical concrete supports, and then it's like basically a concrete, steel reinforced, I'm sure, circle on the top of it.
It looks like Stonehenge, but made out of concrete.
Yeah, made out of skinnier stones
the
too.
Henge. Okay, I get the name now.
Yep.
Yeah, and so
The Stonehenge.
he claimed that it served as a test rig where they could put the bell and experiment with anti-gravity stuff. He's claiming that there's some anti-gravity work involved here.
But didn't people say that they also thought that was probably just a cooling tower?
Yeah, exactly. The basis for a cooling tower. So and that's kind of what it looks like. So, but that's what he
And
claimed.
that's like a nuclear cooling tower, right?
It doesn't look big enough. Nuclear cooling towers are pretty enormous.
Well, they're huge. So
Yeah.
so I was trying to figure out what kind of cooling tower that would be for.
I mean that's the thing about it is like when you look at the pictures of it, you can't really get an idea of the scale. It looks too small to be the base of a nuclear cooling tower.
But the thing is with a nuclear cooling tower is that they've got a structure on top of their base, which kind of looks like the Henge. So it could have been.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell. Surely there are pictures from the time somewhere.
Yeah, actually, what I think is. I think it looks like the base for a water tank.
Or something like that.
That would actually supply the water to a cooling tower.
That could be it.
Yeah, because
and I don't know. The Germans weren't that far in terms of nuclear technology, as far as we know.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they would have a reason to use a cooling tower for nukes.
Well, I mean, there's other things that generate heat. I mean, it's like in other industrial applications.
That's true.
So yeah, it could have been just an ordinary thing.
Alternately, it was definitely a house for the bell.
It could have been.
I mean, you know, I'm just saying.
To hold it down because
Yeah.
it was would have
Or-
floated away.
No, just to like house it. Make a little pen for it, you know.
That's like, yeah.
It'd be tall enough, right? They could test its floating capabilities, but not lose it out in the field somewhere.
But hang curtains around the side so people couldn't spy in and see what's going on.
Yeah.
It would be kind of funny and ironic if they take it out for the first anti-gravity test. They turn it on, it just goes whoop and disappears, and you never see it again.
Guess we're gonna have to start over again.
No, the better still would be they turn it on and it slowly starts to rise and it starts to rise and it starts to rise and then somebody says, "Do we know how to turn it off?" And
It's
no.
like a balloon. It just floats away.
No.
No? Quick, unplug it.
We made it self-sustaining?
Yeah.
No.
Oops. Yeah, so anyway, so the anti-gravity thing was pursued somewhat by Nick Cook and also by Witkowski. Witkowski claims that the U.S. government actually has been working on anti-gravity devices for decades now and spending lots of money on it.
Oh.
Why wouldn't we?
Yeah, well, it's not a bad idea.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah, and the hunt for zero point energy is the energy state that a particle is in at its lowest state of energy when it's coldest. And so apparently, and I don't understand the physics behind this or the math behind this at all, but apparently a particle at that point, if you can harness the energy possessed by that particle, then it's almost infinite. In other words, we would have a fantastic energy source. This is what, although other physicists have derided this as basically the equivalent of a perpetual motion machine. If you can find a way to get to release that energy, then you'll have all kinds of energy, but the energy required to release that energy will probably be more. In fact, almost certainly will be more than the energy you'll get back. It's kind of like nuclear fusion, same thing. That's our perpetual motion machine that we've been striving after for decades.
So spend $2 to get $1,
Basically,
essentially.
yeah.
I see, okay.
Yeah. So nuclear fusion we've totally achieved. I mean, and it's not that we can't do that. We can do that easily, but getting more energy out of the transaction than we put in, that's the tough part. And we haven't figured that one out. When I was a kid, by today, we were supposed to all be, our entire society was going to be powered by nuclear fusion. They were sure of it. And we're still about that far away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when you're a kid again, it'll be there maybe.
Yeah. Hey, kids, when you're adults, it's going to be all fusion. Yeah. I remember, and actually I wasn't around for this, but when nuclear power first came out, they said the energy would be so cheap there would be no point to even charging people for electricity. And, of course, that didn't come about either.
No. There was a lot of awesome claims that didn't really pan out.
A lot of optimism, yeah. I mean, there was talk after Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There was some actually people theorizing that it would be a fantastic money saver because we could dismantle our army. Because we just have nukes. Every time something goes wrong in the world, we'll lob a nuke at them. And so there's no point in having a standing army, tanks, battleships, or any of that stuff. Yeah, that never came about either. So besides the anti-gravity propulsion thing that involved that big hinge-like thing, there are other claims. There's been a number of authors that have come out with books about this thing. And one author says that the bell was so important to the Nazis that they killed 60 scientists who were working on the project and buried them in a mass grave.
I did come
That
across
doesn't really sound like Nazis, mass graves.
Yeah, mass graves?
No, not at all.
No,
not at all. No, it's like mass graves are kind of popular all around the world, frankly.
Unfortunately.
That's a great way to advance your project, though. It's so secret, we're going to kill you. That's how important your work is to us. Yeah, we're going to kill you.
So hurry up and get it done.
We value you so much.
Yeah. There's another author claims that it contains red mercury, and red mercury is kind of this big hoax.
We mentioned doesn't
we talked about that already. But he said that it had, when you put a concave mirror on the top of the device, it gave you the ability to see images from the past.
What?
So it was a time machine. Igor Witkowski said that the bell ended up in a South American country. Nick Cook claims it was taken to the U.S. as part of a deal made with a general named Hans Kammler.
Sounds
so if this thing did exist, we don't know where it went.
You and I don't.
Us as the general public.
Government might.
Okay, now I know that we're about to get into theories, but before we get into that, what I'm curious about is when I did some of the research, this bell, the Nazis moved it around a lot.
They did.
Over the course of 2 years. And this thing seems like it would be kind of a big deal to move around.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved it around, and I almost got the impression through some of the reading that they had more than one.
Yeah, I've heard that rumors of more than one also.
2, 3, 4 of them. They built the first one, and then, we got to go here. Well, let's just build a new one there, and rather than packing this thing over there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which seems, I guess, if it's not hard to make, that's okay. But it's again, I mean, they were doing strange things. They were shuffling the deck constantly, so who knows what was going on in the high command. But
and this is one of those things too, like we've talked about in previous stories. Some of these stories grow in the telling. I remember, I know Witkowski only claimed that it was down in the Giant, the valley with all the cool secret facilities. But then other people have chimed in and said that no, it was housed in this university, and then wound up being moved here and moved there, and it's like, okay, maybe.
I guess the hard part is you don't know which is the true vein of truth.
Right.
Yeah.
The true vein of truth.
Yeah. So anyway, let's talk about some theories.
Sweet.
Yeah, we've already talked about this a little bit. It was an anti-gravity device that was claimed by Witkowski and Cook that then they were doing anti-gravity experiments, which could conceivably have produced a very powerful weapon for the war. I mean, I'm thinking like if you had a powerful enough anti-gravity device, you could build like a land battleship. Imagine a tank, but it doesn't need to actually like touch the land; it just floats over it, and it's like not the size of a tank; it's like the size of a small building. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
That would be terrifying.
And I know that some of the people that are supporting that it was for anti-gravity, they point out that scientists that were, and this is supposed, but scientists that were involved in the V2 and the V1 program, which is the Nazis' rocket program, which they were the innovators, and they had the farthest reaching rockets at the time.
Oh, yeah. They were way ahead of us.
Yeah, the same scientists were involved with the Bell. So they were thinking, well, if I can only get it so far propelled by fuel, what if I could just make the thing float over there? And the conjecture was that they were doing it because they knew they couldn't use a rocket, fuel-based rocket, to go all the way to, say, the States.
Yeah, which was something that they were working on. Was a bomber
but
that could make
if
the U.S.
you had an anti-gravity device that could go there, it would be much simpler, and you could do it with less fuel because it's just floating along on its own power rather than pushing its way through the atmosphere and fighting gravity.
And I guess it wouldn't, if it were something that was kind of big and heavy, like the Bell, I think, kind of was, right? You don't even need to put explosives really in it for it to have some kind of damaging effect. If you've got a thing that's going really fast, that's really heavy, you can just barrel it through a bunch of stuff, right? Or even like ships, you don't have to shoot missiles or anything like that. You just shoot your thing and it pokes a hole in it. And
Well, I was thinking more of it like it's just towing some kind of nuclear device or some kind of explosive device. And nuclear is the wrong word. Explosive device.
Yeah.
Like you watch helicopters towing things and they're dragging it under, they're suspended beneath them. So if this thing could float on its own and then just carry an explosive and then just get over its target and drop it and keep going, theoretically, that means it can come back to home and you can use it again.
There's lots of uses for it.
Yeah, I mean, they're all nefarious.
Yeah.
But,
well,
and that's the thing, that, you know, in order to like not be knocked down by U.S. fighters or whoever they were planning on attacking, they would have to be like above the atmosphere. So that essentially have to be a spaceship.
Yeah.
But you know, I mean, the Nazis were way ahead of us in many other regards, so they could have done that too.
Yeah.
Mostly, you know, it's shocking how far you can get when you don't really care about morals and people.
No,
Yeah.
It's true that. Yeah. But yeah, there was. We're gonna talk about some of those people, by the way, before we're done here.
Awesome.
Yeah, I know. So the anti-gravity thing, even though it's and Cook spent a lot of time in his book talking about not just the Bell, but talking about the U.S. government in general investigating the whole anti-gravity thing. They're like, he claims that they've been doing it a lot. He thinks that they have the Bell. He thinks that they've been spending a lot of money on anti-gravity research, which, you know, actually wouldn't really surprise me because actually it's something we should be trying to understand. If it's possible to understand how to make gravity waves, how to block gravity waves, then that would be pretty useful technology.
Yeah, you know, thankfully we haven't had any suggestions, nor do I think we have any interest in ever tackling like Roswell or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I do know that a lot of the kind of more modern, more believable theories about Roswell and Area 51 and things like that are that people see these things that they identify as unidentified flying objects because the U.S. military is testing these new kind of propulsion systems or anti-gravity or anything like that.
Or even stuff that's not even that out of this world, like the stealth fighter.
Which they definitely were developing there.
Yeah, and they kept that under wraps for a long time.
Absolutely.
And supposedly the CIA has admitted that they actually stirred the pot with UFO stories for a while, just so that if people spotted one of our experimental aircraft flying around, they would be dismissed as kooks.
Yeah.
And, so
and I
it's
think
like,
that's a strong possibility.
It's a
and
smart play.
It is,
Yeah.
and
Oh, yeah.
it would not shock me at all if that was something that we were working on. I don't have a problem with them working on that or keeping it secret. Honestly,
well, it would be an extremely powerful technology if anybody could actually do it. But I don't know that we understand gravity well enough at this point to really create an anti-gravity machine.
Yeah, I don't think we do.
Yeah, I could. If we figure it out in this day and age, it's gonna be an accident.
Yeah,
we're gonna stumble upon something and go, "Whoa!"
And we won't
how did
understand.
that
We'll know how to do it, kind of, but not.
We won't know how to do it right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but so I think that as far as like grabbing the Nazi bell and trying to rebuild a Nazi bell, I think the better to just fund theoretical research by scientists into gravity and the nature thereof and all that stuff. We need to understand gravity a little bit better.
That's probably a good way to start.
Okay, so anyway, there's always, and I mentioned previously also there was a time travel machine theory, and this was like didn't allow you to go back or forward in time, but you could see backward in time, which would be kind of cool.
I guess,
Yeah.
but I've always thought that that's one of the least useful time travel technologies.
I mean,
the ability to see into our past.
Yeah.
Right? Because,
exactly.
so I can understand seeing into our future or traveling into our past, but seeing the past is kind of like, no, we saw that already.
Yeah,
Like,
it'd be
maybe not all of the
It'd be
aspects.
useful for murder investigations and things like that.
I was going to say let's put this into context. So somebody reports a detractor is what you were called when you got reported to the SS. Was that the correct word?
A detractor?
Yeah. What do they call when somebody would out you and say, "Oh, he's an enemy of the state," and then the SS
he's
would
like a wrecker. He's
they kidnap you.
It was usually commies that would call him wreckers.
They would disappear you anyway. The SS people would say, "Oh, you know what? I don't like Joe. I'm going to report him." The SS, and then Joe would disappear because I had reported that he did something. So think about this: you are wondering if a high level official is maybe not as loyal as you think he is, and might be feeding information. It would actually be really informative and useful to be able to, if you could control the thing.
Yeah.
To focus on that guy and say, I know that in this time frame of, let's say, 2 months, he did some kind of off stuff. So let's just watch what he did and see if he did anything that wasn't right. And then we have proof, and we don't need to prove it in a court of law. We just know that we're right.
Yeah. The question is could it's tough enough to see in the past, but in say you're there and you were there in your secret factory and you're looking into the past. I would think you'd only be able to see into the past in your location.
Well, now you're putting parameters on it. We don't know what this thing could do.
Yeah,
so I'm saying,
maybe
what if I could,
maybe you could tune it to go to any location in the past. Maybe you can
tune it whenever and wherever I want it.
I got to say, I'm impressed with those Nazis because that's pretty amazing.
Me too, and I also don't have the sense. I'm not by any means a Nazi historian. I don't know a whole lot about this kind of time in history or anything like that, but the impression that I have is not overwhelmingly that Nazis cared about individual life. I mean, I think that's kind of the idea of like communism is like for the greater good, right? So like, barring like a high level ranking officer, right?
But
9 times out of 10, like if I go report Joe and he gets disappeared, I don't have the impression that they're going to be like, all right, we're going to turn on this machine and look into the past and see if you actually did this thing, more than they're just going to be like, wow, a bullet's super cheap.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's say it's
no. I first of all, I mean, the Nazis were socialists.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
So I mean, so they thought that what they were doing was for the greater good too. I mean,
Right.
just like the communists did. And so, but it's like it always seems to be the way with commies and socialists is that it's always, well, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
Exactly.
So,
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, so they get crushed underfoot. But nonetheless, even in Nazi Germany, even though like they're a heartless bunch, they still can't kill everybody.
No, you can't kill everybody.
Stalin, for example, found out that murdering his entire officer corps in the army didn't really serve him well, in World War II. It's like all the competent people that could actually save my country from the invaders.
Mhm.
Well, I had them executed or sent to the gulag. Oops.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right, and of course, if that was a big thing, if that's what we're saying it was used for, is to exonerate higher ranking officers.
well, it would also.
I am on board.
Well, it'd be a great spy tool as well.
Oh, it would
I
be,
want to
yeah.
see what the president of the United
Well, I guess
States was
that's true.
doing, and let's say I just tuned it in to 2 minutes ago for him, and just watches it. So I've got a 2-minute delay on what the president of the United States conversation is.
All right,
Well,
I'm on board now.
I don't
remember.
believe
We
it,
can
but
tune it.
it's a
No.
freaking cool idea.
No, I remember when I was a kid, I used to read a lot more sci-fi than I do today. And Isaac Asimov wrote a story that was about this machine that this guy built that could look into the past. He could look, he could look into the past and anywhere, and it was really, really cool. But the thing about it is that every time somebody came up with this technology, government agents would show up and take it away. And so this guy, he had these government agents after him. So he just takes this, and he basically puts the whole thing out in public. He publishes everything about it so that anybody can build one of these things. And then the government agents say, you can look 100 years into the past, or you can look 2 minutes into the past. What you've just done is you've just destroyed everybody's privacy. Welcome to the future. Hole. Is what they said. Yeah. And so it was kind of a nice twist on the story.
What a jerk.
Yeah. What a bozo.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, let's
That was
move
a
on.
long tangent.
Yeah.
Sorry,
For a kind of a silly little theory. Another theory put out there is that it was a heavy particle accelerator, and they were using it to create weapons grade U-233. That's uranium. Yeah, so apparently there's people that have claimed that it has some sort of special acceleration process. There are these small particle accelerators that are called cyclotrons. That's kind of, if you don't want to have a linear accelerator that's like half a mile long, you can use a cyclotron, which moves the particle in a spiral outward from the center, and it builds up speed. And then you can smash particles into other particles and achieve fusion or fission or whatever it is you're trying to do. Among this theory is that they were trying to convert thorium-232 into uranium-233.
I don't know what any of those things mean.
Yeah, well.
Is this me being an idiot? This is me being an
No,
idiot.
this is.
Or is this complex?
This is
chemistry?
complex. This is
Okay.
complex chemistry.
Yeah.
I think the simple version is they were trying to take, what was the first one again, Joe?
Thorium-232.
Thorium, and they were trying to create uranium, which is then weapons grade, correct?
Yeah.
So they were
Yeah.
trying to turn it into weapons grade uranium, and if this thing was a particle accelerator, again, this is my understanding of the science, and I'm not a mathematician or a scientist, but it has something to do with spinning at that velocity. You break off, I can't remember if it's I think it's electrons.
Yeah, the electrons break away from the nuclei.
Yeah,
and wind up
and so they
spinning around.
recombine and slam together and then form a new element.
Like the Large Hadron Collider.
That's exactly correct.
Yeah, well, I think that specifically what is vaporized mercury spins in a magnetic field, and electrons become excited and disassociate from their atomic nuclei. They swirl around rapidly in a sort of a plasma inside this, and as they hit protons, they emit X-rays.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea. I'm not a physicist, but this is the way I've heard it described. It's the theoretical way that the bell could have worked.
So that would explain why people died, because X-rays are kind of a bad thing.
Yeah, so it generates X-rays, and then the X-rays, when the X-rays hit beryllium supposedly does what's called donating. It donates neutrons. And so basically,
Donates.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to donate. So essentially,
I need a deduction on my taxes.
Yeah.
I'm going to donate an electron.
Yeah. No, I think beryllium is very generous. I don't think we should make fun of it.
Yeah.
So apparently, under this theory, they were trying to use fusion to basically add protons and neutrons to thorium-232 to transform it to uranium-233.
So this is a better way to generate weapons grade.
Supposedly, I guess they were looking for
a simpler way.
Looking for a quicker, easier shortcut to create U-233.
Or maybe even a way like in the field to create it.
Well, there's no point in creating it in the field, though.
That's true.
Yeah, but...
you create it, and then you just, like, squirt gun it.
That's a good point.
At the other guys, and then they're like, the x-rays are... My skin is melting.
Yeah. So
Worst
anyway.
super soaker party ever.
No.
Yeah. Well, so anyway, the heavy particle accelerator is probably one of the more credible theories. Certainly beats. I think it beats the time machine by a little bit.
I agree.
Yeah,
beats the anti-gravity device by not quite so much, but also by a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a fourth theory.
What's that?
It was a bell.
Oh.
Please tell me the uses of the Nazi bell.
It rings. Calls people to church. It's that's the Nazi bell. So so you guys have been doing a little independent research on this yourselves, I assume.
Yeah.
Have you come up with any other credible theories for this?
I mean, I would say that my only other credible theory is that it's a made-up thing. It doesn't actually exist.
Well, we'll talk about that.
Oh, okay.
Let's talk
about it.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, the origins of it, of course, was the Polish author Igor Witkowski, as we talked about earlier, wrote The Truth About the Wunderwaffe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it got wider play when Nick Cook published his book, The Hunt for 0 Point.
A couple years later, right?
Yeah.
And he probably sourced a lot of his information, if not all of it, from
Witkowski. Yeah. And he says he found him credible and believable. So a guy named Kurt Kleiner wrote a review of The Hunt for 0 Point.
Uh-huh.
And here's what he had to say about Cook's reliance on Witkowski. It's a little bit scathing. It's like, in a subtle sort of way. So why does Cook believe Witkowski? I'm quoting now. Witkowski had been recommended to me by Polish sources. Now I'm quoting Nick Cook. Through my work at Jane's as someone who was both highly knowledgeable and reliable, had Witkowski been in any way a lightweight, I would have turned around and got on the first plane home. But when I saw him, I knew he was okay. Unquote. Just as shaky are most of Cook's conclusions. So anyway, so quoting from...
He just
Cook's
keeps
books.
going. This is a big review, and
I
don't
want
rips on him.
but yeah, it kind of rips on Cook just a little bit. And you guys should read the review. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
But so he relied very heavily on Witkowski's story. I don't know, and he claims that he was able to go because he spends a lot. He's supposedly kind of an expert on black programs, and black programs being the stuff that's in the black budget, the stuff that's hidden in the budget that you don't know about.
Right.
Things like the stealth bomber, for example, the stealth fighter. So he claims that by looking at our black budgets and stuff, he's been able to find huge gaping holes where he can infer lots of anti-gravity research and maybe, monkeying with the bells going on. But there's a lot of big extrapolations going on there. He doesn't actually have access to that much information about that stuff. And so he relies on guys like Igor Witkowski. So anyway, back to Witkowski's. There's a little problem with his story, which is Jacob Sporenberg, who was indeed a high-ranking German SS soldier.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it was Jacob Sporenberg was the guy that Polish intelligence supposedly interrogated and made a transcript of the interrogation, and then Witkowski got to read that.
Right.
And he talked about the bell.
Right.
So he was a soldier. He wasn't a scientist. He spent most of the war fighting partisans in Belarus and in Poland, and eventually wound up in Norway, where he was captured by the British. Let me throw up a map real quick, here. Well, first of all, down here, this is the Giant, the valley where all that secret stuff is going on in those vast complexes.
On the border of the Czech Republic and Poland.
On the border of the Czech Republic and not too far east of Germany.
Mm-hmm.
Sporenberg was initially stationed in Minsk in Belarus, which is, 800 to 1,000 miles northeast of there.
Yeah.
And eventually he was stationed in Lublin, Poland, which is several hundred miles to the east of where the bell would have been. And then after that, wound up in Norway. It doesn't appear to me from his biography anyway, unless they cleverly cut some stuff out. Number one, it didn't appear that he physically got anywhere close to the bell. And also, there's no particular reason why he would have been, because he was a soldier.
Yeah.
And basically kind of,
Didn't have a reason to be there.
had no reason to be there, really, or to. And if he was, say, down there for any reason, it's not like somebody's going to take him aside and say, hey, check out this really cool anti-gravity thing we're working on.
Well, I don't know. You could be another soldier trying to impress him. Hey, buddy, you're not going to believe what I found.
What it kind of sounds like to me is, if you couldn't tell, I've never been to war. I've never been a soldier. But I have the impression that there's a lot of, like, kind of BSing and, like, storytelling, almost like campfire storytelling that happens.
Yeah.
Particularly if you're, like, in the trenches of an awful war, like.
Yep.
And, it's human nature to kind of, like, make up these stories.
Yeah, pass
and I
the
think
time.
Often you want to make up stories about this awesome new technology that you have, the people you are fighting for have, that's going to help you win a war. And so it's totally possible this guy heard somebody who was like, oh man, you know what I saw recently? Or like this scientist dude told me they've been working on. And it was just kind of a campfire story.
Yeah, but at the same
that
time.
he got captured and interrogated, and he was like, okay, I'm just going to tell you everything that might be anything, and it's just kind of spiraled out of control. Does that even seem plausible? I mean...
Well, let's talk about that for a sec. So, by the time the Poles interrogated him, he had to have known he was going to be hung for his war crimes, because this guy committed some serious war crimes. Biggest among them, Operation Harvest Festival in Poland, which involved, they were having troubles, the Nazis were having troubles with the local Jews. They were like, rising up, and, because the Jews were basically being kept in slave labor camps. And so there were rebellions and all kinds of stuff, all kinds of trouble with them. And so they finally decided to just kill them all. And so Operation Harvest Festival was, they had all these slaves come out and dig, quote unquote, tank trenches, defensive tank trenches. And so that's what they basically got to dig their own mass grave. And then, over a period of a couple of days, they slaughtered them all and then buried them there. 43,000.
Wow.
So we're talking a seriously huge, heinous war crime here.
Yeah.
So, like I said, he wound up being stationed in Norway, where he was captured by the British. After interrogation, they decided to send him to London for further interrogation regarding his war crimes. And he was eventually extradited after the war to Poland, and he was executed by the Poles in 1952.
So it's unlikely that he would be trying to trade information for...
Well, precisely, yeah, because there's no point. He knows he's going to get shot or strung up or something.
Well, but people are inherently trying to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, we're optimistic.
And it's kind of a well-known fact that if I'm in custody, I might as well just start telling you everything I can, because as long as I'm talking, you got a reason to keep me alive.
It's a little Scheherazade, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Arabian Nights.
Yeah. It took me a second to make that connection. I was like,
I also just, turned a name into an adverb or adjective.
But you keep talking, you just keep giving them, even if you're just pulling it out of your backside, you just keep talking and telling them stuff, because they'll just keep writing it down and going with it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think that would have bought him about an extra 5 minutes, but not really worth it. Yeah. And he had a credibility problem there, in that he was basically, his job was just to repress people and slaughter Jews and stuff like that, and so he has no credibility when it comes to talking about secret scientific things. So anyway, that's why I don't think Witkowski's story is really credible, because I don't see how Sporenberg could have been involved in any sort of scientific project. I don't see why he
seems like we got a pretty good record of what he was doing.
Yeah, and I don't see why he would have spent any time in interrogation talking about some secret Nazi Bell thing.
Sure.
It doesn't make any sense to me. It could have happened. I mean, you never know. I mean, they might have drugged him, and it might be, by this point in time, he'd spent years in cells and in interrogation rooms and everything like that. Maybe he was out of his mind. I mean, by this time.
Might have cracked.
Yeah,
or maybe, solitary does awful things to people, and they just want to they'll say anything,
So, anyway, let's talk about Nick Cook for a second. He seems a little credulous, and he seems like a credible person, because he worked for Jane's Defense Weekly, and now even like since then he submits articles as a contributor to Financial Times, Wall Street Journal. Not a raving loon or anything like that, but he seems a bit credulous. I came across an interview of him in the Atlantic, and this is from a ways back. And he's queried about a guy named John Hutchison. And he spends some time talking about Hutchison, and he thinks his stuff is interesting and credible and true. But Hutchison, if you do a little internet searching on the guy, he's a total crank who has claimed that he created a zero-gravity field. And he's been able to transmute metal, steel to lead, things like that. Using, and what else? He says he's created a battery that has almost infinite power. He's made all these claims. He can't replicate any of these claims, and so he's universally accepted as just a loon and a crank.
So basically, what you're getting at is that Cook kind of buys in easily to maybe not the right people.
He seems, yeah, kind of, yeah. Also, in his book, he talks about Hans Kammler. We talked about that a little earlier. Then he said that Hans Kammler had arranged for clemency from the Allies by trading them a lot of valuable technology.
Oh yeah.
Scientific research.
Mm-hmm. That's how the Bell supposedly came to the States.
Yeah, Hans Kammler moved the Bell to a safe spot, a hidden spot, and then negotiated with the U.S. and said, "Hey, I've got this incredible Wunderwaffe, this anti-gravity time machine device, and if you guys will," and this guy was also a war criminal, so if you guys will forgive my sins, I'll tell you where it is, and so that is what Cook claims. But I did a little research on Hans Kammler's biography, and he was a civil engineer, and he built a lot of things, including concentration camps. He designed and built, like, for example, some of the crematoriums where they gassed all the Jews and some of these trips. And he was involved in a lot of stuff like that. He was a competent engineer, and he rose in power and eventually wound up being in charge of not just he was charged with building a V2 rocket production facility, and then eventually he wound up being put in charge of actually running the facility and producing V2 rockets, which were, by the way, produced with slave labor.
Of course.
One of the reasons he was very effective at it is because he was ruthless and he didn't really care about working people to death and things like that. And later on, he got put in charge of aircraft also. Cook claims that Hans Kammler was in charge of all of their secret weapons programs, but that's not true. That's an exaggeration. He was in charge of rocket production and apparently aircraft production, but that's about it. He was a civil engineer. He wasn't a scientist. But Cook claims that he was in charge of all these super secret programs and that, therefore, he was the guy that could have traded these to the Allies, but no.
So we're saying he's not super credible, Cook.
Yeah, I would say he is not credible.
Huh.
And since he is the guy who actually popularized his theory, I mean, Igor Witkowski is the guy who first put it out there into the public square, but Cook is the guy who actually sold a lot more books on this whole thing. Yeah. It seems to me like Cook is a bit of a crank after all. It's like hard to believe, but apparently.
Cook is a crook.
So that's kind of the end of our theories?
Well, that's not a theory about the.
Well, yeah, that's kind of a detraction of the story itself.
That's kind of the end of at least my research, at least because the only information we have on this thing is from Witkowski, and then through Nick Cook, Witkowski. I don't see that Nick Cook has been able to uncover any more about the Bell.
Yeah,
about the Bell. He's conjectured about Hans Kammler, but none of that is credible. Hans Kammler wouldn't have had access to the Bell. So where did the Bell go? Is it like buried somewhere still in Czechoslovakia? Is it in America? Is it in a South American country? Well, I think it never existed, personally.
Devin, what are your thoughts?
I think that Joe has been fairly persuasive in that the evidence is strong that perhaps it never existed. But you guys know me, so I'm going to say you could look back in time with it, even though I think that's useless technology.
Mm-hmm.
I personally, though I don't get it, I am swayed by the amount of science that is written about the Bell.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't know that it really existed, but people have theorized a lot of stuff, and it seems to have some credible science behind it, which is pretty interesting. And I also like the time thing, but I have also seen that it was a time machine. And I kind of like that theory.
Yeah.
And we're not. I don't want to go into it a whole lot here. But have you heard the theory that time is one giant loaf of bread and every moment is a slice?
Yeah.
That time is a circle.
No, that it's a loaf of bread, and that you can if you go back, you're going back to the previous slice.
Yeah.
If you look it up and you actually, I think if you just Google time is a loaf of bread or a slice of bread, you can find this theory because it's really kind of
I've heard
complex,
about
but
this
simple
theory,
and interesting.
Yeah.
And I like that idea. I think it's kind of slick. I also don't think the thing is real.
No.
Time is just an endless circle.
Time is a piece of toast.
No, I am making a listener call out. Name that reference. Time is an endless circle.
Time
Continue.
is an endless circle. Okay. There's another theory that, and actually it's credible, that time is actually doesn't actually really, well, it exists, but it's just a way for us to sort out reality.
This is another show.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No. This will only take a sec.
Okay.
It's like time, essentially, what happens, what's going on is that everything is happening all at once. What happened yesterday, what's happening right now, what's going to happen tomorrow, all happen at the same time. Time is just our way of
It's our mental construct of perceiving the world around us.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this is another show.
Yeah, okay.
We will do this on a show.
All right, we'll talk about this at some other
promise.
time. Yeah, so anyway, the time machine, that's exciting, fun stuff. The thing about it is like the stuff that's been spun, like you're talking about this, some of the theories that have been spun about how it could have like been used to create uranium-233 and stuff like that. I've seen some very elaborate depictions of the internal setup of this thing and how it all worked.
Well, and you sent me something about how in 2001 somebody claimed to have recreated a scale version of the bell.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
it
like
exuded gravitational fields, or I don't remember what it was. But
yeah, and it's like, and it's interesting because again, Sporenberg was the only source of information for this thing. And Sporenberg did exist, but he's been dead since 1952. So he describes this thing and describes basically as a box and says, well, it's capable of doing this. And then somebody in 2001, based on that, goes out and creates a replica of it. It's like, really? How did you manage to do that? I could see if you stumbled across some plans and you knew precisely what it was supposed to do and you had an idea of how it worked and everything, you could do that. But Sporenberg didn't have a clue how, if it really existed, he had no clue how it worked or even precisely what it did.
Yeah. I have a new theory.
Yeah, what's that?
The bell was actually a field shower.
That
you
works.
Would get in it, and it would spiral water up and heat it up and just shower it down on you, and you'd have privacy.
Mm-hmm.
And they moved it around so that Hitler could.
It was a mobile shower. It was a mobile spa.
That works. Yeah.
It was the mobile spa.
Yeah.
We just mistranslated the German. It's badly recorded.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
That's
actually De Führer's Spa.
Yeah. I think that's my new theory.
Yeah.
It's actually a spa.
Talking about new theories, if you look at it, it actually almost looks like a space capsule. Like they, maybe they were working on a space capsule. Maybe they were going to put a man in orbit.
They were going to replace the Liberty Bell.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was.
When they finally invaded America.
There it is.
That would have been actually a cool prank, They sneak in. They sneak in, and one day Americans get up, and there's this bell with a swastika on the side of it.
That's not
hanging
cracked.
in Philadelphia.
I think that's the strongest theory yet.
All righty.
I think that's what they were. Yeah, they were totally going to punk us. Okay, so that's about it. We've talked about this long enough. So if you want to learn more, we'll have some links up on our website, which is, as always, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. And if you want to find us on iTunes, we're out there too. If you do find us, please stop to give us a comment and a rating. We would really appreciate that. You can also find us on Stitcher if you don't want to go through that whole iTunes thing. Also,
the whole iTunes thing.
iTunes
I know,
thing.
it's so much work. And of course, you can find us and like us and friend us on Facebook. We are on Facebook. And send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Well, that's about it. If you guys have any comments about us, we would totally love to get an email from you about the Nazi bell.
And if you are the Nazi bell, please send us an email.
Please.
We would love to hear from you, Nazi bell.
Also, I think we're going to have to do some deciphering because I don't know if the Nazi bell has hands.
Yeah. It's kind of hard. He's got to tap. He's got to use the top of his face.
We'll have to use Google Translate.
Top of his face.
Yeah. If you're a Nazi war criminal who was involved in this, we would love to hear from you.
We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah.
If your skin was melted off by the radiation from the Nazi bell,
absolutely.
Please.
So that's about it for this week. So ta-ta, everybody.
Talk to you next week, guys.
I'm pretty sure it was aliens.
No doubt.
from the Figure 4 Online Studios in beautiful Bothell, Washington, exclusively at WrestlingObserver.com. You're listening to The Brian and Vinny Show with your hosts, Brian Alvarez and Big Vinny V.
All right, everybody, it's a Brian and Vinny and Craig show here on Vinny's birthday.
That's right.
Woo! Yeah, I knew that. I had to smarten up Craig there. Big Vinny V's birthday today. On
Check my
his
Twitter
birthday.
at 5 a.m. when I wished him happy birthday.
I don't think I follow you.
You do.
For Vinny's birthday today, he brought us brownies. How sweet.
My wife asked, "What do you want for your birthday?" And I said, "I want your peanut butter brownies. I haven't had those in a long time." She made them hot out of the oven, and I got one, and she said, "You have to take the rest over to Brian's later."
Why?
That's what I said.
Why can't you take your own brownies home?
Well, whatever's left over, I'm taking home, believe me.
Oh, well, shit. Stop the show. I deliberately waited till after the show to have brownies. I can't eat before the show. I may get a stomachache.
Have a brownie after the show. I'll patiently wait while you eat a brownie.
All right, well, I'm going to eat that whole tray. I'm tell Whitney right now. Eat all the brownies while you can.
Oh, I let them know. I'm taking home whatever I can.
So why didn't she make you your own platter?
I don't know.
Just haven't been a good boy this year?
I asked her this. It's my birthday. I like, for all the baking you do, and well, for all the baking she does, one time I asked her something special. On my birthday, I just want a platter of peanut butter brownies. She made them. She says you have to share them. And she didn't have time to make me any more because she was also making chocolate chip cookies and snickerdoodles and Lord knows what else.
So stuff you don't like?
Well, I like them.
Nice.
But these are my favorites.
Vinny, here's my serious question. Why didn't you put them in the car and then pretend that you were going to bring them in, not bring them in, don't tell us, and then just take them back home?
I'm a terrible liar.
Dude, you don't even have to lie. Just forget. You're very good at that.
You don't know. Well, that's true. But...
See? Oh, here's a message from Whitney. Oh, I plan to.
Great.
Tell your parents. All right.
Oh, they know. It's all out there.
Oh, everyone knows? Okay.
If the truth is, if I come home and there's not brownies eaten, I'm in trouble. Frankly.
That's why you eat a bunch of them in the car on the way here.
On a back road out of Chattanooga one night, my van began to stall. So I pulled around over to the shoulder, grabbed the CB to make a call. As I was yelling, "Hey, breaker, you got a copy 19?" Well, I noticed everything was dead. And through the woods to the left, I heard a high-pitched hum, saw a pulsating ball of red. Well, scratching my beard, I thought, ain't this weird? Concerned about my defense, I swung the door and reached to the floor for my trusty old monkey wrench. Hey, mister, can't you see? You're gonna be hard to believe. They'll do your story and a picture too in Flying Saucer magazine. Hey, mister, can't you see? You're gonna be hard to believe. They'll do your story in big bold print for all the world to see. Well, jumping to the ground for the cab just then, my eyes, they became fixed. Two silver things, they shaped like men, floating towards me out the sticks. The moon being high and bright that night, it made it easy for me to see. A little 4-foot man with 10-foot skin, slanted eyes like the red Chinese. Mercy sakes alive, I thought, shaking from head to toe. Them don't look like anything I've ever seen. Them's creatures from a UFO.
Right about here, we stopped along, and we looked up in the sky and couldn't believe what we saw.
Thanks for tuning in. You're listening to episode 53 of the Mind Shots podcast. The opening track you heard at the start there Well, thanks to Greg Bishop from UFOmystic.com. It was an old one from an artist called Marty Quinn. It was called Genuine Contact D. He couldn't find any info on the artist, but it was another fun one to put at the start of the show. First story of the day is Father of the Year award for this 8-year-old Israeli boy's dad. The boy spent 6 hours floating in the Dead Sea alone at night after his father left him there by accident during a family trip. And of course, the Dead Sea is the lowest point on Earth and has an abnormally high salt concentration that allows swimmers to just float on the surface. So that's the only way he survived. The police aren't going to press charges. They said the boy was in the sea with his father and his 2 brothers on Thursday evening when currents swept him away from the shore and no one noticed that he was gone. The family was part of a larger group visiting the beach, and his father left the water with other members of the group and only noticed the boy was missing as darkness fell. So they had a huge search with police helicopters and volunteers in motorboats. They finally found the boy, whose name is Schnur, about 2 miles from the shores early Friday after 6 hours in the strong-smelling, corrosive water. The boy was dehydrated and frightened, but otherwise healthy. So isn't that an amazing survival story? 6 hours in the Dead Sea. The next story also involves the ocean. It's funny, actually. Jason from Perth rung up when he first saw this, and he's going, "You got to see this story. They've found a giant Lego man in the Dutch Sea." This is a Reuters story. A giant smiling Lego man was fished out of the sea in the Dutch resort of Zandvoort on Tuesday. Workers at a drink stall rescued a 2.5 metre or 8 foot tall model with a yellow head and blue torso. One of the stall workers said, "We saw something bobbing about in the sea and we decided to take it out of the water. It was a life-size Lego toy." Why is there a giant 8 foot tall Lego man floating in the Dutch Sea? We thought this was a joke when we were talking about it, but it's from Reuters and they've got photos of it there, so it must be real. Now, maybe the giant Lego man could be nominated for one of the 714 wonders of the world. This is a new project from the Charles Fort Institute. You can find it at fortiana.org. And it was inspired by the recent project to name the new 7 wonders of the world that we've covered on the show previously. Now, they're giving everyone a chance to nominate for wonders in 2 categories. The first one is 14 places or locations, and the second one is 14 artifacts. So nominations are open till the end of September 2007, and then voting starts on the 1st of October. It's a good chance to get your votes in. I'm sure between all of us we can come up with some good ideas. I mean, the Divock box comes to mind as a 14 artifact. They're going to open a forum as well to allow discussion on all aspects of the vote, and you can lobby for your favourites. So head on over to the show notes, mysteriousuniverse.org, and I'll put a link up to that so you can nominate your favourite 14 place or artifact. Yahoo News has an interesting write-up in their People of the Web section. It's got the title, The Real X-Files. It's an article about John Greenwald Jr., who has been digging for the truth about ET since he was a kid. He runs the website Black Vault, which he says may be the biggest UFO database in the world. I remember this site from years and years ago. I used to browse some of the documents in there. He does scans of documents he's retrieved from the Freedom of Information Act. He's been collecting them for like 20 years. The article writes that motivated by curiosity, fueled by obsession, and empowered by the Freedom of Information Act, John Greenwald Jr. has assembled what may be the largest collection of UFO documents in the world. And it's all online for anyone to see, which is the way the 26-year-old Californian thinks it should be. As a teenager, Greenwald was fascinated by UFOs, and like many other kids in the 90s, he used the net to learn more. They write that before he even had a driver's license, Greenwald was writing to the CIA, the NSA, the DIA, requesting government documents about UFOs using the 40-year-old law known as the Freedom of Information Act. And the FOIA requests, frequently used by journalists and watchdog organisations, compel federal agencies to provide declassified information to any citizen that requests it. Greenwald says he made more than 2,000 Freedom of Information Act requests. The article here has a bit of video footage to go with it, where he describes some of the more interesting documents he's managed to get. Take a listen.
What you can uncover.
A pulse-trained plasmoid weapon? What does that mean?
I have no idea.
And this one, describing an unidentified flying object over Iran in 1976, pulsating in colors of blue, green, red, and orange. The report says that when a fighter jet came near, its instruments went haywire. While the documents are declassified, much of the material is redacted, blacked out. Greenwald scans most of the documents he does get, putting them on a website he calls the Black Vault, so anyone from the curious to the conspiracy-minded can have a look. But what do they actually reveal?
I've learned specifically that the U.S. government military cover up a lot.
For instance, Greenwald says the mysterious Area 51 in Nevada, depicted here in the science fiction film Independence Day, isn't even on the maps.
It ain't on the map. Trust me, it's there.
It's funny in the clip there, they show a document he gets and it's just a big black square. Like the whole thing has been completely blacked out. And as he's flicking through different pages of documents, they're all just like black editing, so you can't really get anything out of it. He does have a letter in his Black Vault, the article says, from the Department of Energy, acknowledging that Area 51 was annexed by the US Atomic Energy Commission in 1958 and that the area is now part of Nellis Air Force Base. And when asked specifically on whether he believes in ETs visiting the Earth and a government cover-up, Greenwald says the documents he's collected show that the government may have been less than totally honest about some of the incidents. He says these documents, letters, memos, reports, they're not written like books. They're not written like storylines where you can read through and see. They're just clues. You've got to put them together and ask, what does the story say overall? He says, I'm 99.9% sure and I believe in something out there. Have they been here? I don't know. Have I seen them? No. So I thought it was good to see him get a bit of mainstream press. He also has a podcast you can check out. The website is theblackvault.com. And it's called Black Vault Radio. And there literally is thousands. Actually, on his site now, he claims to have 443,937 documents in the database, and you can browse all those online. So check it out, theblackvault.com. Moving right along now, there's a great new article from J.M. Sinclair on the website theparanormalreport.com, where he writes about the strange sea and some of the ghost ships that have been sighted through history, some of the more famous ones. He writes that in 1880, the future King George V of England and his brother Prince Albert Victor saw a ghost ship while serving in the Royal Navy aboard the HMS Bacante. It appeared around 4 a.m. off the coast of Australia, glowing with a red light, with all sails set. The princes, along with 11 others, momentarily saw the ship off their port bow at a distance of about 200 yards before it vanished as quickly as it appeared. The next day, the seaman who first sighted it fell to his death in an accident. King George V is the most noteworthy person out of hundreds said to have seen the Flying Dutchman. Now, the story behind the Flying Dutchman is unfortunately convoluted and coloured by the exaggeration of centuries of sailors. The earliest written accounts describe a ship lost with all hands off the Cape of Good Hope. Another story describes a Captain Fock who made a deal with the devil to increase the speed of his ship. Then there's the famous Captain Van der Decken who pushed his ship too hard, cursing at the wind to change direction, promising to push his ship forward until Judgment Day. It is unknown if all of these accounts describe the same ship or different ghost ships, but the sightings are always said to herald disaster. The story of the Flying Dutchman is just one of many stories about ghost ships off the coast of England. near a treacherous area called the Goodwin Sands. A ship wrecked in 1748 appears once every 50 years. Coming from the fog, the ship, called the Lady Loverbond, will appear with full sails set until ultimately making a suicidal turn toward land. The story goes that the first mate of the ship, a man named Rivers, snapped during the captain's wedding party, killed the helmsman, and turned the ship toward land, where it was smashed with all hands lost. It was seen in 1798 when it almost ran down another ship. The sounds of the party below decks could still be heard. It was seen again in 1848 when it was mistaken for a ship in distress, and again in 1898. Sadly, the ship has not been seen in recent times. Another story involved the vessel Palatine that appears off the coast of New England as a burning ship with a screaming lady standing on the deck. There are several versions of the story, most involving an unrescued crazy woman accidentally left on board when the ship was burned. One version states that the people on shore had lured the ship into the rocks with lanterns, where they robbed and murdered the crew and passengers before setting the ship alight to cover the evidence, leaving the raving woman on board to burn. The Kalush is a ghost ship sighted off the coast of Chile and has an even more wildly varying set of attributes than the Flying Dutchman. Some state that the ship is helpful, appearing to ships in distress. Another legend tells of its crew who drowned when the ship sank, still trying to provide for their families from the grave. Yet another tale weaves a picture of a ship full of shape-shifting ghosts who can appear as men or fish or birds. And finally, another states that anyone who unwittingly harms the ship will sail for eternity as a slave working in the galley. It just sounds like Pirates of the Caribbean. Some ghost ships aren't ghosts at all. They're abandoned vessels that ply the waters without a crew, sometimes for decades. The Bay Chimo was a cargo steamer that became trapped in Arctic pack ice in 1931, carrying a load of furs. The crew was forced to abandon the ship, but it broke free several days later and the crew returned, only to get it stuck again on the ice. Left with a skeleton crew that took shelter on land until the ship could melt free, they awoke one morning to see that the ship was gone. Assuming that it had sunk, the crew prepared to go home until the ship was sighted adrift in open water some miles away. They retrieved the valuable cargo and assumed the Bay Chimo was too damaged to save. Apparently it wasn't, since the ship would be sighted floating around the area for the next 38 years. The last sighting was in 1969, but some speculate that the ship may be locked in the ice again, waiting to break free and be seen once more. And finally, the oddest story of a ship without a crew, at least a live one, is the tale of the Orang Medan, a very difficult to substantiate account. If true, it could overtake all other cases as the strangest story to have come from the seas. In 1948, distress calls were received by several ships identified as coming from the Orang Medan, which is a Dutch freighter. The transmissions told of most of the crew being dead, then a series of garbled messages, followed simply by the words, "I die." The ship was located drifting off the coast of Indonesia, and a boarding party found the crew laying on the deck, facing the sky, with horrified looks frozen on their faces, some with their arms in a position of pointing at some unknown horror. Even the ship's dog was seen to be baring its teeth in death as if ready to attack. Shortly after the ship caught fire, the boarding party escaped and the vessel exploded and sank. It makes me wonder if some of these sightings from the 1800s and earlier could be related to UFOs. I mean, it would be easy to mistake a glowing UFO for a glowing ship. Anyway, a very cool article. That last story was spooky about the Indonesian ship. You can find that at the paranormalreport.com. this to a close for episode 53 of Mind Shots. Thanks for tuning in, guys. If you have any suggestions for stories, please send them through. I'm wondering what I'm going to do this weekend's show about. Actually, there's just a couple of interesting ones to cover, but I need a few more juicy morsels to put in this week's show. So any suggestions, send them through. Anything you'd like to hear on this week's episode, give me a buzz. So I'll join you again very soon for the next episode of Mysterious Universe. Thanks for being premium, and have a good weekend.
Hey, everybody. There's a new podcast in town from Wondery, the network that brought you Dr. Death and Dirty John, and you should give it a listen. It's called Over My Dead Body. It's hosted by journalist Matt Scher, who examines the case of a wealthy Florida couple whose seemingly perfect marriage ends in a nasty divorce. But then things take an even darker turn when on one hot July day, one half of the formerly happy couple is murdered in cold blood. It's a case that is going to say as much to you about marriage and love as it says about justice and revenge. It's one of the most bizarre murder cases in Florida history, and you're about to hear a clip of the first episode. So while you're listening, go to a browser, search for Over My Dead Body. The case is still developing, so be sure to subscribe to get the updates. You can also find a link in the show notes that will take you right to the show. Enjoy!
One morning, attorney David Latt was sitting in his apartment in D.C., flipping through the Sunday New York Times, when he arrived at his favorite part of the paper.
I have to confess, I am a devoted reader of the New York Times wedding announcements.
Latt loves the wedding section, even though the vast majority of couples are total strangers to him.
They are looking for people with impressive pedigrees. They are looking for people who are photogenic.
But on that morning, he spotted a pair of familiar faces.
They were both a very impressive, accomplished young lawyers. They were a very nice-looking couple. So if anyone was going to make it into those pages, it was going to be Dan and Wendy.
Latt began to read. Wendy Jill Adelson, the daughter of Donna Sue Adelson and Dr. Harvey J. Adelson of Coral Springs, Florida, is to be married this evening to Dan Eric Markell, the son of Ruth Markell and Phil Markell of Toronto. The bride, 26, is keeping her name.
I think it was the best wedding I've ever been to.
Avery Kohlers was a high school buddy of Dan's. He made the trip to Boca Raton for the celebration, as did hundreds of other friends and family members. The weather, perfect. The venue, extravagant. And at the center of all of it, the happy couple. Dan and Wendy danced for hours with their guests.
It just felt like it was overflowing with joy and love. I mean, that sounds so corny.
I actually found an email I sent to Dan on March 4 of 2006. Hi, Dan. Congratulations and best wishes to you and Wendy. I'm sitting at home reading the Sunday Times, and lo and behold, there you are. Best, Dave. And it's funny, Dan actually responded because Dan was a very diligent email responder, even though he was on his honeymoon.
Greetings from Club Med, he wrote.
And then I responded, you're checking email on your honeymoon. You truly are a cyber addict. I thought I was bad. Don't respond to this email. Hope you're having a wonderful time.
So what makes a good marriage anyway?
I guess I would say that crucial to a good marriage is mutual respect. Love, of course, but also respect.
But as you can probably guess, this isn't a story about the happy ever afters, the lucky ones, the couples who grow more inseparable with age. Not even close.
I have to be a little circumspect here because over the years I've become very familiar with the libel laws of the United States. So I don't think I'm going to give my personal view here.
It's a story about the opposite. A bad marriage, a worse breakup, a brutal divorce.
And he stormed out. And did he say something like, I told you should never be marrying her?
This is probably the biggest story I'll ever work on. Probably the biggest story in Tallahassee ever, I would say.
And everything that came after.
Somebody else fucking knows something, because this shit would have not came out unless he told someone else. But there's nothing.
I have never said to anyone that my mom is a dangerous person.
Oh, are you saying that you think maybe one of your friends would have done something like this?
do this?
Baby, you're guilty. You've got his scent on your hand.
Baby, you're crazy. I never touched that man.
From Wondery, I'm Matthew Scher, and this is Over My Dead Body. I've been a magazine writer for about a decade now, and during that time, I've written some crazy stories. I've written about an Orthodox rabbi who tortures husbands into granting divorces to their wives. And I've written about some colorful characters, too, like Stormy Daniels' attorney, Michael Avenatti. But I can say that this particular case is the single craziest story I've ever reported on. It says at least as much about marriage and love as it does about revenge and justice, and the lengths we'll go to get even. To listen to this story, search for Over My Dead Body wherever you're listening right now. Listen today on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Pandora. And make sure you subscribe, because this is a developing story, and we'll be giving you updates over the next several weeks.
From the Figure 4 Online Studios in beautiful Bothell, Washington, exclusively at WrestlingObserver.com, you're listening to The Brian and Vinny Show with your hosts, Brian Alvarez and Big Vinny V.
And Craig. All right, everybody, it's the Brian Vinny Show. It is February 21, 2017, figure4online.com/wrestlingobserver.com. It is the Tuesday Retro Show. That means we have Raw and Nitro from 19 years ago this week, the middle of the Monday Night Wars. I don't know.
All I know is this Nitro is long.
This Attitude Era sucks.
If you told me this show in Sacramento was still going here in 2017, I would believe you.
You know, I was reading the Observer review, and Dave said it was one of the best Nitros since the show started. I was like, man, he was in a good mood this week. Then I read the review, and he was talking about all this terrible stuff on the show. I was like, what the hell is good about this show? The first part of the show was good. The end was not bad. The middle section was so boring. And I don't even know where to start on Raw.
It wasn't.
No, it was terrible. Craig,
it was pretty bad.
Horrible. Do you realize there were 5... Let me say that again. 5 different breakup angles here on this show.
That's true. But I noticed if I watch half of it and then walk away, I enjoy it a little bit better.
Yeah, well, I don't do that.
That's what I'm saying.
There should not be a requirement to walk away from a show to enjoy it more. I should be able to watch the show start to finish and not be frustrated.
I'm just handing out a helpful tip.
I actually find it's the opposite. If you take too many breaks during a show, it just stretches out and makes it longer.
It longer.
That's part of why this Nitro took forever. Because I sat down, I think it was 2:30 when I started. Should have had plenty of time to get here, leave at 7 and get here. I left right at 7. I was watching the show up till then.
It started at 2:30 and you were still watching it until 7?
That must include Raw.
My God, it better have...
It took me a lot...
It was rewinding.
It was a 2-hour and 40-minute show that took me a lot more than 2 hours and 40 minutes to watch.
It was 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Whatever it was.
No, that's a big difference. Because if it took you from 2
well, it felt
to
like
7
15 hours and 2 minutes
to watch a 2 hour and 15-minute show, something went very wrong.
With all of that said, during the Jeff Jarrett and Ken Shamrock match. I had to rewind it 3 times because I kept falling asleep.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
I thought Shamrock was great.
No, it was me. I was tired.
I see.
Well, maybe you should have watched it straight through and you wouldn't have fallen asleep.
It was a second match, Brian.
Listen, I don't know when you took your breaks. Let's begin.
Let's
start at the beginning. Retro Raw 248, February 23rd, 1998. Now, I missed last week. They did a Raw Saturday special.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the show you guys reviewed? Or
It was just, they had it on Saturday because of the dog show.
Right.
That's the show.
That is the show that you reviewed. Okay. So, this had me very confused for a while. They're talking about 2 nights ago. I thought they were shooting main event angles on shotgun or something. I don't know what's going on. So, the angle was they put the Warriors in a box, and they got counted out, and so the Warriors were mad. This led to the New Age Outlaws versus the Legion of Doom. By their standards, by what the Legion of Doom especially have been doing on the past several months in the show, it was a pretty good TV match.
It was not bad. But it was not bad after Animal got the hot tag because the middle segment where Hawk, my favorite, Hawk is the babyface in peril, sitting there selling. It's like when they put Enzo in the ring and he's making a hot tag. It's like, why would you do that? Enzo should be selling. Hawk should be making a hot tag because it's impossible to get sympathy on the Hawk. You just can't. And he's in there every single week selling.
Can you get sympathy on the animal?
Hawk's gimmick is that he doesn't sell.
Oh, that's true.
And so you're putting him in the ring to sell for 10 minutes?
That's your point.
Very bad.
So they hit the Doomsday device, but the ref was distracted getting Hawk out of the ring. So Billy hit a belt shot and Road Dogg pinned Animal.
They portrayed it as if Hawk was an idiot for taking too long to get out of the ring.
Mm-hmm. And then we had breakup angle number 1.
That's right.
As Hawk and Animal got into a shoving match and then a full-on brawl. Geeks separated them. They did several pull-aparts. And the replays after the break. And then the announcers bemoaned this sad, sad state of affairs.
Oh, yeah. I was bemoaning it because they get into a brawl and it got way less of a reaction than you would expect. Because the fans don't want to see the Road Warriors break up.
No.
They're the Road Warriors.
Yes.
And I'm sure Vince Russo thought, you know what, these damn Road Warriors, they're old. They're just out there every week doing matches. Vince, let's break them up.
Not to mention,
Vince said, God damn, let's try it. And of course, it was a bad idea.
It was a horrible idea. There's a tag team breakup on the other show that has been teased and built up to for months.
Right.
So we totally understand it. The gimmick of this breakup was the team has been losing for a while, and now they're fighting. So you as a fan have no reason to care about either man.
No, who's supposed to be the babyface here?
Don't know.
I mean, obviously Hawk.
Why?
Because he's always the babyface in peril. So clearly, they're just going to continue on with that.
Leave it to the Vinces to break up the legendary Road Warriors. Seriously.
Yeah. Ken Shamrock versus Jeff Jarrett. Shamrock looked like a total killing machine early, which I guess he was. The best part is he goes to suplex Jarrett into the ring, and Cornette trips him. So Jarrett falls on top. But A, Shamrock kicks out anyway, even with Cornette holding his foot down, and B, he then drags Cornette into the ring to kill him. And Jarrett cut him off. There was no Cornette murder. Ref gets bumped. Cornette goes to hit Shamrock with a tennis racket. He hits Jarrett instead. Shamrock hooks the ankle lock. Ref recovers and stops the match because Jarrett is, in fact, unconscious. Shamrock's music played for a long time, and I never realized this, but towards the end there it has a cowbell solo.
Hey, let's talk about the bigger issue here, that Ken Shamrock gets the win via submission, and then he starts going after the ref in fury and anger.
I don't get it.
The hell was he mad about?
I don't know.
And then Jim Ross says, a tactical error. This was on the part of, I guess, Cornette. But I bring it up because in the first match, when the Road Warriors had their finish, Jim Ross also said it was a tactical error. So there are a lot of tactical errors here on this show. This is, in fact, the second teased breakup so far here on the show.
Well, I don't think it's teased. They were interviewing Jarrett as he walked up the ramp, and he outright said, I think it's time Cornette and I go our separate ways.
That's right.
So that is 2 breakups in 2 segments.
2 matches, 2 breakups, 2 tactical errors.
I love it when Jimmy Cornette hits the guy with the tennis racket. Of course, it's just a handle with a cover. And it's very clear that it's that because the top part of the round portion of the racket folds over in half. Now, either he swung this racket with such force that it broke the racket, or this thing is a gimmick.
I think he swung it with such force that he broke the racket on Jeff Jarrett's head. That's my theory.
It was very hot in the building. It melted like butter. They have those lights, you know. Jerry Lawler tried to interview Animal. Animal screamed he didn't have a brother, and Hawk ran in and said, I didn't know anything about brothers, and they brawled again. DOA and Truth Commission.
Dude, they're trying so hard to lose this war.
How did they survive?
I mean,
DOA and Truth Commission?
Do they actually go on the Monday Night Wars documentary on WWE Network and talk about how we actively tried to lose the wrestling war all through 97 and early 98 by constantly putting the DOA and the Truth Commission on television in wrestling matches? Not only do they have a hideous match, Kurgan is impossibly bad. He is so bad that Braun Strowman, who has, in fact, he has improved, but let's not fool ourselves. He was clumsy, except for his kip up, and he got blown up, and they blew spots in a boring match with the Big Show on Monday until the very end. He looked like The Undertaker in his prime next to Kurgan. Kurgan beats up the Sniper, I think. May have been a Recon. It doesn't matter. Recon begs him to stop. The Jackal laughs. This is after the match because we had, in fact...
May I just...
No, this was the third breakup angle in a row. 3!
Yes.
We've had 3 segments on the show, and all 3 segments have had a breakup angle. How?
I don't know.
Did they break up?
Well, it sure looked that way to me.
Didn't get along.
They all left together.
One guy dragged another guy out by his head. Okay, that
They
seems
all
like a
left
breakup
together.
to me. Yeah, he dragged his body out. That's not leaving together.
The claw hold is to put a man out, and he was dragging him up the ramp, and the other guy was going, "Stop! Oh God!" Ah! Ineffective claw hold.
I was going to read my notes here from the claw hold to the end of this segment. First of all, let's not gloss over this. This match was awful. This brawl where they're all falling all over each other before Kurgan tagged in is a horrible match. So he went to the claw hold. Then I wrote, the horrible brawl continued after the match. Then Jackal yelled at Recon and Sniper for God knows what reason. He slapped Sniper, who went after him, so Kurgan went after Sniper. Recon was upset. Jackal slapped Recon. Recon was mad, then apologized. This all went on for a while, and thank God they left. Truth Commission is truly one of the worst factions of all time.
Fucking the Truth Commission? What about DOA?
They're not very good.
What
either.
about any
At
of
least
the
they're
factions
friends.
on this show? Oh, really? One of them just left and went to WCW.
Yeah, we didn't fight.
Join, I might add, a much better
They
faction.
fight about leaving?
There's no breakup. Just
We
left.
don't know that. It just
I'm
was
outta
on
here.
television.
I'm out of here, prick.
This was horrible. It's terrible. And keep in mind, they won and broke up.
Oh, yeah.
It's not even like earlier where, well, the first match, the team lost and broke up. Then the second match, the guy lost and broke up. This time, they won and they still broke up. This show sucks. Okay, the Attitude Era sucks, everybody. I don't care what you remember from when you were a child. It sucks. And if you don't believe me, go back and watch it. Hopefully it gets better here soon.
DX did a promo from Sean's house in San Antonio. It's Sean, Hunter, China, and a mystery blonde who Sean smooches at one point.
Mm-hmm. It's not Whisper.
God.
She was working.
I know.
It's funny, there's so many DX segments that I just vividly remember, and then there's segments like this that I just have no memory of.
Right.
I can only presume that, yeah, some of them were good and some of them were boring.
This was a
DX segment where Hunter rambled on about ratings, Nielsen's, and must-see TV. Who in the hell could possibly care? Then Sean guaranteed he'd wrestle at Mania.
They noted Austin had stunned China, and she was fine. And said next week they're going to Cleveland. Owen Hart, Steve Austin, and Mike Tyson will be there, and they're going to take them all out in one shot. And they promised an X-rated WrestleMania.
Can't wait. This show should have been X-rated.
It
If
was-
not for anything involving pornography.
It was obscene.
It's an obscene program that nobody should watch.
Taka Michinoku versus Barry Windham.
Okay. I actually have something positive to say.
Okay.
But it's not about this show. A couple of weeks ago, it was last week, I was talking about this light heavyweight division is exactly like the current cruiserweight division.
Oh, no.
Exactly. It is absolutely identical. You could just switch the talent and there would be no difference between the 1998 light heavyweight division and today's cruiserweight division. I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Vince actually learned one thing in 19 years. And that is, if you're going to have a light heavyweight division or a cruiserweight division, do not mix them with the heavyweights. Not one time, not a single time, except the Royal Rumble. That was the one exception. When Jack Gallagher got into the Royal Rumble and jumped off with his umbrella or whatever. That's the one exception. But the cruiserweights never wrestle the heavyweights, ever. This match right here, Taka Michinoku and Barry Windham. What in the world was the idea outside of, I'm sick of this division and let's kill it tonight on this show? Because that's what they did here.
They killed it twice.
They killed this division absolutely dead.
I would say it was just one long murder.
Okay.
Because they were going on and on about how this is not a fair fight. Taka's barely 200 pounds soaking wet.
With multiple assailants, they killed him.
And keep in mind, this was back when they pumped up everybody's weight. I mean, Taka was probably 160 pounds.
Sure.
He literally was probably half the weight of Barry Windham.
Very close.
In this match. And they have a goofy match. Kane shows up, destroys Taka. Like, seriously, if there's a light heavyweight match next week, I will be stunned. Because there's no point. It's dead.
They killed him start to finish here. The only thing I can say good about this is that the performances of Taka Michinoku and Barry Windham were great. They both looked great. Now, one of them looked greater because he was positioned
in mass.
It was, well, yes, but the whole thing was set up. I actually thought, because it would be Barry beat him and beat him and beat him. Taka hit one flip, and then Barry beat him and beat him and beat him. And I thought Taka was going to get like a fluke roll up or something. Silly me. I should have known better. No, Barry killed him, hit all his moves, made the cover, was about to win when an even bigger guy came out to do more murder. And out came Kane and they killed Taka.
Like, seriously, what in the world were they thinking with this segment?
To ensure no one ever cared about Taka Michinoku ever again.
I mean, do they
it had
think
to be suicide?
We
It had
gotta
to be sabotage.
We gotta turn this Kane into a bully by beating up this small man. They could have done that without this stupid match. There was no point to this match.
By the way, not only did they talk about how Taka was very small and puny and weak, Cornette was also to make sure he was stupid because he was illiterate and couldn't speak English or read a contract. That's how they got in a match with Barry Windham.
That's right.
Yeah, they buried him start to finish. And then Bearer cuts a promo calling out Steve Austin to come face Kane next week. Michael Cole tried to interview the Outlaws as they left the building.
My God. Road Dogg is now doing the gimmick where he is filming.
He's camcordering everything.
Stole Six's gimmick.
He also had the DX t-shirt on.
Right.
And Road Dogg is a good promo, and he's a pretty good worker. He actually totally outshone Brad Armstrong on this particular evening here.
Yeah.
He totally lost his train of thought during this promo. He starts rambling and just messing everything up, and then he just admits, well, I started drinking a while ago.
I'm half drunk.
I'm half drunk. And then Charlie and Cactus show up.
Right.
Chainsaw Charlie is wielding a chainsaw, and Cactus Jack is wielding a bat, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They're destroying the car.
Right.
Cactus is smashing in the windows. Chainsaw Charlie is trying to cut the car in half with a chainsaw.
Yes. He's not taking the glass. He's going after the frame.
So they're about to kill these two men who are in the car. And as God is my witness, Billy Gunn opens the door. There's a dude there with a chainsaw. Billy kicks him in the stomach and knocks him down. And then they drive away.
With the smashed windshield. How he...
It was Road Dogg, but everything
Forget
else he
that.
said was right.
Dude, he beat up a man with a chainsaw.
Basically,
who
yes.
was trying to kill him while he was locked in a car.
Yeah.
Well, they killed Cactus and Chainsaw here.
Really, they just killed the chainsaw.
Oh, my
Well,
God.
it doesn't have a blade on it anyway.
Another
Craig, you're ruining the
terrible
show.
segment.
It was bad because there were sparks flying and he wasn't anywhere near the car with the blade.
Yeah, but Craig, he used to come down and swing the chainsaw in the air and there'd be sparks. It's just a bad chainsaw.
I see.
It needs to be recalled.
Or oiled.
This was stupid.
This was so unbelievably
Everything
stupid.
about Chainsaw Charlie was stupid. They promised us we would get Goldust's most outrageous character yet, and it was Goldust doing an impression of his dad. Am I the only one who thought this impression was shockingly bad?
It was horrible.
You know how they say you end up much like your father?
Yeah.
Fail.
Clearly not. So we had clips of Dusty and Sapphire, and then Goldust came out in the polka dots with a big padded belly.
Don't forget the gig marks.
The gig marks on his forehead and arm were actually great.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Nice touch.
That was the best part of the whole
They
thing.
were so great that when I first saw him, I was like, God, I'd forgotten that Dustin did so much gigging early in his career. And then I went, wait a second. That's fake. They put noodles on his arms.
Yes. So, it's a dumb thing to do anyway. Like, people are going to hate him because he's being Dusty Rhodes, whatever. But Jim Ross was sure to let us all know we spoke to Dusty on the phone today, and he had a good laugh about this.
Oh, yeah, you called Dusty in WCW and said, we're going to make fun of you tonight. What do you think? Very skeptical.
Lawler said, I forget what he said, but he used the term internet geeks.
Mm-hmm.
Quote.
Oh, really?
Internet geeks.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Yes.
Well, speaking of internet geeks, that would be Vince Russo. This was such a Vince Russo segment. Because
yes,
not only did they do Dustin dressed as Dusty doing his spots with Bradshaw, but the story is Dustin wanted Bradshaw to sell for him.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted him to, quote, take bumps for him.
Yeah.
And he wanted him to let Bradshaw beat him up. He wanted Bradshaw to let him beat... What the fuck ever. It's so
he
stupid.
said all of this over the house mic.
Yes.
Cutting a promo. You should be bumping all over the place. Bradshaw refused. The only thing that was good about this, they did some comedy early.
Please tell me what was good about this.
The exact finish where...
Okay, that was good.
Dustin gets beat up and beat up and beat up. Then he ducks like one clothesline. He does the flip-flop and fly spot, but Bradshaw no-sells everything. And then when it's time for the big elbow, Bradshaw just clotheslines him out of his boots and pins him.
That was a good finish.
That was a good finish.
I'll give him that.
That may have been the best part of the show.
One subtle thing. There was a couple times where Bradshaw kicked him in the head, and Dustin took his forefinger and thumb and ran it across his head like he was giggling. This happened numerous times.
That's funny.
Craig, you're an internet geek. That's what they're referring to here, enjoying this horrible segment here.
How dare I find some joy in this world?
Dude, on this show, how dare you?
I tried.
Cole tried to interview Goldust, who said, Stardust cannot compare to Goldust. I'm hanging these tights up.
Dude, no one's paying us to lie to him.
Does that sound like another breakup angle, by the way? He broke up with
Dusty?
Yes.
May as well have been.
Kevin Kelly tried to interview Hawk backstage. Hawk had nothing to say. Steve Blackman versus The Rock.
Another breakup angle.
Well, before we get to that, first off, was it me or did Rock throw the worst punches in wrestling history on this show? Have I just never noticed, or were they particularly bad this week?
I was watching this thinking, here in 1998, Rock and Blackman are obviously at the opposite end of the charisma spectrum. But as far as actual wrestling goes, Blackman may be better.
On this day, he was better.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about the most notable thing about this match. So Blackman is like a ninja. And he comes out and he's got nunchucks. And he spins them around and he does a big...
A glow-in-the-dark.
Thing, yeah.
This is where Naomi got her gimmick.
Exactly.
She stole it from Steve Blackman.
So, there's interference from the nation and everything like that. And finally, the ref is distracted and D'Lo grabs the nunchucks. And Rock says, give me them nunchucks. And D'Lo says, all right. And he mimes, I'm going to throw them to you. He doesn't throw them to him yet. He just mimes, I'm going to throw them to you. Get ready. So Rock gets so close they could just hand him over. But they've got to throw him. So D'Lo throws them high into the air. And of course they go over the Rock's head and Steve Blackman grabs his nunchucks. These are a weapon.
Yeah.
Now, I always thought that you grab one end,
sure,
and you swing them and you strike a man with the other end.
Yes.
Am I wrong about this?
You pummel them with the other end.
I have seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles many times. That's how it works.
Okay, Blackman grabs the nunchucks. He has his weapon. It's not like Rock got them and didn't know what to do with them.
Right.
Blackman's got his own weapon that he does a kata with at the beginning of every match. He proceeds to place both handles together, and then he leaps high in the air and does a double sledge with the nunchucks to the Rock's back.
Innovative.
That was the stupidest thing I've seen in my whole life watching wrestling. Steve Blackman's utilization of his own weapon. He jumped in the air and did a double sledge to the Rock. Now, far be it from me to critique the guy. It worked. He pinned the Rock. Steve Blackman has a win over the Rock.
Yes. Now, did you mention there was about 14 interference spots before this, and Blackman could not win, despite all this distraction that Farouk was doing. So the nation's all mad. They're all yelling at each other, and D'Lo puts the heat square on Farouk, saying, "He told me to do it." That's a quote. So Rock demands Farouk get in the ring. And Rock explains, "You distracted the ref, I got hit, and I got pinned 1, 2, 3. And Farouk listens to him, hears him out, and says, "You got pinned 1, 2, 3. And he snaps his fingers and says, "Shit." And he leaves.
I thought he said damn.
He did.
Did he?
Yes.
I was positive he said shit.
No.
Yeah. Well, it's the same thing.
Either way, the point is
He mocked the man.
Yes, and then he just walked away.
Rock got all big-eyed.
Yes.
All googly-eyed.
And everyone left with Farouk leaving the Rock alone in the ring.
So, in fact, we did get our 4th dissension angle on the same show.
More to come.
Kevin Kelly interviewed Luna backstage. She explained she had not gone out with Goldust earlier because she was waiting to rearrange Sable's face. If you've ever seen a Luna promo, she was very creepy and growly and scary, and it must have hurt to talk like this.
Gargles with razor blades.
It was silly.
She was the chick from Ghostbusters after Zool got a hold of her.
Basically, yeah. They showed Kane beating Vader in No Way Out, and then hitting him with a wrench after the match so Vader could go get surgery. The Rock and Roll Express were in the ring to defend the NWA Tag Team titles.
NWA North American Tag Team
NWA North
titles.
American NWA North American Tag Team titles. So the NWA champions defending the NWA titles in an NWA match with NWA rules thought we should have an NWA ref.
This was last week, Vince.
That's what happened here.
Well, I mean, they've done this.
They did this last week.
Well, an angle on the show that I missed where an NWA ref called for the DQ for the over the rope rule.
Tommy Young.
Yes. Tommy Young, fist bump. Because Tommy Young is awesome. Tommy Young was awesome. So, here, Sarge comes out and says, "No, you're not going to ref this match." Even though, as noted, it's all NWA stuff anyway. It's just happening in a WWF ring. So this is bullshit. This is complete bullshit.
Well, he did that because Tommy Young has been favoring the NWA wrestlers. So he got a biased WWE referee.
On this match, on the clip I saw that they showed to set that up, the ref made the right call. The Headbangers were stupid and broke the NWA rules and deserved to lose.
Well, they are stupid. I won't deny that.
So we got the Rock and Roll Express versus the Headbangers.
Let's talk about the bigger story. The Headbangers are getting a shot at the NWA North American Tag Team titles.
Yeah.
Again. Because they got one last week as well.
Which they lost because they're stupid.
Right.
So, as I expected, the Rock and Roll Express are a tremendous heel tag team. Bumbling around like fools, teasing, fighting, then hugging. And they both get dropped by the Headbangers, and Cornette gets dropped by the Headbangers.
You know what's funny about this that people will be furious about, but I'm going to say it anyway because it's true? Do you know who the Rock and Roll Express reminded me of in this match?
Oh, no.
They were the Young Bucks. It's actually vice versa. If you ever watch a Young Bucks match, aside from all the flipping and everything like that, their gimmick is they always screw up and hit each other.
I see.
They screw up and they super kick each other. They screw up and bonk into each other. They screw up and dive onto each other. They do it in every single match. That's all the Rock and Roll Express here did as a heel tag team. They constantly bonked into each other, punched each other, screwed up, and sure enough, for the 5th time on this show, we had dissension between a team and a teased breakup.
Well, they got back together. They're working over whichever headbanger this was. And the setup for the hot tag would be, we'll miss the double dropkick. We'll go to throw a double dropkick, but we won't hit you. All you have to do is get out of the way. This was too much for Headbanger A to pull off convincingly.
He couldn't just grab the ropes and hold on.
Couldn't step back.
No.
No, the Express jumped, and he just took a bump, and I wasn't sure at first if this is supposed to be a missed dropkick or not.
It's like he stumbled back.
Do you realize?
It's like he sucked.
Do you realize?
Well, there's that.
His job here was to not be kicked, and he fucked it up.
They may
the
be
worst
worse.
team I've ever seen.
They may be worse than Pietrov.
They're the worst tag team I've ever seen. He's still the worst guy. Anyway, Gibson got thrown over the top rope. The WWF referee refused to go for the DQ. So Cornette whacked a headbanger with his tennis racket, but the headbanger fell on top of Morton, pinned him to win the match and the titles. The Headbangers pinned the Rock and Roll Express. This is a bigger travesty than Steve Blackman pinning
And
the
they're
Rock.
now the NWA North American Tag Team Champions. The Headbangers.
What a win, by the way. They were unconscious at the point of victory.
Yeah, that's their gimmick. They're just...
Their gimmick. See, their gimmick is that they're the worst tag team of all time, but then they actually are the worst tag team of all time, too.
So it's the best gimmick in wrestling history.
The most appropriate.
I see.
There is no better candidate to be the worst tag team of all time than the worst tag team of all time. They announced that Pete Rose would be at WrestleMania. Yeah. Didn't say what he'd be doing.
Getting tombstoned.
Thanks for what was implied. We had the Steve Austin Road to WrestleMania video package. Several minutes of Austin cursing and stomping and stunnering people. And then DX tied him in the ropes and humiliated him on Raw. Then he went back in time to show his neck injury in the comeback. Then he cut a promo saying he was going to put people on the list. Now you know where Chris Jericho got that idea. Our main event was Mark Merrow versus Owen Hart. Merrow came out with Sable, but then ordered her to the back.
You know, I mention it every week, but Owen Hart, super nice human being, the worst babyface. He's horrible as a babyface.
He's up there.
He's just a guy that should have been a career heel. Some guys are just better heels than babyfaces, and vice versa. And he was a horrible babyface.
I like when Jim Ross, the babyface announcer, said with sincerity, he's the most competitive European champion of all time.
Oh, yeah?
Let's review. Shawn wins the inaugural title, never defends it, drops in a joke match to Hunter, who never defends it, and then is stripped of the title and it's given to Owen, who had to pin Goldust for it.
Well, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong.
It is true. Just like Kevin Owens was the longest reigning Universal Champion of all time.
Yeah. So, Sable comes back out after all of this.
Thank God.
In the middle of this match, this is the alleged main event, and it's a nothing match.
A total nothing match.
And Merrow turns to the ref, looks him in the eye. The ref looks him in the eye back, and Merrow shoves him down.
Okay.
Merrow was winning on him.
Now listen. I was watching this, and it was so boring. And I zoned out. And the next thing I know, Owen Hart has Mark Merrow in the sharpshooter. The referee looks at them, and he rings a bell. And I thought, I can't believe that, number one, first off, I can't believe that we got a clean finish here in the main event.
Oh,
and
but
number
you're
two, that it was such a boring main event, but you know what? At least we got a clean finish. Then I was like, wait. Because they ring the bell and they announce it. It was a DQ. And I thought, what? I go back, and as you noted, Merrow shoved the ref. Owen puts Merrow in the sharpshooter. Merrow has no escape. He's in the middle of the ring. He's trapped. The referee rings the bell, disqualifies Mark Merrow. And I was like,
why?
You couldn't just have this fucking guy submit.
It's not like Merrow was the champion and had to retain via DQ.
No.
Owen was the champion. He was winning either way. What does it matter if he wins by DQ or submission?
The show was so bad.
And it's not like Merrow saved face. He was in the sharpshooter.
He was trapped anyway.
He couldn't get out is the whole point.
God.
Like, just give someone on this show a win clean. Please. They couldn't do it.
I gotta admit, I did not realize the horrendous nature of this show until just now.
Oh, I realized it watching it.
I was numb watching it.
I could not believe my eyes as I watched this show, and I thought back, this is the Attitude Era that everybody raves about. The show is beyond horrible. And it had a big pull apart.
Luna went after Sable. Sable went after Luna. Goldust and Mero were among the geeks trying to separate them. Goldust in this melee put his hands on Sable. Mero thinks to himself, hey, she's my property, so he lays a beating on Goldust. And that's how it ended.
So mind-blowing because as we get into Nitro here, I liked the first hour or so of Nitro. And then there was a string of one nothing happening, boring match after another. And I always watch Nitro first. So as I'm watching these matches and I'm struggling with consciousness, trying desperately not to fall asleep, I'm thinking, how in the world is everyone not switching to Raw right now? Like, how? Then I watch Raw and it's like each side is actively trying to lose this war.
Wheel of Fortune must have been awesome this time. Their ratings just went through the roof.
I mean, all people talk about is the Monday Night War and both sides trying to beat the other side. I'm watching this Monday Night War thinking both sides are actively trying to lose. And it's like, who can fuck it up the most and end up losing this war?
And they did.
The answer was WCW.
Yes.
That's exactly what happened. Let's not fool ourselves. The WWE story is, well, we were just better. No, they were way worse. That's why you won. Because this is not good right now. Let's talk about this Nitro.
Deep breath. Okay.
Hey, it started out great.
Nitro number 128, also February 23rd, 1998. So at Super Brawl the night before, Scott Steiner had done the big turn and turned on his brother Rick. So we got reactions from DDP, Booker T, Ric Flair, and Bret Hart talking about how sad and tragic this was. The best of them all was Bret, who noted nobody could understand this situation better than him. And it was going to hurt a lot of people, and that's a real shame. Because Bret had been through a feud with his brother before.
That's right.
So it made sense. The announcers, meanwhile, they're not happy that Scott Steiner turned on his brother, but they are happy that Sting has beaten Hulk Hogan at Super Brawl to once again be the undisputed champion.
That's right. He's the champion again after all this rigmarole. After they totally took all possible steam off of Sting. Now he's the champion.
Yep.
Way to go.
They cut him off at the pass over and over and over again. So Gene tries to interview Rick Steiner backstage.
It seriously is like WWE nowadays where they beat a guy and beat a guy and beat a guy and beat a guy and beat a guy. Then they give him the title. And then they're like, I can't figure out why he's not over.
Yeah.
Why don't we have a new John Cena?
Rick Steiner had nothing to say. So Lex Luger comes out. Then the NWO music plays. Then Lex cuts a promo. Live TV. He begins by congratulating his buddy Sting on his championship win. But he is more upset. That is Rick Steiner, who he called his best friend, is devastated about what happened last night. So for 10 years, I've been training and traveling all over the world with the Steiners. He knows him very well, and he wants to beat some sense into Scott. So he challenges Scott to a fight. Then there's like a minute of dead TV as Lex is posing for the fans. The announcers are just killing time, and finally the NWO music plays again. And out comes Kurt Hennig. Kurt and Lex wrestle for a minute or two, and then Scott Steiner runs into the crowd, debuting the big Papa Pump look with the short blonde hair and the sunglasses. And he tried to do some stuff with the sunglasses and cut his own face. Very big Papa Pump thing to do.
I think it happened when he did that side suplex to Lex.
When he suplexed Lex onto his own forehead.
Let's talk about this suplex. He grabs Lex for an exploder.
Right.
You guys know what an airplane is?
Sure.
Okay, let me explain for those that don't. So it's got these two wings, right? And you know what banking means?
Yeah.
I'm doing the thing with my hand right now. So look, if an airplane's going to turn, one side goes up and the other side goes down, and it banks, okay? Papa Pump is going to suplex Luger, and his legs are going up. All the fucking guy has to do is bring his head down, and he'll flip over.
Right.
But his legs go up, and Luger's like, I will not lower my upper body. And he keeps it stable, and he lands right in his fucking face.
Yeah.
I thought he was dead.
I have not seen the incident where Kurt Angle originally broke his neck, but I've read about it from his own book, where he said he was being taken over and attempted to block it with his face.
Bad idea.
This is what happened to Lex Luger here. So, let's see. Lex survived. He hits the bionic elbow and the power slam. Then Buff Bagwell runs out and attacks him. Hennig and Rude disappeared. Rick Steiner appears, lays out Bagwell, but before he can do anything to Scott, the rest of the NWO comes out, including Bryan Adams, who apparently was there last week.
And the Barbarian in a dress shirt.
Well, he came out later, but yes.
I'm ahead of myself.
The NWO comes out.
This is very important.
Sting descends from the ceiling and chases the NWO away. Only at this point, only when the danger is clear, do the troops come in. So way to go, WCW guys. Way to save the day. What perfect timing. And yes, Barbarian is wearing a shirt and tie.
You know, we always talk about how, isn't it so weird that all of these shows we talk about from dozens of years ago sometimes, they all tie together. I don't know what show it was, but I'm positive the first day that Samoa Joe came out in a suit to do the contract signing, I did not want to see Joe in that suit. I know on one of these shows I mentioned, can you imagine Meng or the Barbarian coming out in a suit? Here's the Barbarian in a dress shirt and a tie. Gimmick dead. He ain't a barbarian. He's a fella that plays a barbarian.
Fashion model.
It's ridiculous.
By the way, Vinny, last week we reviewed Meng versus the Barbarian.
Dude, you got to go back.
About that.
You must go back and watch this match.
Got to see this.
Actually, speaking of things I missed, on Raw, during the Road Warriors video, there was a clip of them doing the Doomsday Device with the Rock and Roll Express. Was that on the show I missed?
I don't think so.
Maybe it was a post-match thing or something.
It might have happened in the NWA.
I just remember thinking, I can't believe the two teams never wrestled, and then they're in every segment each week, still never wrestling.
That's true.
So
all I know is Benoit and Raven had a match on this show that I'm afraid was better than Meng versus Barbarian. But aside from that match, nothing was better than Meng and Barbarian last week.
Okay.
It was the best match.
Well, let's start with what was not the best match.
Has there ever been a worse wrestler than Hammer?
Yes.
Besides the obvious we talked about of late.
He was the worst wrestler on this show.
Why did they wear the exact same gear?
That was the other thing I thought of. Two big, bleach blonde, clumsy dudes in jeans and black tops out there wrestling.
Yes, it was like
It was like Hammer and his little brother.
Right. Yeah, it was eerie.
And
neither the little brother won.
Neither of these guys is terribly graceful. They were clunking and lumbering all over the place. And Page eventually won with the Diamond Cutter.
And got his way into the Hall of Fame.
For this match. I hope he thanks Hammer. The flock attacked. Benoit made the save. A limousine arrived. Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff step out, but they see the camera, and they tell whoever's in the back seat, "Stay here, brother." Now, as I read these words out loud here, I thought, hey, we never found out who was in the limo. And then I thought, wait, yes, we did. It was just so lame, I forgot.
We sure did.
It was so lame, I forgot it was the reveal.
It was so lame, the announcers didn't know who it was.
No. So Bischoff and Hogan made the long walk down to the ring. Along the way, they walked through a pile of random soda bottles that was laying in the middle of the walkway. Vincent ran up and whispered in their ear, and then they were really mad. So they get to the ring for a promo. Eric Bischoff, the guy in his late 40s by this point, I think. Maybe mid-40s.
43.
Mid-40s. Wearing the backwards baseball cap like a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
Goofy. So Hogan's promo was that he beat Sting again, just like he always had. It's all Nick Patrick's fault he didn't have the belt.
Hey, let's talk about the most important thing he said. He claimed that he got hit at the show.
The crowbar.
By a 10-foot-long crowbar.
I need to watch this show now. I need to see Randy Savage hitting Hulk Hogan with a 10-foot crowbar.
So then, later, Tony Schiavone tries to claim that what Hogan actually meant was it was a 10-pound crowbar. But then Tony says, even that's ridiculous.
That's a huge crowbar.
Oh, God. So Hogan says Scott Hall's going to wrestle Sting tonight. He's finally getting his title shot after winning World War III. He's going to bring the belt home to the family. And then he challenges Savage to a cage match at Uncensored. And Savage appears in the crowd and says, okay. Kaz Hayashi versus Ultimo Dragon.
I forgot all about Kaz Hayashi until I watched this.
This match was okay, but I was not blown away by it. It was an acceptable professional wrestling match.
That's fair.
With two professional wrestlers.
I was blown away by how skinny Kaz Hayashi was and how his gear emphasized that. When you have skinny legs and no ass, don't get the tights that go halfway up your torso. It just makes your ass look flatter. Now you can move. Did a bunch of cool flips and cool moves, and they did suplexes and kicks and dives, and it was all cool. And I did love the finish here. Dragon does the top rope Rana and the Dragon Sleeper, which is a combo that always wins. Kaz escapes the sleeper with like one kick, So Dragon's pissed off, kicks him a few more times, puts the sleeper back on, and wins.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yep, it was great.
We had an entire segment devoted to Gene Okerlund plugging the hotline. Didn't interview anyone, didn't plug anything, just call her now. Saw a bunch of total losers having a nitro party.
Never gets old. It never gets old.
They've been doing this for like at least 6 months.
At least.
There's been one party where I thought, that looks cool, I'd like to go to that one.
You know what's funny is you got to think about how many videotapes they got sent in.
Jeez. And
they had so many to choose from. Like, I'm sure they had a guy whose job was to watch all these damn videos.
Oh, God.
And he was probably just told, can you find one that's cool? And this is the best they could come up with every week. Think about the ones they didn't put on television. That's what I'd like to see. If they could put those on the WWE Network, in the vault, Nitro Party.
The worst Nitro Parties?
No, just Nitro Party VHS. Just put the date on them and throw them in their entirety on the WWE Network. It'd be amazing.
Oh, God. So Benoit and Raven.
Why don't they use all my best ideas? I mean, come on. How much would that cost to digitize that and put it on the network?
I don't have an answer.
I'd watch it. I'd review it every week with Tom. Just pick a random Nitro Party video and watch it.
So as noted, Benoit, very good at pro wrestling.
Dude, Chris Benoit, on this night, I was convinced was the best wrestler who's ever lived on the planet Earth. He just destroyed Raven. And to Raven's credit, boy, did that guy take a beating. He took one of those beatings where you could just tell he was counting down the minutes till this match was over. It just got chopped again and just beaten. It was great.
Just imagine what you had coming down the line. So, it's Raven's rules, so they're using chairs blatantly in front of the referee. A bunch of them over and over again.
This drove me crazy.
So, in the middle of all this, let's see. Benoit hits the rolling Germans. The ref counts 1, the ref counts 2, Raven kicks out, the ref holds up 2, the bell rings.
Right.
So I'm already confused. Was this a pinfall or not?
No, Kidman was supposed to hit the ring, but he was late, and Raven kicked out because he wasn't supposed to be pinned, and the ref called for the bell.
So
it was supposed to be a run-in DQ.
In this Raven's rules
they
match.
They booked a DQ and a no DQ match.
Yes.
That is...
In this Raven's rules match, you
So I
can
wrote
hit
this
each other
book.
with chairs.
It's called The Death of WCW.
But you cannot run in.
This was the least of their problems. Yes, a DQ in a no DQ match.
So the flock attacks. Paige goes to make the save.
Benoit sent Kidman into orbit, and Kidman sold it so great.
The flock attacks one at a time, like any good martial arts villain. And yes, Benoit laid them out one at a time until finally getting overwhelmed. And it was a backdrop to the sky, as I recall. But finally, Paige makes the save. And in the melee, Benoit punches Paige one time. So now Paige doesn't know if he can trust Benoit. So it comes down to Benoit and Raven and Paige having a three-way brawl, which sounds really stupid. They pulled it off.
Yeah, and they're going to have a three-way match.
I'm sure they are. But just punch the guy to your right, punch the guy to the left, repeat, and somehow it all looked cool. You recall that in past Nitro reviews, I would report every time the Nitro girls came out and danced. And then after a while, I got old and I stopped.
We shouted you down.
Yes. The Nitro girls came out in this segment, and they probably danced, but I didn't notice. All I noticed was that they were bending over in leather pants over and over again.
That sounds like dancing to me.
I'm a fan of the leather.
I was on this night, that's for sure. It was great. Chris Jericho versus Lenny Lane.
This was not great.
So Jericho unmasked Hoovy the night before. This is a big moment. But at no point on the show did they show Hoovy without his mask on.
Nope.
They mentioned his
clips, no nothing. Because back then, all you youngsters listening right now, you had to buy this match on pay-per-view. And if you missed it, there was a replay on Tuesday. So they didn't want you to see Hoovy's face because they thought maybe you'd buy the replay and spend $30 to see him get unmasked.
So Jericho does a promo wearing the mask. Says he is the face that 4 million people have tuned in to see. Says the name of the show will be changed to Monday Night Jericho. And I was watching this, all I could think was, this dude's still a main eventer. I mean, not that he was a main eventer here, but he was popular. And it's 2 decades later. This guy is amazing. Like, it really hit me watching this. Not like I haven't known for the past year. But yes, Chris Jericho's longevity is astounding.
Barely ever got hurt.
Barely ever got hurt.
Till he went on Dancing with the Stars.
So this match was not very good. Lenny Lane was not Chris Jericho. He hit what Tony Schiavone had no choice but to call a glancing blow of a dropkick. Jericho did all he could to make this guy look great. Lenny used a skull-crushing finale. He also does that move better than The Miz. And finally, Jericho hooked him in the Boston Crab and won. We had what had to be at least 3 straight minutes of dead TV. The announcers just killed time. Nothing happened. And then...
Oh, yeah. This was almost as good as the Ming versus Barbarian.
Yes.
But it was Ming and Barbarian versus some guy.
It was Ming Barbarian versus a small rabbit.
So listen, it was Rick Steiner versus Vincent. And Rick and Scott were a great team. 2 tough guys, 2 amateurs. But whenever you watch their matches, you always thought, well, Scott's the crazy one, the scary one. Rick is the friendly... I mean, he looks scary and all, but he's the friendly guy. He
was the goofy guy doing the barking dog gimmick.
He barks, he runs around, he does some moves.
Scott was always more serious.
Yeah, you'd never mess with him. But of the 2 of them, you figure, well, if one of them was going to kill me, it'd be Scott. That all changed on this show.
Not on this night, no.
Rick Steiner was mad. And they fed him
Good.
Vincent. I'm pretty sure Rick tried to kill him. He beat the absolute shit out of him. He did all of the put your knee on the guy's face.
Yes. My absolute favorite was foot on throat while slapping his face.
It was so awesome. He did my favorite, which is the middle rope belly to belly, where when you do middle rope belly to belly, just for the other guy's safety, you put him on the top rope and you make sure his legs are outside.
Yes.
So that maybe he can push off the top turnbuckle or whatever. His legs,
just so the ropes won't get in his way.
Yeah, the legs aren't going to get stuck in the way. Rick doesn't do that. He sits the guy on the top rope. The guy's legs are inside. He climbs up there, he grabs him, and he just fucking irks him into the atmosphere. Nearly kills this guy, and then goes down, and he puts his knee on his face and pins him.
Yep.
This had to be my favorite squash in at least a few years
How is this
now.
not more famous?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Because later there was stuff like Chris Benoit versus David Flair.
That was better.
And Ultimo Dragon versus, what was his name?
Was it Hayashi?
No,
I
it was,
saw that.
I think it was Tokyo Magnum.
So one of those guys,
One of
yes.
his students
One
he
of the
just
yeah.
massacred. These were the 2 greatest squashes. And then there was Kurt Angle and Roderick Strong in
Yes.
TNA.
Right.
These are all...
No, that was on SmackDown.
SmackDown.
Yeah.
I remember all these off the top of my head. But anyway...
But this is
This
a,
Rick Steiner Vincent squash should have been legendary.
This is not a squash match. That's something you see in professional wrestling shows.
Right.
This was a snuff film.
Yeah.
This was one man murdering another for my enjoyment.
This was the best minute 34 seconds I have seen all week.
All I could watch this whole time thinking this was, I've probably seen 1,000 times Rick Steiner come out and pretend to beat somebody up.
Right.
But for every time he has pretended to beat somebody up for money in front of a camera, there's probably 10 times where he really beat somebody up for free backstage or in a bar or something.
Sure.
Scary mofo. It was great.
Then the show ground to a halt.
The last note, by the way, the whole story is that Rick is heartbroken and is taking out his pain on Vincent and destroys him and kills him and kills him and kills him, and he gets the win, and the ref raises his hand, and Rick's looking down at him, still almost crying, and then his music starts. It's the story of 2 brothers, Rick and Scott. Just rub it in. Just rub it in. Okay, yes, then the show... God. Yuji Nagata versus Saturn.
Boring.
They kicked each other. They suplexed each other. They used a lot of holds. At no point during this match did any fan care about anything, and so they just kept going.
They worked really hard, but nobody cared.
No.
They wrestled forever. The crowd chanted boring. Saturn finally won. This was bad.
They did mention Rick Martel's knee injury at the pay-per-view, which I believe was a career ender.
They came back for one more match and
no,
got hurt again in that match. Then his career.
I see it. Close. Renegade versus Booker T. Now,
boring.
It was. I only noticed this because I watched the 2 shows back to back. Is it just me, or did they edit in Mark Merrow's music for Renegade?
I don't know.
And if so, why?
Who knows? Who cares?
Even more perplexing, they brought in the Renegade to be a knockoff of the Ultimate Warrior, but now they brought him back after months and months and months, and he's Tatanka.
Basically, yes.
Can we move on? This match sucked.
His match sucked. Renegade was no good. God bless the guy. Booker missed a kick, then hit a kick and won.
Conan and Lismark Jr.
This match
boring.
sucked.
Dragged on and on and
I'm quite
on and
certain
on and on.
if I went back and kept track, that Lismark did at least 2 flips for every wrestling move in this match.
Well, it's 2 flips too many. It sucked. Conan won.
By the way, did we mention we're in a 3-hour Nitro now?
Oh, God.
3 hours we're watching Conan and Lismark Jr. with nothing at stake. Conan wins. Then he got a promo. He said he was bout it. Says Juventud is a loser. In fact, he's lost his mask. He's no longer Juventud Guerrera. He is now merely Anibal Gonzalez. And after burying this guy for losing and being a total dick, he sucks up to the crowd and says, Arriba la Raza! So,
you know what's funny about this next match? It's Bagwell and Norton versus High Voltage. And in a vacuum, it was a pretty good match.
We are on the same wavelength. You're so tight.
But it followed these 3 boring matches, and I was like, please, either kill me or kill this match. Something.
I do not need to, after 5 straight hours of wrestling, watch a High Voltage match. I just don't need to.
You know what really hit me during this match? It's not even that the match was bad, but it's the same guys that we've been watching now for 2 years, having the same matches in the same spot on the card every Monday night. Nobody's moving up the ladder.
No.
Everybody's in the exact same spot.
Yep.
It doesn't matter if it's good. I'm bored watching all these guys doing the same stuff every week.
They are running in place.
Yeah. Now, as noted, had this been in the first hour, I probably would have liked this a lot. This is 4 big, scary men throwing each other around. That's what wrestling should be. They tried a double suplex on Norton. He tried to suplex them both. Sort of did it.
Yeah, because one of them didn't get hooked up right.
Didn't put his arm on top of Norton's
No,
head.
he just got his arm hanging down. I'm
Yeah.
like, what are you doing, numbskull? And then he gets dropped on his head because he wouldn't set up right.
Yes, the blonde chaos almost died on this show.
Yeah. And then they hit an elevated blockbuster for the win, and they were celebrating, and I said, I gotta admit, they were a fantastic team. Vicious and delicious, I mean. Not High Voltage. Eddie Guerrero versus Disco Inferno.
Eddie Guerrero, awesome wrestler. Had a pretty good match with Disco Inferno.
Mm-hmm.
Why, in God's name, am I watching Eddie Guerrero versus Disco Inferno on this show?
All I could think
was the point?
Had I been booking Nitro at this point, I think I'd have had Eddie wrestling about a half dozen times a week. Because he was awesome all the time. Was there a point to this? No. And both guys left the match in the exact same positions they were in. Eddie worked the knee for a bit, hit a missile dropkick to the knee, which I just love whenever anyone does this. I'm going to climb up as high as I possibly can to kick you in the knee. Then he hit the frog splash and won. There you go. Now, literally at this point, very close to 3 hours into the show, time for a J.J. Dillon Nick Patrick promo. Are you fucking kidding me?
How could how could J.J. Dillon be so awesome in the 80s and be so horrible in the 90s?
Well, let's look at what he was working with. In the 80s, he was the manager of the Four Horsemen.
That is a valid
in
point,
their
Brian.
prime. Now he's out here ranting and raving with Nick Patrick about his refereeing job in a Hulk Hogan match.
Why is this even part of the show? Why? Referee interviews? Ever?
Well, Nick Patrick's a heck of an interview, though.
Shut up.
Brian, am I wrong?
He's a hell of a referee.
He's a heck of an interview.
Oh, an interview. He was fine. I'm over
Are you
this
sincerely
show.
saying that?
No, he cut an awesome promo last
All right.
week.
Greg really liked Nick Patrick's promo. I thought you were being sarcastic. I apologize.
No, last week, this week was but last week he cut an amazing promo.
Last week. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Regardless, I do apologize for snapping at you. That was rude.
It's fine, Vince.
So Patrick says, as long as my suspension and back pay is all cleared up, I'll go do ref this match. There's Brad Armstrong and Ric Flair.
Brad Armstrong. I've so turned heel on this guy, to steal a term.
There was nothing wrong with this match.
Dude, I'm over Brad Armstrong.
Rate
and
Flair
then
matches on a scale of 1 to 10.
Brad Armstrong comes out here wearing an Armstrong curse shirt.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, first off, Bullet Bob had a hell of a career, and he was awesome.
Your brother.
And your brother's on the other show.
Main eventing.
And he totally had a better match than you tonight. With Hawk and Animal, which is not easy. They had a match. When you can't have an exciting match with Ric Flair, I don't know what to tell you. They had a boring match. He hit his side Russian leg sweep finish. Flair just kicks out. And then he kicks him in the balls and puts him in the figure four and wins. I was like, what?
I thought this match was good. I didn't have any problem with this match at all.
I'm about to snap at you.
I can't believe you're saying this. It was a good match.
Of the 1,000 Ric Flair matches I have seen, probably 900 were better than this.
That's fair.
I'd say 995.
Had a giant video package, showed him choke slamming dozens of men, and getting power bombed on his head by Kevin Nash. And he came out for a promo in a neck brace. He said Nash had been malicious and barbaric and tried to break his neck, but it didn't work. I'm going to get this hand on Kevin Nash. And you can it's fine if the powerbomb is legal. I want Nash at 100%. I don't want any excuses, so I can break him down.
Giant's hair was so pretty here.
It is a shame.
He combed it out and blow dried it. I couldn't take my eyes off it.
So anyway, as I mentioned at the beginning of this show, Dave must have been in a great mood because he thought this was one of the best nitros they'd ever produced. And he also said, and this was when I knew that he was in a good mood, he said that Bryan Adams came out for a promo, and the shocking thing was it was a good promo. What in the world show was he watching? Bryan Adams came out here and cut the most horrible promo. I can't say ever. That would be a lie. But let's be fair. This was up there. He rambled.
He started off good and then quickly lost steam.
Well, he started off good by noting that he was here to join the NWO, the greatest faction in wrestling.
Yeah.
I wish he would have said, I just came from the worst faction in wrestling, so I've upgraded. And then he just starts mumbling and rambling and talking about Brett, and finally Brett came out. The only good thing about this is Gene was in the ring to interview him, and as soon as Brett hit the ring, Gene does this, ah! And takes a bump and runs for his life.
So Brett basically says, I don't know why you have beef with me, but if you want to fight, we can fight now. So they did. Brett won. I liked when he pulled his shirt up and went full hockey fight mode. That was awesome. Puts him in the sharpshooter.
Yeah, he does. He does a shoot style hockey fight jersey punching in the gut gimmick, and then goes for the sharpshooter.
Yeah,
because that's what you do.
Seen it many times in hockey fights.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab this guy's jersey and punch him in the guts, and then when he falls on the ice, I'm gonna put him in that hold.
I'm gonna wrap his legs, grapevine his legs, and turn him over. So Hennig runs out to get Brett. Flair runs out to get Hennig. Ric Flair is apparently a Jedi, because he missed a chop by 3 feet, and Curt Hennig went flying.
He did a full spin in the air for a chop
that missed.
I like to think it's like the cats. 2 of the cats hate the baby, and they literally are like Jedis. They have never been touched by this baby, ever. Like, they can be not paying any attention, and when the baby's an inch from them, they'll be out of there like that. They've never been touched. I'll take the cats, and I'll throw them right in front of the baby, and she's about to get them, and they're gone again. I think that
this is not going to end well.
Hennig was like the cat, where Flair was about to get him, but he was gone. He leaped out of the way to avoid the chop.
So what you're saying is that Curt Hennig is a better wrestler than the headbangers who couldn't do the same thing on Raw.
Yeah.
Right.
Lesson learned.
It's true.
By
I'm
the
not
way,
lying.
Ric Flair in trunks and a sweatshirt.
A little creepy.
Not a good look.
A little creepy. CM Punk was just doing the same thing.
Craig needs to start watching this old NWA with Garvin wrestling jobbers, and they're both in their tighty whities. You ain't seen nothing, dude.
I forget if it was in the ring or backstage, but CM Punk was doing a promo, and he stopped in the middle to lift up his shirt and say, yes, I am wearing trunks under here. So anyway, Hart and Flair clear the ring. NWO leaves. Like a minute goes by, and Flair says, well, nothing else is going on. I guess I'll get a promo. He buries the NWO. He admits that Brett is the best there is, was, and will be. Says half.
Yes, he says he admits it because Brett beat Rick.
Yes.
And Rick presumed that he would brag about it.
Yes.
But instead, Brett put him over, and so now Rick's cool putting him over.
Yeah.
That was so logical.
Yes.
Yeah.
And respectful.
2 crazy egomaniacs.
Yes.
Found a way to like each other.
by saying good things about each other. So Brett challenges Hennig to a match at Uncensored. He's going to finish him once and for all. The main event was supposed to be Sting and Scott Hall. The NWO, except Hall, all comes out.
By the way, let's think about this for a second. In the opening segment, Hulk Hogan said it was going to be Hall versus Sting.
Mm-hmm.
He said that Hall was going to win the title and then hand it over to Hulk Hogan.
Right.
Correct.
So then they came up with this plan.
Right.
I don't know.
Let's beat Sting up before the match and smash him, and we won't have a match for the title at all.
Yeah.
This was a very bad plan.
Bischoff cuts a long, boring promo daring Sting to come out, and if Sting comes out by himself, we'll all leave. So Sting
This moron, Sting, who has been fighting the NWO for well over a year now.
Yeah. Right.
They say, hey, Sting, if you come down to the ring all by yourself, the 19 of us in the ring will all leave. And what does Sting do?
Okay,
I'll head down to the ring. What the hell? Stumbles down to the ring and gets his ass handed to him because he's an idiot.
Sting turned into Dick Murdoch for a second there.
No, he didn't.
No, it was bad timing for that comparison. Who's a good redneck yokel Sting would sound like? Phineas Godwin.
He turned into Phineas Godwin.
All right, there we go. Anyway, so Hogan's alone in the ring. I guess Sting's going to fight Hogan now. So another Sting appears behind the first Sting. Sting?
8 feet tall Sting.
8 feet tall Sting. Sting turns around, sees his too tall doppelganger, says, guy dresses like me, he must be on my side.
Yeah.
And he turns his back to him. And the NWO attacks, he's fighting them, and the second Sting pulls off his mask. It's Scott Hall.
I can only presume that the reason Sting turned around was because Hall hadn't attacked him yet.
Right.
And he wanted to make sure that Hall was actually going to show up.
That could be.
And when he saw him, he went back to what he was doing, but he looked like an idiot.
That could be.
He left the gorilla.
Although
Scott Hall was standing there with a cocktail. I'll see you out there? Yes, I'll see you out there.
Although, if the plan was to jump Sting from behind and not lull him into a false sense of security, why dress him up like Sting? Just send Scott Hall out there with a bat.
Because they had an idea.
So Sting's fighting with the NWO, and Scott Hall pulls out his baseball bat, and he says, I'm going to hit this fucker Sting with this bat. And he swings the bat, and it gets near Sting, and he pulls it back like it's bounced off. Sting shows no effect. Sting was not aware this bat had touched him at all. Just keeps on fighting. Hall says, uh-oh. Hits him a little bit harder. It leads to a long brawl in the ring. They're all beating up Sting. Savage shows up. They all beat up Savage. They write HH on Savage's chest in spray paint. Luger clears the ring with a chair. This show was so damn long.
And you would be remiss if you did not announce the debut of E. Harrison Leslie.
I forgot it twice on the show.
That's right.
I talked about it in the intro to tonight's show, how I forgot about it then. Yes, so the guy who had been hiding in the limo, which I did not connect these dots until hours later, was Brutus Beefcake with a beard and biker gear.
He's back again. He just won't go away.
Yeah. And the announcer's like, who's that guy with the beard?
How the show ended.
The announcers had no idea who it was. Oh. They didn't mention his name.
This is
they
the
didn't
big
call
secret.
attention to it. There's like, hey,
kinda.
Hey,
I
there's
can't
that
wait till
fella.
the big
It says
reveal
that
next
there's
week.
a stranger in the ring.
Yeah.
Yikes.
He
came out.
Barber of late.
He came out and just stood there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just in the background.
What the else do you want the guy to do?
Go sailing.
He can't do anything else.
He put a sleeper on.
He can't talk. He can't work.
No, he can do a sleeper
He
hold.
can effectively stand there
Could
and
cut
be all
Savage's
hairy.
hair.
Cut Savage's hair.
He was the barber.
He ain't cutting into his hair.
Can't sail either.
All right, everybody,
Dude.
that's it. Hey, don't forget, if you're listening this Wednesday, it's the final day of our 1 month for $3.99 sale. Last chance. 1 month for $3.99. You get access to all of our shows. If you love the Brian and Vinny Show, we have like 500 or 1,000 episodes. How many are we at? Somebody had a number once.
7, 8, I don't know.
I think it's 1,000.
Wow.
There's a lot. We've done shows dating all the way back to 2005. Observer Radio, Observers, Figure 4 Weeklies that Vinny puts his reports in every week.
Sure.
I think. I don't know what he does, but you can check it out. And also, if you go to my Twitter at Brian Alvarez, you can grab your Retros t-shirt that Craig has put together.
Well done, Craig.
Thank you, sir.
As well as
Thanks,
the
Chris.
#1 best-selling shirt in the whole store, -5 stars, which is going to come in very handy at WrestleMania this year. So head up there and check it out. And that's it, everybody. We'll talk to you again after a while.
Good night.
Bye.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't
understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a slide.
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways, the hard-hitting internet podcast. I am Joe.
Actually, we're laughing, but true.
Yes.
Most accurate thing he said yet.
Damn, we're hard-hitting. Okay, so I am Joe, and I'm joined, as always, by...
Oh, Devin.
And Steve.
We're going backwards today.
All right.
Okay.
So today we're going to solve another mystery. And this is one you guys may or may not have heard about. It's called the Nazi Bell. That's right, the Nazi Bell.
I had never heard of this, and I consider myself to be a strong mystery buff. Unsolved mysteries. I know a lot of them. A lot. I would say that like 90% of the things that we do, I've heard of before we do them.
I hadn't heard about this until about a month ago when I came across an article somehow. I think it was advertised on something. It's like, what is that?
And I hadn't heard about it until you sent me a link to that article.
Yeah.
I said, hey, you should host a show on this.
Yeah.
This is right up your alley.
Yeah, so anyway, I jumped on a plane, went to Germany, dug through the Nazi archives, and, well, here's what I found. Well, not really.
Just kidding. We don't have the budget for that.
Yeah, as soon as we get a budget, then we're going to be doing stuff like that. We're going to actually be covering a lot of unsolved mysteries in places like Hawaii, Paris.
Very nice places.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, back to the Nazi Bell. The Nazi Bell was pretty much unknown as far as the world is concerned until the year 2000. A Polish writer named Igor Witkowski published a book called The Truth About the Wunderwaffe. Of course, that was not, it was a Polish book, so obviously it wasn't in English. But yeah, The Truth About the Wonder Weapon. He describes this thing as being about 9 feet wide, about 12 to 15 feet high, and shaped like a bell. Other descriptions you guys can see here. Oh yeah, by the way, it had a Nazi swastika on the side. The bell did.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, naturally. And alternative descriptions have described it as a saucer-shaped object, but for the most part,
That saucer looks just like the NASA saucer we were talking about earlier.
Oh, the thing that they're sending to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like
Doesn't
that.
it?
It does.
Yeah, I like the little chimney in the top, though.
Yeah,
This is
and
not
the
most-
wheel, like the car sticking out from behind it.
Well, I think that actually is a car parked behind
Yeah,
it.
it is.
But yeah, that thing looks a little crude. I'm not sure if this was actually the Wunderwaffe or not. But anyway, there's also, you can find pictures of the bell. Of course, those are pictures that have either been, paintings by artists or
Recreations.
or recreations that people have
Drawings or,
taken
yeah.
pictures of. So nobody has a picture of the actual Nazi bell.
So are we saying we don't actually know that it existed even? Or are we saying
that's
it
a
definitely
possibility?
existed?
That's no, you can't say that it definitely existed.
But we can't say it definitely didn't either.
Well, I guess not.
Okay.
Well, we'll solve that mystery before the show's over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank goodness for that.
Thank goodness.
So anyway, Igor Witkowski published his Wunderwaffe book, and the way he found out about it is he claims to have had a contact in Polish intelligence, and this Polish intelligence officer allowed him to look at a file which had a transcript of an interview by Polish agents of a Nazi SS officer whose name was, I'm just going to pronounce it in regular English, Jacob Sporenberg. And it might be Jakub or who knows, but I'm just going to say Jacob Sporenberg. Supposedly, in this transcript, he described the bell and apparently some of its wondrous capabilities. And Witkowski, the author, never said who in Polish intelligence actually shared this with him. There's no documentation.
So it's an unknown source.
Yeah, it's an unknown source, and the supposed transcript of the interrogation. Nobody's ever seen it, and so,
what did they call it? The bell?
the bell. Yeah, in German it's called Die Glocke, which is German for the bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, and-
It's just called the bell. Got it.
Yeah, the bell.
And
Bell.
when Igor was looked at these files, when I was doing the reading, what I found a little off-putting was the fact that, he couldn't say who gave it to him. That makes sense.
Of course.
And they wouldn't give him a copy of it, which if it's from
Makes
intelligence, I can understand. So he hand-wrote a transcript of it.
Mm-hmm.
So all we have is his handwritten copy of it, which seems like a guy could have just sat around and made up.
No,
right off
possible.
the start, I'm a little worried about this.
Yeah, that's a good point. Fair
I mean,
point.
he could have, but is it suspicious because he was allowed to take a transcript of it? Is that what's suspicious to you?
No, I think what he's saying
Because-
is that. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, there's no other way for him to have gotten that information out of there except for to handwrite it, right?
To make some notes, yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
I guess what's hinky to me is that it's not an official transcript, so therefore we don't know if it really happened. So the first piece of the puzzle I'm already questioning, I guess, is where I'm getting at. Because if let's say the Freedom of Information Act in this country, I could request that document and have that document.
Heavily redacted.
Whether it's redacted or not, I'd have that document as my base, whereas this guy doesn't have anything as his base. So that's my concern.
So, and it's believable that if he was allowed to see some sort of secret file like that he would only be able to make notes and not make copies or anything like take photos. But at the same time, though, you're right. There's no documentation.
It's almost more worrying to me that he was allowed to take notes, right? Because if they're like, this is a classified thing, you can look at it, but you can't take any written anything out of here. You can't make a copy of it. That makes more sense to me than them saying, take all the notes you want. Yeah, you can transcribe that in your own hand. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Yeah, whatever. But, I guess this Polish intelligence officer never showed this transcript to anybody else.
Or no one else who couldn't keep their mouth shut.
And maybe got killed. Somebody got whacked. Yeah. So the people who say that the saucer, it's a saucer-shaped object rather than a bell-shaped object, say that it's powered by a pair of rotating drums containing a mysterious iridescent purple liquid. So, okay. That's but typically it's described as a device that's made out of heavy hard metal, about 9 feet wide, 12 to 15 feet tall, bell-shaped, not the swastika, like I said before. The story was picked up by a guy named Nick Cook, who we'll talk about in a few more. Well, I'll talk about him now. What the hell? Nick Cook used to be the aviation editor for Jane's Defense Weekly. You guys have heard of Jane's, correct?
Of course.
Yeah. They're like the go-to source for everything about warplanes and warships and all that stuff.
Okay.
I'm sitting here suspiciously quiet.
Yeah, you never heard of Jane's? Yeah,
Nor have I. I was just going along to be nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they are like, you can think of Jane's as almost like a private intelligence service. I mean, they gather a lot of information, and they're very, very credible. And so they have, if you go to Jane's, you can find out everything you need to know about the defense forces of any country. They've got it all mapped out. They've gathered intelligence on every plane that these people have, every submarine, every ship.
So they're a private data collection for military information.
Yeah, and so
And so we're saying that this guy is pretty credible, right?
Well, that gives them a little bit of an aura of respectability, because this guy worked for Jane's. Up until 2001, he was aviation editor for Jane's.
And was he fired, or
I don't know exactly.
It wasn't like a outrage scandal that he left.
Not that I know of, but I have not actually investigated this guy's background too carefully. It's like I've got a job.
Seems like that would have come up in any kind of reading.
Any kind
Nick
of
Cook, who, by the way, was fired for making stuff up.
Yeah, actually, and I read a review of his book in Salon, and Salon was, they were a little unkind to the book. But I think that if he had been booted out of Jane's and disgraced, they might have made mention of it.
I think that's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll talk about that later. But anyway, so Nick Cook wrote a book and published it just a few years after Igor Witkowski published his book. So he was talking about anti-gravity. It's called The Hunt for Zero Point.
And this is Nick Cook.
This is Nick Cook.
Okay.
So anyway, according to Nick Cook, this device contained two counter-rotating cylinders, which would be filled with a mercury-like substance, which was violet in color. Some people have claimed that this is red mercury, which
I don't even quite understand what red mercury is.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Definitely don't. Oh,
it doesn't exist.
Oh, okay? Red mercury, is it real?
Red mercury is not real. But anyway, we get back to this. According to what Nick Cook says, the metallic liquid was codenamed Xerum 525, and that's spelled Xerum 525. And when not in use, was stored in a thermos flask that was encased in lead, so apparently it was dangerous stuff. Additional substances used in the experiments included thorium and beryllium peroxide. Beryllium peroxide also doesn't exist. There is such a thing as beryllium oxide, so maybe that was a typo on his part. I'm not sure.
I've seen it referred to as peroxide on every article I came across on this. So either it's a lot of copying and pasting by everybody on the internet, or they're calling it peroxide on purpose. Because I've seen it in different. It's not always written the same, so I know it's not copying directly, but I have seen it called peroxide a lot of times.
I've seen a number of references to it too in this whole Bell thing. But I think somebody originally confused peroxide with oxide. Beryllium oxide exists. Beryllium peroxide does not exist.
Okay. As far as we know.
As far as we know, yeah. I mean, the Germans might have made it. Yeah. Okay.
Well, and I was looking at it. They were talking about the beryllium and the thoramine. Is that what
Thorium.
it is? Thorium. Okay,
Thorium.
thank you. They were both. They kept calling it peroxide because it was a gel-like substance, and that seemed to be where everybody was getting the peroxide part. Is it was blah blah peroxide, which is a gel-like substance. I don't know how that relates because the science I couldn't quite follow it. But it seems that's where they were going with this peroxide thing. Right or wrong, it seems to be what they were doing.
Beryllium peroxide doesn't exist, but beryllium is actually does have some uses in certain things, and actually somebody has put forth a theory for how beryllium could have been used in the Bell to generate pure weapons grade uranium-233. So,
and now there are a bunch of peroxides, right?
Yeah, there are other peroxides like boron and stuff like that.
And hydrogen.
Yeah. And hydrogen peroxide, yeah, you're my fave.
That's the only one I know.
Science fact of the day.
Yeah.
Did you know that hydrogen peroxide is real?
So anyway, maybe somebody was talking about hydrogen oxide. Somebody else read it and then confused it and got confused and wrote beryllium peroxide. And then
or it auto-corrected on them, and who knows?
Maybe it was bad handwriting from note-taking.
Could have been.
Could have been it.
And then, of course, they were like you say, copy and pasted onto thousands of other conspiracy theory websites, and next thing you know,
there we go.
Yeah. So anyway, back to the story. The Bell supposedly, when it was activated, emitted very strong radiation, and supposedly it killed a bunch of scientists who were working on it. Because apparently, when they first turned it on for the first time, they didn't realize they were going to get fried. So, and also they had some test animal and plant subjects that also got toasted by this thing.
And if am I right, Joe? I mean, this is terrible, but I remember some account saying that the scientists who died, at least one or two of them, their skin literally melted off.
I have heard these stories. Yeah.
Okay.
What's that? Yeah.
All right. So for everybody who doesn't know, because I actually started doing a little research, because I was thinking, well, it's got to be, let's just look at standard radiation.
The only thing that can make your skin melt off, like your face melt off, is the Ark of the Covenant. We know this from the documentary Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Yeah.
Anything above 3,000 rads will burn your skin so badly and fastly that it could look like your skin was melting.
Yeah, there's only one problem with that. Is that anybody who witnessed that event, they would melt too.
Yeah.
I guess
you'd have to be in a reactor, though, nuclear reactor, to get that kind of exposure. It's the easiest way to do it.
I guess the problem for me isn't so much that it's conceivable that somebody came in after and was like, wow, their skin has melted off of them, right? That it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody witnessed it melting off of them.
That's very true.
But who turned it off?
That's good. Maybe somebody...
I mean, if it killed everybody that was close enough to
Haven't you seen the action movie where the hero dies and falls on the off switch and saves the world? That's what this guy did.
No, actually,
he's an unsung hero.
No, actually, what happened is they were powering this thing via extension cord. The person in the next room heard the screaming, and then he pulled the extension cord out of the outlet.
Yeah,
it saved the day. But too late to save those guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm sure that's what happened, or something very much like that. Maybe he flipped the circuit breaker.
Sweet.
Yeah, supposedly the Bell did require vast amounts of electricity to operate, and so nobody knows why that is.
That's weird.
Yeah, so it was supposedly...
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The usefulness of something goes down drastically when you have to actually plug it in.
Yeah, I mean, eventually maybe
maybe it becomes self-sustaining.
Yeah, and maybe your initial version requires 3 million volts, and stuff like that, and massive amounts of current. But maybe eventually, with refining and research and experimentation, you can get it down to where you can actually put it on a battleship or a tank or something like that, or a plane. If this was a weapon.
All of those things are things that I want to do with vast amounts of radiation.
Yeah. Well,
but if you don't know what it's going to do, you don't know that radiation is going to decimate your crew.
That's true.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff that we did back in like the 40s and the 50s as far as experimentation with bombs and radiation. We had no idea that it was going to like kill so many people short and long term.
Yeah.
Well, you guys, I'm pretty sure both of you have seen is the movie that was shot by, I think they're Air Force soldiers out in the desert watching a nuke go off in the air, standing there and laughing and joking and talking about it, and it's like a mile above them.
Yeah.
So they're just bombarded with radiation.
I have not seen that.
It's really not easy to watch because they're just having a good time. And, wow, that's so awesome. And you're just looking at it going, you have no idea what is happening right now.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Poor suckers. Yeah, I think the most there are a lot of different films from all the experiments that they did back in those days, and the most horrible one that I ever saw, and it was truly awful, was like they were experimenting with protective suits for our troops that would protect them from the intense heat of a nearby nuclear blast, and it's like a heavy kind of tinfoil. And so they made up a bunch of little suits for some pigs. So
No,
okay.
you. That's
enough. You're done.
It was yeah.
No,
I'm not going to tell you anymore. It was terrible.
It's already terrible.
Yeah,
Bacon.
It was bad.
Awful Fallout bacon.
Anyway, so back to Witkowski. According to him, the bell was built, or at least was housed, in a German facility known as Der Riese, which is known as the Giant. And it's not a single building. It's like there's a valley in Silesia, which is in Poland, southern Poland, near the Czech border, about 75 miles east of the German border. And of course, that was German territory during World War II.
Yep.
And they built this massive complex. It wasn't just one building. It was actually, this valley had a lot of massive complexes and tunnels and all kinds of secret stuff going on in there.
I just want to mention how uncreative the Germans were when naming things. Everything is the something, right? Oh, yeah, that's the Giant. That's the bell. That's the...
Well, code names are like that, though. An intelligence officer can only go so far before he gets really bored with just coming up with words. Oh, it's the osprey. It's the eagle. Eventually, lamp.
Yeah.
Chair. Table.
I like Panginator.
Project Table.
Yeah, they often give
Project
them, like,
Table is more interesting than the Giant.
The Giant.
Oh, I don't know.
the
The Giant's kind of got a cool edge to it.
Maybe.
I think it's cool. I mean, it's kind of intimidating. If you heard that a giant was living in this valley, would you go down there? Hell no. Let's stay away. Witkowski also claimed that there was a massive concrete, well, not that massive, but and there's pictures of it on the internet if anybody cares to go see. It's called the Henge, and it's a circular structure with vertical concrete supports, and then it's like basically a concrete, steel reinforced, I'm sure, circle on the top of it.
It looks like Stonehenge, but made out of concrete.
Yeah, made out of skinnier stones
the
too.
Henge. Okay, I get the name now.
Yep.
Yeah, and so
Stonehenge.
he claimed that it served as a test rig where they could put the bell and experiment with anti-gravity stuff. He's claiming that there's some anti-gravity work involved here.
But didn't people say that they also thought that was probably just a cooling tower?
Yeah, exactly. The basis for a cooling tower. So and that's kind of what it looks like. So, but that's what he claimed.
And that's like a nuclear cooling tower, right?
It doesn't look big enough. Nuclear cooling towers are pretty enormous.
Well, they're huge. So so I was trying to figure out what kind of cooling tower that would be for.
I mean that's the thing about it is, like, when you look at the pictures of it, you can't really get an idea of the scale. It looks too small to be the base of a nuclear cooling tower.
But the thing is with a nuclear cooling tower is that they've got a structure on top of their base which kind of looks like the Henge. So it could have been.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell. Surely there are pictures from the time somewhere.
Yeah, actually, what I think is. I think it looks like the base for a water tank.
Or something like that.
That would actually supply the water to a cooling tower.
That could be it.
Yeah, because
and I don't know. The Germans weren't that far in terms of nuclear technology, as far as we know.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they would have a reason to use a cooling tower for nukes.
Well, I mean, there's other things that generate heat. I mean, it's like in other industrial applications.
That's true.
So it could have been just an ordinary thing.
Alternately, it was definitely a house for the bell.
It could have been.
I mean, you know, I'm just saying.
To hold it down because
Yeah.
it was would have
Or-
floated away.
No, just to like house it. Make a
Oh,
little pen for it, you know.
That's like,
It'd be tall enough, right? They could test its floating capabilities, but not lose it out in the field somewhere.
But hang curtains around the side so people